Chapter 359. Su Yu, such a cold beauty, showed a little fox-like cunning, and there was a strong contrast. She probably felt that she had cheated Qinze, and she laughed very happily. She really couldn't stay at home. Her stepmother didn't like her, and she didn't like her stepmother. When she went back today and saw Su Hao, he looked haggard and was hollowed out by the stock market. Su Yu found that she didn't have the slightest idea of gloating, let alone the impulse to be sarcastic. She just wanted to look at her stepmother, and Su Hao as if they were passers-by. Sure enough, after hanging out with Qinze every day, her realm had risen. Her vision was no longer limited to how to fight with her stepmother in the harem. She had become more idealistic and ambitious. She wanted to fight with Wang Zijin in the harem. Her father, who used to be majestic, unconsciously became ordinary, no longer as successful and great as before. In terms of personal assets, Su Yu had half of her father's. She believed that in the next few years she would surpass her father. Su Yu chatted with her father for a while and left. The old witch and illegitimate child at home were not challenging at all. It was the best choice to go to Qinze's house for excitement. So Su Yu came. The great god must be angry now. Come and punish me, quick. Su Yu thought happily. The sound of footsteps came. Qinze took a step back, and Su Yu also loosened her hand around his neck. The two kept a distance that was not estranged nor close. Qin Ma returned to the kitchen and saw her son talking and laughing with a beautiful female colleague. Qin Ma smiled and said, "I'll call you little Su. The tea is ready. You go to the living room and sit for a while." Su Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Qin Ma looked at her back and sighed, "What a beautiful girl. Is she your colleague? What position?" Qinze said, "Secretary, Vice President, my Vice President, no, the Vice President of the company. She is also a shareholder." Qin Ma nodded. This girl is good. Wang Zijin's gentle temperament and Su Yu's cold temperament can leave a good impression in front of the elders. It was the template that Qin Ma had been eager to cultivate her daughter. However, their daughter had been raised astray. She had developed the kind of enchanting and charming temperament that the elders disliked the most. She was the kind of seductive little fairy that would appear in their hearts with a single glance. Qin Ma sighed a lot. "Why are you still standing there? Go out and accompany her. It's New Year's Eve, and she's here to give you a New Year's greeting." Qin Ma nudged her son. Qinze thought to himself, "I think it's safer for me to stay here." "Mom, it's okay. Dad, and her talk a lot. They are old friends." Qinze said faintly, "Su Yu came to our house. I didn't know, but I know my dad knows. This spicy old radish. How could you say that to your father?" Qin Ma glared at her son, and then her expression changed slightly. "What did you say? Spicy old radish." The previous sentence. "My dad gets along very well with her. They're old friends." "You mean Su Yu came to our house, not to give you a New Year's greeting?" Qin Ma also said faintly, "How can your dad be so familiar with the vice president of your company? He hasn't been to your company." "What New Year's greeting? It's New Year's Eve today. That means she came to see your dad." "Sure, I don't know, Mom. I was shocked just now." Qinze sighed. "Su Yu and Dad talked a lot behind my back and almost got me killed." Qinze secretly said she came to make trouble and to see her future parents-in-law. Qin Ma's face was even uglier. "She also talked a lot with your dad behind your back." Qinze, why did he feel that his mother's face was very ugly? Did she open an unlimited imagination hole? The next moment he reacted. He looked at his mother in shock. "My mother, do you think that my dad and Su Yu have an affair?" Thinking back, the conversation just now did reveal that Dad secretly talked a lot with the vice president of the company and successfully hid it from his son. My mother didn't know my relationship with Suyu, so she had a bad guess about a young woman who came to visit her husband on New Year's Eve. No, 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 Mom, it's your son. I have an affair with Suyu. Facing my mother's misunderstanding, my heart didn't fluctuate, and I even wanted to laugh. Should I add fuel to the fire and let the spicy old radish know the power of the spicy little radish? Not only can I transfer the contradiction, but I can also retaliate against my dad. Qin thought about the feasibility of this matter. In the living room, murderous intent surged. The two girlfriends pretended to watch TV and looked at each other from time to time. They communicated with their eyes. Qin Bao Bao, what is she doing here? Wang Zijin, how would I know? I'm also at a loss. Qin Bao Bao, coming to my house on New Year's Eve. The little bitch must want to be touched by a pig. Wang Zijin, I don't think a pig has the guts. After all, it's a salted fish, but I don't rule out the little bitch throwing herself into his arms. Qin Bao Bao, my big knife, Wang Zijin, it's already unbearable. They turned their heads tacitly, and two pairs of eyes stared at Suyu like knives. At this time, Suyu was sitting on the sofa, talking to the old man. She was facing the two girlfriends, and the old man had his back to them. The old man liked to chat with Suyu very much. The high overlap in their professional fields made them have a lot of topics to talk about. At this moment, the old man suddenly felt as if there was a dagger at his back, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He glanced back and saw his daughter's sweet smile and Zijin's gentle smile. But the moment he turned his head, that strange feeling came again, so he turned his head back to take another look. Daughter, sweet smile. Zijin, gentle smile. Strange, is the air conditioner too cold? The old man picked up the remote control and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner. By the way, Suyu, I just talked about the money fund. What do you think? Uncle Qin, our company doesn't plan to do money fund for the time being. Now, Baozi should take the route of bravery, not stability, so we won't consider doing money fund in 3 years. Suyu spoke with assurance and glanced at the two women who were staring at her covetously. She was very proud. Controlling the head of the Qin family was equivalent to controlling the throne of the daughter-in-law. If Uncle Qin had a good impression of her, it would be difficult for Qin not to marry her. Huh? She liked to see them gnashing their teeth in anger, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wang Zijin gradually calmed down and figured out Suyu's intention to come here. No, the intention was already obvious. Suyu favored Qin, and even the blind could see it. So, she was a rival in love. Then the problem came. Uncle Qin seemed to like Suyu very much. This was not very good. She had a good impression of her aunt, and on Uncle Qin's side, the favorability was about 60%, and then it was difficult to increase it. If Suyu preempted Uncle Qin's favorability, and then improved her aunt's favorability, her advantage would be gone. It was time to blacken her. Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan and silently peeled an apple. While the old man was drinking tea, Wang Zijin's gentle voice, "Sister Su, eat fruit." She handed over the peeled apple. Suyu took it blankly and was a little confused. When did I become Sister Su? Although she was 2 years older than Wang Zijin, it seemed that their friendship was very ordinary, right? What's with this? We're good brothers, smile on his face. Wang Zijin wiped her hands and smiled. Sister Su, did you come alone? Is there a boyfriend? Why didn't you come together? A's invited you to live together at the annual party that day. Huh. Suyu was confused. Then her little face panicked. Was Wang Zijin hinting at something? Could it be that she already knew about the affair between her and Qin? Wait, annual party? Boyfriend? Where is the boyfriend? There is no such thing at all. She was tricked. Suyu's heart was cold, and she saw Uncle Chin frown. In Uncle Chin's knowledge, she and Chin Zhe should be in a relationship. If at this time she had a fake boyfriend, what would Uncle Chin think? It turned out that Suyu was a bad woman with a foot in two boats. Bad woman. Get out of here. Don't enter my house in this life. It's over. Suyu calmed down, and her many years of experience in the workplace made her calm down quickly and pretend to be at a loss. You have the wrong person. That is not my boyfriend. Sneer, garbage chicken trick, no skill to speak of. Oh, it turned out not to be your boyfriend. Chin Bao Bao's small surprised expression. He picks you up every day. I saw him several times, and I thought he was your boyfriend. Suyu, damn, I forgot Chin Bao Bao, this little bitch. Damn, this is a combo. Chapter 360. Suyu felt that she was in a deep crisis. She was slandered for no reason. If she couldn't explain it clearly, Uncle Chin's impression would definitely go crazy. Think about it. A woman who had an intimate relationship with her son actually had another suspected boyfriend in private. As a father, he certainly couldn't bear it. Wang Zijin and Chin Bao looked at each other proudly. In this way, the impression that Suyu had a boyfriend would take root in their father's Uncle Chin's heart, and then no matter how she brushed Su Teddy's favorability, the old man would always treat her as an outsider. There was no discussion, no communication. As long as a look, a movement, the two best friends understood each other's mind. They had a tacit understanding on the matter of eradicating Su Teddy. The old man's face slowly collapsed. He naturally thought more. He knew the relationship between Suyu and his son. At the same time, he knew that Suyu was Chin Zhe's secretary. Well, vice president and secretary. The word secretary always made it easy for people to misunderstand. The old man carefully sorted out his thoughts. Suyu was 2 years older than Chin Zhe. At this age, it seemed unbelievable to say that she didn't have a boyfriend. Listening to the meaning of Zijin and his daughter's words, it seemed that they both knew that Suyu had a boyfriend. Ace also knew that. Knowing that she had a boyfriend, he still had a relationship with the secretary? Damn it! When did my son become so playful? No, when did my son become such a scumbag? The smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared. Suyu looked at the old man nervously and found that Uncle Chin's face was even darker. Suyu was in a panic. This kind of thing, it was difficult to explain clearly. Sure enough, she was still too confident. There were 3 great illusions in life. Kill under the tower, kill with residual blood, I can hang Wang Zijin, and Chin Bao. At this moment, Chin Zhe came out of the kitchen, took a few paper towels from the dining table, wiped his hands, and made a 3-point shot into the trash can in the living room. It went in. Steady. Dad, Mom asked you to go in. Chin Zhe smiled strangely. The old man got up with a confused face and walked into the kitchen. The atmosphere in the living room was very strange. Chin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin's scrutinizing eyes, and Suyu's aggrieved eyes fell on him. Chin Zhe didn't panic at all. He sat down beside the beauties and said in a low voice, "If my parents fight later, don't say or do anything. Go back to your room and hide. Leave this to me. If there's danger, don't move. Let me do it." "Why?" The 3 beauties asked in unison. "Why?" "It's because I screwed my dad over." Chin Zhe couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with his mother in the kitchen. "To be honest, I've never seen my dad chatting with a young man like this. He's always very serious and pays attention to his image in front of young people." Chin Ma listened quietly. "My dad is really too much. He invited her over for dinner during the New Year and didn't even say anything. It's so embarrassing." Chin Ma's mouth twitched. "Dad always told me to learn more from Suyu. She's smart and beautiful. Since she's starting a business with you, you should interact more." Chin Ma said in a deep voice, "What else did your dad say?" "He also said that Suyu is a really good girl and he likes her very much. Chinze said. Anything else? He also said that a man will cherish her. Chinze said. Is it all true? Chinma frowned. She couldn't believe that her husband, who was known for his strong character, would say such a thing. It's all the truth. Absolutely. Chinma has entered a high-energy mode. People in Jianghu will inevitably be stabbed. It's better for her son to personally give him a knife of love. Thinking about it, it's cool to retaliate against the old man like this. Moreover, if my parents fight, they can help me solve the trouble in front of me and attract the attention of my sisters. The trouble is diverted. 666, however, I can't let my sisters know about this, so I have to send them back to their room as soon as possible. And then the son, will come out to mediate the conflict between my parents. After that, I told my sisters that my parents were angry because of my uncle's affairs. Now, both sides are very temperamental, and they should pay attention to what they say. The sisters don't dare to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases, so they don't dare to make too much trouble with Suyu. Anyway, my uncle's affairs have a record, and it's very credible. It's right to throw the blame to my uncle. I even cheated my father, and it doesn't matter if I cheat my uncle. A formless killing intent was eliminated by me just like that. To put it bluntly, everything is under the control of the lonely one. In the kitchen, the old man stood at the side in a daze, watching his wife wash and cut the vegetables in an orderly manner, neither too fast nor too slow. So, what did she ask him to do? He didn't speak for a long time. Xiaolan, the old man said. Yes. Chinma nodded and said in a steady tone, Who is that Suyu? The vice president of AZ's company. The old man said, What do you think of her? Chinma bowed her head to wash the vegetables and glanced at her husband. Very good, very good. The old man, who didn't know that he had fallen into his son's trap, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Chinma silently broke the lettuce. With a click, she smiled gently and said, How is it good? Do you like her very much? You can't let down such a girl, right? The old man was stunned and showed a look of realization. He said sneakily, Ace told you? Do you think it's very good too? Chinma? Yes, Ace told me. Chinma thought he was already so old, and he still couldn't hold back his restless heart. Maybe he had lived for too long and wanted to know what it was like to die. This stinky little character has finally matured. The old man said with relief, I thought he couldn't forget Zijin and didn't want to disclose his relationship with Suyu. The old man paused and frowned. If Suyu really had a boyfriend, it was really not good to disclose their relationship. After all, it was disgraceful to play with a secretary. Wait, old Chin, what did you mean just now? What do you mean by couldn't forget Zijin and disclose his relationship with Suyu? Chinma frowned and found that things were not simple. Suyu is his girlfriend. I thought so before. After all, it's already like that. The old man said gloomily. Nonsense. Isn't his girlfriend Zijin? Who said that? Don't guess. The old man said. Chinma said unhappily. Who's guessing? He said it himself. Just now, the couple looked at each other and felt that their sun-style had collapsed. Let me think about it. The old man felt that his son's circle was very messy. He had to think carefully. You said that Zijin is A's girlfriend. Ace said it himself? Chinma nodded. Then, I know that Suyu is A's girlfriend. Anyway, we have done what a boyfriend and girlfriend should do. The old man said, but just now, Zijin and Bao Bao said that Suyu has a boyfriend. Chinma's face changed. Things were complicated. From her son's foot in two boats, it became Suyu and her son at the same time. In the past, when she watched TV, there was always a plot of the boss and his secretary hooking up. They were a pair of dogs. Chinma looked at it and felt sad. If she didn't pay attention, her son would also become that kind of person. This matter needs to be clarified. Chima's tone was serious. Of course. Otherwise it will seem that our Chin family has no education. The old man said seriously, "Is your belt ready?" "It's ready." The old man patted his waist. "I'll call the stinky boy to come in and talk. Don't be too serious, or Bao Bao will follow in." Chin Ma knew that in recent years, her daughter had been protecting her brother. Moreover, this was a mess, and the girls' faces were not good. "Yes," the old man nodded. "By the way, there's one more thing," Chin Ma said. The old man looked back. "Ace said before that you liked Suyu and that you two secretly contacted each other without telling him. He said that Suyu came to the house not to see him, but to see you. He said how you liked her and how you liked her." Look at A's worried face. Mother Chin chuckled and said, "If I didn't know your character, I would have thought that you were an old cow trying to eat young grass after hearing him say that." "Go." The old man spat, and then the murderous look in his eyes skyrocketed. "I don't think the belt is enough." The old man strode to the living room. Chin Ma smiled calmly. "Silly son, you don't even think about who raised you. You even dared to lie to your mother. Look at how your father will beat you." Moreover, it was the husband who beat him. She persuaded and protected A's from the side and made him grateful to his mother. She had played this game for more than 10 years. It was very smooth. Chapter 361. Chinze listened to the movement in the kitchen and imagined the scene. At this time, his mother reprimanded him with her hands on her hips. His grandfather bowed his head and explained nervously. His dignified image was gone. He wanted to rush in and take pictures. Ha ha. Other children would want their parents to treat each other with respect and love for the rest of their lives. However, Chinze knew that when parents quarreled, no, parents would never quarrel. Usually, it was the father who would be scolded unilaterally. Back then, when it came to his uncle, Grandpa Chin was against it at first. He felt that he should not indulge his uncle. However, Chinze's mother loved her younger brother dearly. She was afraid that he would really be drowned in the Huangpu River by the debt collectors. Although the current society was ruled by law, if it was more than a decade ago, loan sharks were as cruel as the underworld. Chin Ma cried and scolded at the same time. For the whole night, his grandfather was annoyed and went to his son's room to occupy his small bed. Little Chinze did not dare to complain and happily threw himself into his sister's arms. He slept on his sister's fragrant bed for the whole night. Not long after, the house was sold. Hey, why didn't they quarrel for a long time? His mother's temper was good, but as a wife, she could not bear it, right? She must question loudly. Could it be that his grandfather's ventriloquism was as good as his, and he could comfort his mother with a glib tongue? Liar, how could they quarrel? Chin Bao stretched her neck and nervously paid attention to the movement in the kitchen. It was calm and quiet. Wang Zijin and Suyu did not express their opinions on this matter, but looked at Chinze with questioning eyes. "No, they will quarrel. I'll count to 3, 2, 1. Bah, you want them to quarrel so much?" As they were talking, his grandfather came out of the kitchen and waved his hand. "Ace, come here and help your mother cut some vegetables. She can't spare her hands." Chinze looked at his father's face and felt something was wrong. His 18 years of professional experience made him have a woman's sixth sense. Chin Bao nudged him with her big, "But go away, I'm starving." Chinze was puzzled. When he stood up, he was kicked in the butt by his sister. Needless to say, Suyu came to the house on New Year's Eve, and the elder sister felt that her territory was invaded by the coquettish goods outside. So she vented her anger on him. Chinze went into the kitchen. Chin Ma's graceful figure could still be seen. She stood by the chopping board and cut vegetables. Mom, let me help you. He walked over. Chinma smiled. No need. Bang! With a soft sound, the kitchen door closed. Chinze turned his head and saw the old man staring at him with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. I might be in trouble. Or maybe the way I entered the kitchen was wrong, but the old man definitely wouldn't give him a chance. In the spacious kitchen, Chinze made sandwich biscuits for his parents. Dad, I was joking with Mom. Just now, please forgive me. The witty Chinze directly admitted his mistake. It was useless to be stubborn. It was impossible to be reasonable. He would not be reasonable in this life. If it was useful to be reasonable, why would he need his father's big weapon? Pa! The old man didn't say anything and cut his scalp. Dad, why did you hit me during the New Year? Chinze subconsciously stood at attention. He hated this damn instinct. Spicy old radish. It was really heavy. The old man didn't speak, and the second slap came. Chinze blocked it. Mom, you see, Dad hit me again. Chinze asked his good mother for help. Chinma waited for the old man to finish the third slap and whispered, Don't hit the child. Hitting can't solve the problem. Chinze complained, Maybe I'll get married in a few years. Dad, you can't always be so touchy. Marry a wife? The old man sneered. How many do you want to marry? Chinze, your ability has grown. You have a foot in 2 boats. Aren't you afraid that your legs will be too big and you will pull your balls? Ahem. Chinma coughed twice, indicating that her husband should use civilized words. The old man snorted coldly. I ask you, what's the matter with Suyu? What's the matter with Wang Zijin? Who is your girlfriend? Chinze. He could basically imagine the conversation between his parents in the kitchen. My son found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. Oh, my son also found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. My son's girlfriend is Wang Zijin. What about you? My son's girlfriend is Suyu. Haha, we only have one son, right? Yes, destroy him. When I was writing the script just now, I must have written the wrong name. The original name was A Straightforward Trap for Comrade Qin Jianzhang, and the wrong name was Today I'm Going to Die in a Fancy Way. There was no way to celebrate the new year. Chinze's heart was cold. The old man pointed at him and said angrily, If you don't make this clear today, you can't imagine what I'll do to you. What a terrible line. Chinze felt like a puppy that had been forced into a corner. There was no way out, but he couldn't bite. I have to think of a way to save myself. This kind of thing, even if you beat me to death, I can't say it out loud. If things went south, his mother's girlfriend and his father's girlfriend's model did not match. There was no way to explain it. System, it's time for you to appear. Quickly help me think of a way. Chinze communicated with the system in his mind. If there were no missions, the system basically wouldn't come out to speak. It would be content to be a lowlife. Perhaps it had given up on the idle host. Forget it. As long as the host is happy, the mission doesn't matter. This kind of mentality. System, I'm sorry, host. In this case, unless you have a cheat system to help you forcibly reduce the IQ of your parents, you have no hope of fooling them. Although your heart's desire is very strong, the system will not issue an impossible mission. Host, take care. Goodbye. Chinze, go to hell, lowlife system. Are you out to be funny? In the midst of despair, Chinze's brain twitched. He stubbornly said, I just want to die. The old man's response was 5 consecutive slaps, turning Chinze's carefully groomed hairstyle into chicken feathers. Dad, don't hit. I'll tell you everything. Chinze was very flexible. Sister Ziwei is my girlfriend, that's right. Su is also my girlfriend. The old man raised his hand again. Chinze took a step back and explained, Listen to me slowly. Chin Ma, who was behind him, knocked him on the head. It was rare for her to be angry. Hurry up and say it. Finally, he was hit by the mixed doubles. Chinze rubbed his head. His head hurt. The matter between Suyu and me is very melodramatic. After the stock market crashed, we made a lot of money. That night, the company organized a party. Everyone was very happy and drank a lot. Suyu was drunk. Of course, I drank a lot too. I sent her home. After sending her home, I wanted to go back, but Suyu said she liked me very, very much. Then, you know what happened? I don't know your sister. The old man raised his hand and greeted his son. He said angrily, "You used drinking as an excuse. It's fine if it was your first time, but why are you still in a relationship? You have a girlfriend and she has a boyfriend. What kind of nature is this? If it was a few decades ago, you would be criticized." This was what he was most annoyed about. It was a very bad nature to be two-timing. What boyfriend? Chinze was confused. Doesn't Suyu have a boyfriend? Who said so? Your sister and Zijin. Chinze, it turned out that while he was hiding in the kitchen, a fierce battle had already unfolded in the living room. Looking at the posture, his little Teddy was completely defeated. In terms of scheming, Suyu really couldn't beat Sister Ziwei. She might not even be able to beat Sister Bao. Dad, Suyu doesn't have a boyfriend. Chinze explained as he parried his father's slap. What? The old man's slap stopped. Suyu doesn't have a boyfriend, I promise. Then what did Zijin and your sister say? That she has one. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. What could he say? They were both flesh and blood. He couldn't say, Sister Ziwei, and your daughter teamed up to slander others. Really? The old man looked surprised. Chinze nodded hard. I swear. Chinma narrowed her eyes and made things clear. If her son was telling the truth, then Zijin and Bao Bao's hostility was very obvious. Zijin, this girl, was quite a dignified and well-behaved girl. TSK. What Chinma could think of, the old man certainly could. He was shocked. He always thought that Zijin was very dignified and gentle. He didn't expect that she would secretly make trouble. The old man remembered Wang Zijin's impeccable performance just now. This girl was amazing. Chapter 362. Let's not talk about whether she has a boyfriend or not. The old man waved his hand, scaring Chinze into thinking that he was going to be beaten again. What about Zijin? What's the relationship between you and Zijin? The old man's tone was irritated. Pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Chinze used implicit language to summarize his relationship with Sister Ziwei. No. The old man was stunned. Chinze nodded. The kitchen was quiet for a while. The old man frowned and pondered. Chinma was also pondering. Chinze was trembling. I don't know when the scalp will be cut. Steady. I will be able to get through it. What are you going to do? The old man couldn't figure it out and threw the question back to his son. I don't know. Chinze scratched his head. Perhaps seeing the confusion and loss in his son's eyes, the old man didn't cut him. From a father's point of view, he analyzed for his son. You have a relationship with her. As long as the girl doesn't ask you to leave, you should take responsibility. Suyu is a good girl. Of course, Dad is not pedantic. If you like Wang Zijin more, you can talk to Suyu and part on good terms. Otherwise, talk to Zijin and break up as soon as possible. Chinze lowered his head and shrugged his head, like a lost puppy in the wild, lonely and desolate. The old man's heart softened inexplicably. This was his salted fish, his son. Maybe he did something wrong, but as a father, he should not just reprimand and punish him seriously, but also point out the right path for him. The role of a father was the benchmark on the child's life path, and the lighthouse on a drifting ship. I should be more patient and careful, help him, persuade him, and guide him with gentle fatherly love. The old man sighed. If you have any thoughts and troubles, just say it. Dad has decades of life experience more than you. I think I can help you. Chinze said in a tangled voice. Can I have both? Do you have any experience in this area? The old man, Chinma, was speechless. Grandpa Sheng immediately looked at Chinma. Chinma snorted. Do you have any experience in this area? Attentive? Patience? Hee, such a son should be beaten to death. The old man said in a deep voice, Die, you little red man. He lifted the hem of his sweater and pulled out his belt. Oh, my dear father. Chinze hurriedly grabbed the belt. You'd better cut off my scalp. I'm not afraid. The leather belt was much more powerful than a feather duster, and he couldn't withstand it. I'm in despair. A new year has just started, and I've already been beaten up. I feel like I'm done for this year. This wasn't his natal year. Why was he so unlucky? Let go. I'm not letting go. Let go or I'll kill you. No, not even if you beat me to death. The father and son pulled the belt, and no one dared to let go. Looking at this scene, Chinma sighed. Her son had grown up, and he was no longer the child who was beaten and didn't dare to fight back. It was good to see her son grow up and have more and more independent personality. Chinma thought with relief and silently opened the second cabinet, where there was a rolling pin that hadn't been used for many years. Because her back was facing Chinze, Chinze didn't see his mother's action, or his young heart would be broken. When Grandpa Sheng saw it, his eyes lit up. He decisively picked up the rolling pin and said fiercely, Ha, little red man, accept this shit. Chinze was speechless. If you dare to hide, I'll call Tissue and sue you in now. Chinze was speechless. Stand properly and straighten your back. Chinze was speechless. Grandpa Sheng used the rolling pin to teach the little red man how to behave. He reprimanded. Do you think you've made some money and become arrogant? No matter how old you are still my son. Did I teach you from childhood? No matter rich or poor, the most basic integrity and bottom line of being a person must be upheld with zero tolerance. Do you want both of them? Ha. Chinze, oh Chinze, how could I have such a promising son like you? Why don't you use your money to get me married according to the imperial decree? Marriage by imperial decree was a system of one wife and many concubines in ancient times, but if you can get the emperor's permission, you can marry 2 wives. Grandpa Sheng's strength was ridiculing him. 5 minutes later, Chinma took her husband's hand and said angrily, If you have something to say, let's talk about it. Why are you beating him? If you break the child, you will compensate me. Tears streamed down Chinze's cheeks as he thought, Dear mother, could you have said this earlier? You are not a policeman, but you have learned the bad habit of being late. At 7:30 in the evening, Chinze helped Chinma make a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and a large basin of dumplings. The aroma spread from the kitchen to the living room, and the sisters were drooling. Chinze took out the last dish. Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, and Wang Zijin sat in a row. 3 pairs of eyes were shining. Let's eat. Grandpa Sheng waved his hand. He sat at the head of the table. The 3 sisters were on his left, and Chinze and Chinma were on his right. Ace, help me fill the bowl with rice. The elder sister said softly. Chinze filled a bowl of rice for her and handed it over. When Qin Bao Bao took the bowl, her face turned pale. Why is your hand swollen? Dad taught her a lesson. Chinze said, I hit my hand when I was washing the pressure cooker. Qin Bao Bao, does it hurt? Let me blow it for you. Wang Zijin, do you have any medicine at home? Suyu, I'll go buy some medicine. The 3 of them spoke in unison. They were all concerned and distressed. Grandpa Sheng, Chinma thought that Ace was surprisingly popular with women. She didn't realize it before. Grandpa Sheng thought that he was always envious. Sure enough, such a son should be beaten to death. That little chick would suffer. Grandpa Sheng couldn't give him any experience in emotional matters. He let Qinze figure it out by himself. Maybe it was because Qinma was standing next to him. Grandpa Sheng couldn't say, "Son, I'm the most experienced in this kind of emotional entanglement. Tonight, we'll have a long talk, and I'll teach you the secret of passing through thousands of flowers without being stained by a single leaf." Qinma and Grandpa Sheng couldn't intervene directly in their son's emotional problems. After discussing it, they decided to keep it a secret and let their son deal with it by himself. The ending might be happy and sad, but at least they wouldn't regret it. If they intervened forcibly, it might become a knot in the hearts of these young people for half of their lives. Although Grandpa Sheng liked to beat his son, he was not pedantic. He was even quite open-minded. The last sentence was, "There are many choices for girlfriends. You can try Su Yu and Wang Zijin, but it's not right to date two at the same time." To sum it up, both girls can try the depth and find the most suitable for their own type. Anyway, Qinze understood it like this. There was no problem. The Qin family's New Year's Eve dinner hadn't been so lively for many years. This year, Wang Zijin and Su Yu were added. If it weren't for their son's embarrassing emotional problems, Grandpa Sheng and Qinma would be very happy. The older they were, the more they liked to be accompanied by the younger generation. The more lively, the better. For many old people, the greatest hardship was not poverty, but loneliness day after day. For Su Yu, the happiest thing was to sit together and eat in harmony with the family. This happiness was not given to her by her relatives, but tonight in the Qin family, she felt the long-lost family affection. Sitting opposite her was the man she loved most, the serious but kind Uncle Qin and the gentle Qinma. Everything was so beautiful. If this scene could be photographed, please Photoshop the two little bitches. Perfect. At the New Year's Eve dinner, Grandpa Sheng, who had always been quiet at the table, made an exception and continued to talk about their topic with Su Yu, from the domestic economy to the foreign economy, and then to the global economy. Finally, they talked about the route that Bao's company should take in the financial industry in the future and some feasible businesses in the near future. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao had black question marks on their faces. The top students of Fudan University and Peking University felt that they were uncultured and low for the first time. They couldn't get a word in. Qinze could interrupt. "Dad, what you said is not suitable for my company. Su Yu, your foreign economic theory can't work in China. Change it as soon as possible. Dad, Su Yu's combination of things doesn't work. Don't discuss these meaningless things. It's ridiculous. Dad, your reform ideas are full of loopholes. Su Yu, your idea of learning from the Western economic experience and changing the downward pressure of the domestic economy is more naive. As the big boss who gnawed on the skill book to the maximum level, the academic discussion between Dad and Su Yu was like Confucius seeing two children debate. Confucius couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong, but Qinze could tell that both of them were wrong. It's none of your business. Go eat your meal. Grandpa Sheng reprimanded. Don't interrupt. Su Yu said coquettishly. Qinma and Wang Zijin talked about their daily life. Compared with the academic discussion between Grandpa Sheng and Su Yu, the two of them were more like a pair of comedians. Wang Zijin could always follow Qinma's words and make her smile. Wang Zijin knew how to please the elders. Qin Bao couldn't learn this skill. Qin Bao could only act coquettishly, but it was easy to kill the conversation. For example, Qinma said, Zijin, you will be 26 after the new year. It's time to find a boyfriend. Wang Zijin would smile and say, "Yes, Auntie, it's time to find one. If you have a chance to find a boy you can get along with, you can fall in love." If it was Qin Bao, she would say, "What boyfriend? Annoying." Qin Ma said, "Have you thought about when to get married?" Wang Zijin said, "Marry yourself before 30. What do you think, Annie?" If it was Qin Bao, "Mom, you are annoying. If you talk about this again, believe it or not, I will become a nun." The brother and sister buried their heads in eating and were ignored. At this time, Qin Zhe saw his sister blinking her watery eyes at him. Then, there was a small foot under the table rubbing his calf. What the hell? Qin Zhe was flustered. He couldn't pass the new year. "Sister, don't be wretched." Chapter 363. He couldn't help but panic. What happened just now? The old man and Qin Ma were considerate and gave him a beating. They didn't intervene in the end, but it didn't mean that the old couple wasn't angry. In this case, if they found out that the daughter was quietly rubbing against the son's legs under the table. After all, the table wasn't big, but the legs were quite close. Qin Zhe's father's words just now appeared in his mind. "You can't imagine what I'll do to you." In fact, he could imagine that these legs were probably gone. Moreover, his mother thought highly of Sister Xian, but she also had a good impression of Suyu. Just now, she scolded him in the kitchen and then left. Not only that, she even protected him. Only his mother was the best in the world. Whether it was Zijin or Suyu, his mother was relieved. In the end, as long as it wasn't the maggot she was afraid of, Qin Ma would approve of her son marrying any wife. However, if she found that maggot teasing her son under the table, Qin Zhe swallowed hard. Qin Zhe felt that this would be the most frightening New Year's Eve in his life. Moreover, he had to stay up late. The night was long, and he didn't know if he could survive tonight. The sound of firecrackers, congratulations, and laughter came from the TV. In this festive festival, Qin Zhe couldn't feel a trace of warmth and longed for the big boss's quilt. Sister's feet were flexible. They climbed from the calf to the thigh. Only her legs were long, so she could move as much as she wanted, but her upper body could remain motionless. However, wasn't she afraid of rubbing against her mother? Qin Zhe ignored his sister's teasing and sped up eating. He finished eating early and went to the living room to watch TV. With his parents here, his sister didn't dare to be presumptuous, Suyu didn't dare to make trouble, and Wang Zijin didn't dare to squint. How nice it was to watch the New Year's gala in harmony. So beautiful. That's it. The foot slid from the calf to the thigh and continued to move up. Then it would be 18K. Qin Zhe quietly reached his hand under the table, pinched the mischievous little foot, and pinched it hard. Ouch! The elder sister frowned and cried out in pain. At the same time, she retracted her foot. "What's wrong?" Qin Ma asked with concern. The old master looked over as well. The elder sister glared at Qin Zhe and said angrily, "Little punk, you stepped on my foot." Qin Zhe, "Sorry." The elder sister played the blame game and wrinkled her nose. "You're already so old, yet you still don't know your place when you're eating. So annoying." Qin Zhe was speechless. "I will take the blame for this. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time." Qin Zhe lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "I'll treat you to candy another day." "What kind of candy?" Qin Bao asked subconsciously. "Deoxyribose." Qin Zhe thought to himself. They continued to eat and chatted. Qin Ma asked about Wang Zijin's family. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin and her son were together. As the number one daughter-in-law, she didn't know about Wang Zijin's family situation. She only knew that she lived in the capital, and her father seemed to be in the government. Wang Zijin responded well. Her father was an official and didn't say how old he was. Her mother was the daughter of a rich family. Her grandfather was in his 70s. because he was injured when he was young, his health wasn't very good, and he retired early. She also had uncles and cousins. As for herself, she was an only child with no siblings. At first glance, it seemed that she had confessed her family background. Thinking about it carefully, there were thousands of families like this in China. There was no reference value at all. Hey, with Sister Ziwei's skills, if she and Mom fought, it would be very exciting. Wang Zijin ate very modestly and only took a few dishes around her. Qinzhe saw her eyes fall on the snow cabbage stewed with winter bamboo shoots in front of him several times. But the distance was a little far, so she didn't take it. In front of her uncles and aunts, she was impeccable in all aspects. But Qinzhe felt sorry for her. Sister Ziwei, eat this. I cooked it. I didn't cook for you and sister at home before. Qinzhe picked up her chopsticks and said, Try it. Wang Zijin squinted happily and smiled brightly. Ace was so considerate. Suddenly, Qinzhe felt a gaze fall on him. He turned his head and saw Suyu. Suyu didn't speak and fixed her soft eyes on him. She was clearly saying, I wanted to. Qinzhe understood the principle of not worrying about scarcity, but about uneven distribution. But the problem was, why was everyone's expression so strange? The old man sneered. Qinma chuckled. Sister's beautiful eyes stared at him sharply. Wang Zijin. In the eyes of parents, it was probably two daughters-in-law competing for favor or something. In the eyes of sister and Wang Zijin, Suyu was stirring up trouble again. Suyu liked Qinzhe. They both saw it. But Suyu came to the house this time, nominally to visit the old man. Little you, look away. How can you stare at people like that? Qinzhe was anxious and braced himself. You can't get it either? I'll help you. He picked up a piece for Suyu. Suyu smiled sweetly and said, Thank you. His knee was kicked hard, and it hurt. It was Sister. Sister glanced at her bowl. Okay, I'll finish the sins I've committed, even if I have to kneel. Sister, you try it too. Mom, you have a piece too. Dad, you eat. The old man gave him a meaningful look. He always felt that his father's gaze was very complicated. Hating iron for not becoming steel, envious and jealous. Qinzhe sat down, picked up the bowl, and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. That foot came again, along his calf, and climbed up flexibly. Suyu and Wang Zijin made me suffer, and you're still blindly joining in the fun. Although it's my own sin, we've been siblings for more than 20 years. Believe it or not, give me a way out. Big brother. Qinzhe glared at his sister, put down the bowl, reached to the table, and pinched hard. Ouch. Suyu cried out in pain. What's wrong? The old man asked. Qinzhe was speechless. Maybe I stepped on it again. Suyu immediately nodded. Yes, he stepped on it. What's wrong with you, stepping on so many people for a meal? The old man stared at his son unhappily. Qinzhe, come on, where's Do-e? I want to play solo with you. His mentally and physically exhausted sister who loved to cause trouble, and Teddy Sue who loved to cause trouble were both troublesome. Sister Zian was still the best. Sister Zian would definitely not be able to do this kind of coquettish action of rubbing someone's leg under the table. Moreover, she was 165 meters tall and sat far away. It seemed that if she wanted to stretch out her legs to tease him, the posture of her upper body would be very big, unlike 72-meter long-legged monsters. Short legs also had their advantages. Qinzhe glanced at Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin? She always felt that A's eyes were strange. Finally, the meal was over. 6 people, more than a dozen dishes, and a large pot of dumplings. The dishes were almost finished, and there were not many dumplings left. The three beautiful women leaned on the sofa, enjoying the comfort after eating. Then the question was, what about the bowls and chopsticks? Who would help Qin Ma clean up? The old man would not do housework. So Qin Ma glanced at Wang Zijin. The gentle and virtuous first daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma glanced at Su Yu. The cold and elegant second daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma looked at her daughter again. Forget it, if she had a reaction, she was not her daughter. Mom, don't look, they don't have this consciousness. Qinze bowed his head and said, stacking the rice bowls together, let me help you. Sister is Dad's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. I am your intimate little cotton-padded trousers. Hey, the little cotton-padded trousers were not close to the heart. It should be called the little cotton-padded trousers, but if he said it out loud, he would be beaten to death. Qin Ma sighed. You don't have to do housework. You, boy, still have a bad taste in choosing a wife. Qinze thought, it's all your and Dad's fault. The mother and son were washing dishes in the kitchen, and his mother sighed. In the past, I was always worried about Bao Bao's marriage. She may be used to being single and heartless. She didn't pay much attention to you, but she didn't pay attention, and you found too. Speaking of this topic, Qinze felt very guilty. He knew that his mother knew that his sister was a brother complex. Qinze anxiously told Qin Ma that Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in order to dispel his mother's doubts. I said that I am Mom's little cotton-padded trousers. Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Mom doesn't worry about you. There are many girls in my hometown who want to marry to a big city, Qin Ma said with a smile. If you can't find a wife in the future, I will go to my hometown to find a girl for you to go on a blind date. Just find a few, as long as they are passable. After all, you are ordinary and not handsome, so I can't ask too much. Qinze, Mom, you will lose your son like this. He was unwilling to give up, and said, Mom, look, am I really not handsome? Qin Ma looked at him. Look carefully, you are quite handsome. Maybe you didn't have good nutrition in the past, so your complexion was not good, so you don't look handsome. Qinze's facial features were very regular, but they were not delicate enough. The system slightly made him more delicate, and his appearance immediately increased by several levels. In the internet's buzzword, you are not ugly, but you are not obviously handsome. Mom is also very beautiful. You are so old, but you only have a little bit of crow's feet. Qinze said. Mrs. Qin was speechless. Son, do you want to lose your mother? After washing the dishes, Qinze came to the living room. Ace, come and play cards with us, Qin Bao suggested. At this time, there was nothing to watch on TV. The New Year's Eve in the big city was actually quite boring. Since the accident on the Bund, there were fewer New Year's Eve activities. If they went out to play, it felt no different from usual. On New Year's Eve, the 4 members of the Qin family would play cards, and Qinze and Qin Bao would join hands to cheat some pocket money from their parents. Qin Ma sat on the sofa to rest and smiled. You for play, we old people watch TV. The old man said, focus on entertainment. Don't play too much. Zijin, Suyu, you two be careful. Qinze and Bao often used to look at each other and cheat pocket money from me and their mother. They have a tacit understanding. Don't fall into their trap. Qinze said, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. It's as if we can use our eyelids to crack Morse code. Suyu said that she didn't like to play cards, then moved to Qinze's side, next to him, and watched him play cards. Qin Bao sneered, afraid of losing money. Wang Zijin added, I'll lend it to you. You don't have to pay it back. Suyu whispered, 2 illiterate idiots. Qinze was the only one who heard it and understood it. Hopefully, they could spend New Year's Eve in harmony. Chapter 364. Now Suyu, who is proficient in 18 kinds of martial arts and proficient in 108 kinds of postures, indeed has enough confidence to despise Wang Zijin and Qin Bao in this respect. And Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are really illiterate. Fortunately, the old man and Qin Ma are on the side. Suyu can't despise the two little bitches loudly. She has to consider her image in the hearts of her uncle and aunt. If this sentence is said loudly, it will be very bad. Sister will definitely refute. You have a high education? Sister just disdains the postgraduate entrance examination. Sister, who lacks internet knowledge, can be ignored. Sister Ziwei always feels that she will notice something. After all, she is an internet veteran. Suyu doesn't play cards, the old man fills in, and 4 people play double buttons. The old man put on his glasses, sitting next to Qin Ma, opposite to Qin Zhe, and sitting next to Suyu. At first glance, Suyu seems to have become the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin secretly gnashed their teeth. Playing cards was 30% luck, 30% memory, and 40% logic. In terms of memory, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are both outstanding. After several rounds of playing, they know what cards they played and what cards they didn't play. In terms of logic, the old man and Qin Zhe are awesome people, and there is absolutely no possibility of playing bad cards. They fought for 2 hours in a row. There were wins and losses. During this period, Suyu sat beside Qin Zhe obediently. He didn't talk much. He didn't point fingers, but he was getting closer and closer to him. In the last game, Qin Zhe and the old man were in a group. This game was very anxious. Both sides were very unlucky. Only Qin Bao and the old man held bombs in their hands and used them early. Then everyone began to play singles and doubles. Qin Zhe held a pair of cues in his hand, 3 fours, and it was his turn to play cards. He was a little hesitant. The number of cards in the hands of the sisters was not small. If he played a pair or 3, he might be eaten. Qin Zhe hesitated again and asked, Suyu, what do you think? The sleepy Suyu was refreshed, and her eyes were bright. Are you asking me? What if I lose? Qin Zhe grinned. If you pay, just say it. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, pointed to 3 fours, and said seriously, play this. After a pause, she added, I guess. Qin Zhe said, it's okay. He threw 3 fours. Originally, he thought that it would be safer to play double Q, but maybe people who didn't know how to play were luckier. Unexpectedly, the sisters had no cards, and Qin Zhe threw away the double Q again. Qin Bao Bao immediately returned with a double K and played an ace. She only had 1 card left in her hand. The old man played a 2 to take her down and threw out the last card in his hand. The sisters failed miserably. Suyu cheered and stretched out her white and tender hand to Wang Zijin. Give me the money. Wang Zijin handed it to her with no expression. Then she reached out and asked Qin Bao for it. Qin Bao's face was black, and a Grandpa Mao card was in her hand. Suyu happily looked for change in the light red Hermes wallet, gave it to Qin Bao, and stuffed the Grandpa Mao card into her wallet. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the old man took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and waved his hand. I'll watch TV. I won't play. You 3 play fight the landlord. Qin Bao was not reconciled to lose money. She twisted her waist and said coquettishly, No, how can you win money and leave? Come again. Qin Ma patted her daughter's head gently and said, Your father is tired. Go play by yourself. Wang Zijin glanced at Suyu and suddenly said, Otherwise, let's play the king's game. Qin Bao's eyes lit up like a big light bulb. Interesting, let's play this. Suyu, do you want to play? Suyu's face glowed, and she was eager to try. This is okay, let's play. The 3 women looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, I suddenly feel so tired, I quit. No, they said in unison. You are deliberately making things difficult for me. Chinze, if he remembered correctly, the king's game was very exciting. The king had the absolute right to order others to do anything. This anything needed to be agreed upon in advance. Otherwise, the game could not be played. Think about it. If Chinze drew the king's game, he could do anything. Zijin, take off your pants. Suyu, come up by yourself. Sister, please eat sweets. Well, this kind of story would probably only appear in pornographic manga. Normal people would not play like this, but the king's game could play all kinds of tricks, like barking like a dog, letting two men kiss, etc. It was very interesting. Such an interesting game, but it made Chinze's chrysanthemum tighten, and his balls go cold. You can't guarantee what the sisters will ask for. What game? Tell me about it. Chinma asked with a smile. Chinze drew the king, A2, and 3 cards and explained, the person who draws the king can order the people in A2 and 3 to do anything. It's quite interesting. Chinma laughed. Chinze's heart moved, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Mom, Dad, why don't you play too? With his parents present, the sisters would not play without restrictions. Most importantly, he had some questions to ask his parents. He could use this opportunity. Life is full of tricks. I don't only want to trick Dad, I also want to trick Mom. If I die on New Year's Eve, I will drag everyone down with me. Chinze thought to himself in despair. Old Master Lin did not have to use his brain and mind. There was still an hour to the Spring Festival Gala. Chinma felt that it was not a bad idea to play with the children. She did not know that she had fallen into the trap that her son had dug. Chinze drew the cards, shuffled them, and spread them out on the coffee table. Everyone drew their own cards. Chinma was very lucky. She was the first to draw the king. So I'm the king, right? She showed the cards to everyone. Mom, you can order anyone here to do anything. Qin Bao Bao laughed. Chinma pointed at her sister and shouted, Qin Bao Bao, bring your boyfriend home this year. Qin Bao Bao. Chinma raised the king. Are you going to play dirty? Chinze said, Mom, this is not the way to play. If you point out the numbers, any one from 1 to 5. Chinma, then what's the number of Bao Bao? Qin Bao Bao hurriedly clamped the cards between her long legs. I'm not going to tell you. Chinze said, just say 1, it's more interesting. Chinma pondered for a moment. Then we can only guess. I guess Bao Bao is number 1. Number 1, bring your boyfriend home this year. Old Master Lin's mouth twitched and threw the number 1 card on the table. Can you change the request? I can't do it. Chinze, pft, Suyu, pft, Wang Zijin, pft. Qin Bao Bao laughed and collapsed on the sofa. Dad, you must bring your boyfriend home next year. Chinma wanted to kill her daughter. She glared at her and laughed dryly. Then let's change the request. Hubby, pour me a glass of water. Old Master Lin poured the water. In the second round, Qin Bao Bao drew the king. She rolled her eyes and quietly exchanged glances with Wang Zijin. Her sister coughed. Number 3 and number 5. Who's your boyfriend or girlfriend? Chinze glanced at his card. Very good, number 1. But at this time, Su silently showed the number 5. Chinze. Chapter 365. Number 5 was Suyu, and number 3 was Chinma. Chinma put the cards on the table and said with a smile, Mom's boyfriend is now my husband. The old man reached out and hugged Chinma. Chinma snuggled in her husband's arms, and the two people unscrupulously showed their love to their son and daughter, as well as daughters-in-law number 1 and 2. Qin Bao Bao looked at Suyu and squinted. What about you? Qin Bao Bao always felt that the wolf in the house was the biggest threat. Now, there is a teddy bear. Since knowing Suyu's attitude towards Qinze has changed. Qin Bao felt it most deeply. She was almost sure that Suyu took a fancy to the pig she had raised for 23 years. Before this, Qin Bao just laughed and felt that everything was under her control. But Suyu's visit on New Year's Eve made Qin Bao wake up. It turned out that there were things that she couldn't control. For example, Suyu hooked up with her father without saying a word, and even had a good relationship with him. She called him Uncle Qin, sweetly. Her father looked at her with eyes full of kindness. Qin Bao had no confidence in her heart. She wanted to see how far the little red guy and Suyu had gone. Qin Bao looked straight at Suyu and sneered in her heart. Let's see if you will jump. At this time, Qinze and Wang Zijin looked at each other. The real werewolf looked calm and nodded slightly to Qinze. Steady, we can win. Suyu said lightly, I don't have a boyfriend. She added in her heart, I only have a husband. Qin Bao said in a suspicious tone, tell the truth, or it will be boring. Suyu said seriously, I don't have a boyfriend. Qin Ma laughed and said, then you have to find one quickly. Mom's words are quite profound. The old man glanced at his son and sneered. Qinze suddenly woke up. Suyu did not lie. His real girlfriend was Wang Zijin. Suyu was still trying to poach Wang Zijin and had not driven Wang Zijin off the stage for the time being. But Suyu did lie. Her relationship with Qinze was not wrong to say that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. It was equivalent to a bug. In the view of Qin Ma and the old man, Suyu's answer was not wrong, because they knew that she wasn't his girlfriend. It was not clear whether Qin Bao believed him or not, but she looked pensive. After reshuffling the cards, the game entered the third round. This time, it was Suyu who drew the king's card. She glanced at Qinze's card, and her mouth curved sharply. She put the king's card on the table. Number 1 and number 2, who is your favorite person? Wang Zijin heaved a sigh of relief. She was number 5. Qin Ma and the old man smiled and said, not us. The brother and sister spread out their cards. Qinze was number 1, and Qin Bao was number 2. Qinze looked at his sister, and his sister looked at Qinze. Both of their eyes were panicked. Qinze's mouth twitched. Damn it, can't we play happily? It's not about whether you have a boyfriend or not. It's about who you like most. Can't you change it? Suyu stared at Qinze. Wang Zijin stared at Qinze. Only the sister lowered her head guiltily. What should I do? Mom's eyes are so hot. Bao's heart is so flustered. This game can't be played. Sob. However, almost at the same moment, the brother and sister's eyes met again. Favorite person, Qinze would rather answer the last question. He gritted his teeth and spread out the matter. Only this matter. He dared not show his cards. People will die, the kind that will die miserably. I'm a billionaire. I can't die here. However, such a stimulating question. It seemed that they had heard their brother, sister, answer it. The brother and sister thought so. Wang Zijin smiled and said, say it, don't dawdle. Suyu whispered, is it so difficult to choose? Qin Ma urged, say it. The old man, ha. Qinze gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Of course, I like Mama best. Qin Bao had a brainwave and rushed to hold the old man's arm. Of course, I like Dad the best. The old man laughed heartily. Good girl. If there was a disagreement, he would reward his daughter with a pat on the head. Shameless. Suyu wrinkled her nose. You siblings are playing tricks. Wang Zijin glanced sideways, obviously not satisfied. I'm not playing tricks. The person I like most is my dad. Is there anything wrong? Qin Bao said righteously and flattered her father. I like Dad the best. She rubbed her head in the old man's arms. Most of the 25-year-old city girls are childish. In the countryside, girls of this age are mothers. Chinze said in his heart, you didn't say who you love most. Like you like your parents the most. There's nothing wrong with that. Su Yu and Wang Zijin also figured out that there was a bug in this question, and it was overlooked. While Chinze was shuffling the cards, Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Bao. Bao, Su, you must have taken a fancy to A's. Qin Bao replied, I think so too. Wang Zijin, if in the next game, whoever draws the national trump card, ask her who she likes. Qin Bao, no, she will say that the person she likes is Dad. You should ask her if she wants to find Chinze as a boyfriend. Yes or no, choose one of the two. Wang Zijin, that's it. Okay, the game continues. This time, it was her sister who drew the national trump card again. She was really lucky. Wang Zijin was very excited. Her best friend was really lucky. She could continue to attack Su Yu. She quietly made a number of 3 under the table, which meant that she was the third card. In the game of 6 people, she could command up to 2 people, so the probability of catching Su Yu was 2 in 4. Qin Bao nodded slightly. She and Wang Zijin were good friends, good classmates, and desk mates for 3 years in college. They ate and did homework together. Occasionally, they would go to the playground to watch boys play basketball. When Qin Bao and Wang Zijin went to the court, the boys were like roosters on drugs and were very excited. Such a good bestie. I'm going to stab her in the back. Number 3, do you have a boyfriend? Qin Bao said loudly. Wang Zijin looked at her incredulously, feeling as if something had left her in her heart. Yes, it was the trust between people. Obviously, we said that we would attack Su Yu together. Why did you backhand me? I treat you as my best friend. What do you treat me as? Little lover? Wang Zijin was completely disheartened as she spread out the number 3 card. Chinze, it's over. Qinma, puffed, Mom, don't be like this. Chinze looked at his mother with aggrieved eyes. Do you have a boyfriend or not? Qin Bao looked straight at Wang Zijin. Therefore, his elder sister must have felt something. Wang Zijin hadn't spoken yet. Su Yu interrupted. It's strange. What's the meaning of your question? Whether she has a boyfriend or not. You don't know. Su Yu couldn't understand. In her understanding, Chinze and Wang Zijin were boyfriend and girlfriend. Qin Bao must know. After all, one is a brother, and the other is a best friend. Ahem. Chinze coughed. Don't say it again. Didn't you see Sister Ziwei's face was black? Su Yu stopped, looked at Chinze, and then looked at Qin Bao thoughtfully. Yes, Wang Zijin said seriously. Qin Bao asked, Who is it? Wang Zijin smiled and said, Then wait until you get the next king. Qin Bao looked at her suspiciously and smiled. Then I'll ask you next time. Qin Bao leaned over and shuffled the cards. Chinze and Wang Zijin opened their eyes and Morse code. Chinze, Sister Ziwei, can we still win? Wang Zijin, it's hard to say. Let's develop wretchedly and look forward to the opponent's play. Chinze, my sister's development is good. She's determined to play. Also, I'm confident that she won't get the king even once. After all, it was 36D. Chinze sighed silently. On this New Year's Eve, 3 women were a drama. It was not surprising that anything would happen. The situation was out of control. Forget it. Everything depends on God's will. If everything is God's will, everything is fate. After all, it's destined. I really want to sing this song. The 5th round began. There was always a way out. Qin Bao did not get the king card. This card was in Chinze's hands. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qin Zhe threw the king card on the table. He slowly looked at Qin Ma. He was waiting for this moment. After several shuffling, Qin Zhe made a little trick on each card, or drew an S, Z, or L line with his fingernails. Anyway, he made a mark on each card. 5 shuffles, exactly 5 cards. Qin Ma was lucky and did not draw a card that he had drawn. This time, he made a mark on each card, so he decisively grabbed the king card. This was Qin Zhe's confidence. The first few times, he did not grab the king card because he was afraid that his sisters would see through him. After all, everyone here was not trash. They were all very smart. Every time he drew the king card, his sisters would know that he recognized the card. What should he ask? He had already thought about it. He definitely could not ask, "Mom, what's your biggest secret?" It would be useless to ask. Qin Zhe took a deep breath. Number 1, who was your first love? Qin Ma slowly showed the cards and smiled. Of course, it was your father. Qin Zhe said, "Mom, you were so beautiful when you were young. How did Dad manage to win your heart?" Qin Ma said angrily, "Why are you asking about this?" Qin Zhe looked at Grandpa Shun. Grandpa Shun's smiling face was obviously very proud. Seems like Mom did not lie. My first love was Comrade Qin Jianzhang. The game continued. Qin Zhe drew the king card again. Number 3, what's the biggest secret in your heart? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Ma helplessly spread the number 3 card on the table and shook her head. No. Qin Bao Bao, I don't believe it. After the sister finished, she glanced at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled and said, "There must be a secret. Mom, if you don't tell me, then I'll change the question." Qin Ma frowned and nodded in agreement. "Mom, I remember you used to take me to Zhejiang province for holidays and stayed at Aunt Sue's house. I heard that Aunt Sue had a younger brother who was very rich, but I've never seen him. Once, Aunt Sue's husband was sick and had no money. You paid for it. So I thought, why didn't her rich brother help?" Aunt Sue and her brother have a bad relationship. Grandpa Shin sighed. The Aunt Sue you're talking about is Suru, right? Xiaolong. I remember that Suru loved Ace very much. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Suyu and Wang Zijin listened silently. They didn't feel anything. After all, they were strangers. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head, her eyes twinkling, and no one knew what she was thinking. Qin Ma's face was very interesting, and she even forced a smile. "Why are you asking this? It's been so many years. I forgot. Aunt Sue loves me so much. Of course, I'm curious. At that time, I thought that when I grew up, I must teach her brother a lesson." "What's there to teach him? He's a stranger." Qin Ma was unhappy. "How can he be a stranger? You and Aunt Sue are so close. You shouldn't know her brother. We haven't contacted each other for more than 10 years. How can we be friends?" "Why haven't you contacted each other?" "Don't ask." Qin Ma's face was ugly. "Oh, forget it. Let's continue." Qin Zhe was ready to shuffle the cards. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm tired." Qin Ma got up and walked to the kitchen. "I'll wash some fruit for you." After the game ended, everyone felt mentally and physically exhausted. Chapter 366. At 12 o'clock, Qin Ma and the old man gave red packets to Qin Zhe and the others, which was considered as New Year's money. The elder sister opened the red packet, and there was a red 100 yuan bill. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Then she reached out and grabbed the red packet from Qin Zhe's pocket, took out the money inside, and said righteously, "This year's New Year's bag. Elder sister will help you keep it. Well, just treat it as your wife's money." Qin Ma said helplessly, "Why do you care about Ace's wife's money? You, as a mother, don't care. As an elder sister, I'll have to work hard." Qin Bao Bao said. Wang Zijin glanced at her. Sue, you carefully stuffed the red packet into the inner pocket of the down jacket and was sincerely happy. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Qin Bao Bao yawned. I'm going to sleep. Wang Zijin asked, Aren't you staying up for the new year? Qin Bao Bao shrugged. Women who stay up late grow old quickly. In the past, it was Ace who stayed up for the new year for me. Good brother, please continue this year. Wang Zijin, Qinzhe sneered. Mom and Dad, this is your good daughter. Qinma, I'm used to it. Anyway, for so many years, you've stayed up for the new year. The old man, you talk too much. Why do girls stay up late? Bao, Bao, go to sleep. Qinzhe, I was the one who humiliated myself. Wang Zijin was also sleepy. She didn't need to stay up for the new year, so she went to sleep with Qin Bao Bao. Suyu whispered, what should I do? I want to sleep too. Should I go back? Qin Ma said, Suyu, you sleep in A's room. He stays up for the new year at night. If he can't stand it, he can sleep on the sofa. Suyu nodded. Oh, he was a little happy. Mrs. Qin took her to Qinzhe's room. Qinzhe's room wasn't big. It couldn't be compared to his parents' master bedroom or his sister's small master bedroom. However, the decoration was very simple. There was a bed, a desk, a cabinet, a lamp. There wasn't a mess of furnishings. It gave a refreshing feeling. This was the place where Qinzhe had slept for 20 years. His scent was everywhere, especially the bed. Suyu blushed, and her eyes sparkled. I'll help you change the sheets. Qin Ma said, No need. Suyu waved his hand. Qin Ma glanced at her with a meaningful smile. That's true. All right then. Suyu was so embarrassed. After Qin Ma left, she became happy again. She kicked off her slippers and happily rolled on Qinzhe's bed. She rolled left and right, and her whole body was covered with Qinzhe's smell. Actually, there was no need to go through so much trouble. She had Qinzhe's scent in her body. New Year's Eve was very happy, happier than any other New Year's Eve before. The only regret was that Qinzhe slept in the living room. It would be perfect if he could sleep next to her. Suyu lay on the bed and sent a message to Qinzhe. Honey, come on. Send me a message before bed. Qinzhe replied, Get lost. Come on. I can't bear it. I need my husband to comfort me. Are you crazy? Behave. You can pay later. My parents' room is on your left, and my sister's room is opposite. Let me tell you, the soundproofing in my house is not very good. If you scream too loudly, you'll disturb them. I'll definitely not scream. No, then I'll come to the living room. The living room is so far away. They definitely can't hear. Okay, when my parents are asleep, you can come out. Really? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Annoying. After the Spring Festival Gala, the old man and Qin Ma went back to their room to sleep. The older generation has special feelings for the Spring Festival Gala. Young people don't like to watch the Spring Festival Gala, but they like to complain about it. However, the older generation will basically stay at home on New Year's Eve and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Qinzhe sometimes feels very emotional. After a few decades, the older generation will be gone. Will no one watch the Spring Festival Gala? Will this indelible New Year's Eve still be valued as it is now? He lay on the sofa, thinking about the thrilling experience tonight. First, he was shocked by Suyu's visit. Then, his parents saw through his double affair and taught him a lesson in the kitchen. Then, during dinner, his sister dared to tease him. Finally, a small game was played. It was thrilling and flustered. This was definitely the most exciting New Year's Eve in 23 years. But it's all in the past. Everything is in the past. Salted fish, Zay. I've survived tonight. Thinking like this, there was the sound of footsteps in the corridor. The sound of slippers was heard. The beautiful sister came over and winked at Qinze. Her eyes were very bright and charming. Qinze looked at the ceiling and felt that he had become an old general on the stage. "What are you doing here?" Qinze was very tired. "Ah, the night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. I'm looking for A's to talk about life." The sister walked over. "Where's Sister Ziwei?" "She's asleep." "Then you should go to sleep quickly." Qin Bao sat on Qinze's lower abdomen and propped her hands on his chest. She said charmingly, "Your Majesty, I've been alone for a long time. It's late and cold at night. No one in the room can talk to me. I'm flustered." With that, her round buttocks sat down hard. "Speak human." Qinze sucked in a breath of cold air. "Two questions." Qin Bao narrowed her eyes. "What's the matter with Suyu? What's the relationship between you two? What's the relationship between you and Wang Zijin's boyfriend?" She twisted his ear with her cold little hand and snorted, "If you tell me the truth, I may be able to give you some advice. If you tell me a lie, I'll shout, 'Molester! Help!'" "Is there a third option?" Qinze asked. "Yes." Qin Bao lay on top of him and said with a charming smile, "My little brother's little brother, cut it off forever." Qinze said, "Since you asked sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to protect the world's peace. It's like this. On a dark and windy night, Suyu recommended himself to sleep with me. Then I slept with him. On another dark and windy night, Sister Ziwei hugged me and said, 'Ace, I like you. I like you very much. You must be my boyfriend. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. You can't not like me.'" Qin Bao didn't say a word and stared straight at him. Qinze said in his heart, "This is the calm before the storm. Next, will my sister kill him with a hug or kill him with scissors' feet?" His elder sister burst out laughing and collapsed in his arms. Her body trembled, and her delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. "You don't believe me? I don't believe your big head." Sister charmingly rolled her eyes. "Ha ha, if Wang Zijin would say such things, she would not be Wang Zijin. In the 3 years of high school, she didn't even wear a short skirt. Moreover, I don't believe that Suyu would say such things. She even recommended herself to sleep with you. You're overthinking it." Qinze said in his heart, "In fact, I didn't lie to you. I didn't want to hide it from you, but I didn't want you to know." Qin Bao sighed, "But Suyu really likes you, I can see it. Wang Zijin also has a good impression of you. Ace, if you were to choose one of them, who would you choose?" His tone was calm, and his expression was full of smiles. At first glance, it seemed that he was choosing one of the two, but in fact, it was not. If Qinze was so naive, he would not have lived for so many years under his sister's abuse. "I choose Sister." Qinze gave the answer with a smile. "Sister is so hot and beautiful. If I want to find a girlfriend, I will also find someone like you." Qin Bao smiled. "Good." Qinze breathed a sigh of relief. "Right." Qin Bao took out 2 red Grandpa Mao bills from the small pocket of her pajamas and went to the cabinet under the TV to look for the red envelope. Her long hair was scattered, and when she squatted down, her buttocks were just like a full moon. She stuffed Grandpa Mao into the red envelope, put it on Qinze's chest, and patted it with her small hand. "Happy New Year." 2 big bills, one was Qinze's, and the other was her own, and now they were all given to Qinze. Qinze was moved. "Happy New Year. Grandpa is the best." Sister tilted her head. "So, it's your turn to give the red envelope. So, this should be another trick." Qinze looked at her sly smile and said angrily, "I didn't bring cash," or "I'll give you back these 2 bills." No sincerity. Qin Bao wrinkled her nose. help me get my clothes. Qin pushed his sister's buttocks. Sister went to the hanger in the hallway and brought his clothes. Qin pulled out his black Hermes wallet. The wallet was filled with colorful credit cards. Each one of them was enough to drive a gold digger crazy. He pulled out a card and gave it to his sister. Happy New Year. Here, this is your red envelope, not your wife's money. Qin Bao blinked. So, I can spend as much as I want, right? Is it different? Have you ever been soft-hearted when you spend my wife's money? Qin rolled his eyes. Qin Bao was speechless, so she chopped his head with her hand. Qin said, "Isn't your own little treasury enough? Why do you cheat me of my money all day?" "It's none of your business." Qin Bao chopped again and said in a low voice, "It's different." She held the credit cards and ran back to her room. Soon after, Suyu's message, waiting for good news, waiting for good news, waiting for good news. Qin no, today I want to enter meditation. No, I want to enter meditation. Suyu, liar, big liar. Qin my sister just came out. I have a hunch that Sister Ziwei will come out later. In short, it's very dangerous tonight. The sound of slippers came. Who are you texting? Wang Zijin's gentle voice. Qin don't raise flags randomly. Sister Ziwei, why are you not sleeping so late? Come out. Qin I'm browsing Tieba, scolding people, not chatting with anyone. Wang Zijin sat beside him. Bao just came out. Qin yes. She was so happy when she went back, holding a credit card in her hand. It's the red envelope I gave her. Sister Ziwei, you have one too. Qin took out another credit card. I thought I would give it to you tomorrow, thinking you were asleep. Wang Zijin took the credit card, satisfied. Now I can sleep peacefully. Good night, dear. Qin said, Good night, my dear. A few minutes later, Suyu sent a message. I just heard footsteps. Qin Bao came out again. No, it's Sister Ziwei. Qin sighed. You come out too? Gently, I'll give you a red envelope. Suyu, moi. Alas. Chapter 367. The next morning, he woke up. Qin glanced at the bright sun outside the window and felt refreshed. I survived the New Year's Eve in Salted Fish Lake. I'm happy. Last night, he thought that he might not survive the cold New Year's Eve. Although the air conditioner was on, his heart was cold. 3 women make a play. This saying was not wrong at all. To sum it up, they could make a fuss. Everything was over, really over, because it was dawn. This time, he could set up flags crazily. The sun was his biggest backer. This morning, the ants were coming to eat at home. Suyu had no reason to stay, and relatives were coming. Even if she stayed, she would be very restrained. Sister Ziwei was the same. Happy. We, the common people, are so happy today. Qin sang loudly. What are you so happy about? Qin Ma's voice came from the kitchen. It was 7:30 in the morning. Qin Ma and the old man got up. Her mother was making breakfast in the kitchen. The old man sat at the table and looked at his mobile phone. He should be using his mobile phone to read the news. Qin folded the quilt neatly and stood at the kitchen door with the quilt. Probably I'm glad that I survived another night. By the way, where do I put the quilt? Qin Ma shook her head. Solve the matter as soon as possible. It's useless to waste time. Don't think that your father doesn't urge you. If you don't give him a satisfactory result, he will really hit you. Qin hummed twice and perfunctorily told his mother that only his mother was good in the world. Qin Ma was always very tolerant of him. Put it in your room. Suyu has already got up. Zijin has also got up. They are all washing up. Wake up your lazy sister. Qin Ma turned and smiled. One is in the bathroom outside, and the other is in the bathroom of Mai and your father's room. Qin Ma's voice paused and looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Chinze held the quilt with both hands. Is there a flower on my face? No. Chinma stopped talking. Oh. Chinze hugged the blanket and turned to greet the old man who was sitting at the dining table. Good morning, Dad. The old man nodded and looked up. Continue helping your mother at noon. The old man's voice paused, and his expression became strange. Help my mother with what? Chinze hugged the bedding with both hands. You're just like my mother. Your gaze is so strange. Help your mother cook lunch. The old man muttered. You're messing around at home. You don't know how to control yourself. Chinze took the quilt to his room and met Suyu coming out of the bathroom, humming a song. Teddy seemed to be in a good mood. Hey, good morning, Chinze greeted. Suyu raised a smile on her cold face. It was as if the ice river melted, particularly bright and beautiful. Morning, you, gif of Suyu's smile gradually disappearing. You have a strange look in your eyes, Chinze repeated. Suyu stared at him fiercely, showing a rare look of anger. At this time, the door of his parents' room opened. After washing up, Sister Ziwei came out refreshed. Sister Ziwei. Chinze's heart moved, silently watching her approach. Gif of Suyu's smile gradually disappearing. It appeared again. Originally, Wang Zijin saw him and subconsciously showed a gentle smile. She came a few steps and looked at his face. Her small face changed, and the smile disappeared. Chinze was shocked at that time. Did my appearance plummet when I woke up, or was my complexion so bad that I was disfigured? You don't have to say anything. I'll look at myself in the mirror. He hugged the blanket into the bathroom. Chinze stood in the bathroom and stared at himself in the mirror. His mind was full of what the F***ck. The little brother in the mirror was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a clear face. If this face walked on the street, countless good girls would scream, "Look, fast shooter." This was not the point. The point was that there were 2 bright red lipstick marks on this face, on the left cheek and the corner of the mouth. In addition, Chinze also found that there was a lipstick mark on his neck. Pills. Chinze's eyes were suddenly wet. Chin, the veteran of the stage, Zay. A moment ago, he was still rejoicing. It was dawn, and the bitterness was over. It was all right, and he survived smoothly. As soon as he turned his head, God gave him a slap and said, "Dream on." Who did it? Chinze's heart was full of anger. This New Year's Eve was not happy at all. The sun came out, and it was still haunting him. At the same time, Chinze imagined everyone's psychological activities. Chinma, yes, you're my son. You must have had a good time last night. The old man, little red man, you played at home. How did you operate it? He couldn't predict the psychological activities of Suyu and Wang Zijin for the time being, because he didn't know who did it between the two. Did you have a good time last night? Wang Zijin sneered. Oh, I should ask you this. Suyu gritted her teeth. Not you? No, I swear to my integrity. And then, was it you? No, I swear to my integrity. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and stared at Chinze. Who did it? Not you too. Chinze's mouth twitched. Damn, who did it? Wang Zijin glanced at Suyu suspiciously and said lightly, It's simple, just ask. She pulled Chinze and pushed open the door of Qinbao's room, directly. Her sister was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Wang Zijin half knelt on the bed and raised her small hand to spank her butt. Get up, your brother was molested. Wang Zijin shouted. Qinbao turned over, frowned, and muttered, I didn't molest him. Wang Zijin. She woke up her best friend and pointed to Chinze's face. Look, did you do it? Qinbao looked at Chinze with dilated pupils, and slowly her eyes became sharper and sharper, staring. Which little bitch did it? Suyu said, Well said, which little bitch? Bao Bao glared at him. Wasn't it you? Because you have always liked Qinze. You secretly kissed him in the middle of the night. I have already guessed this kind of plot. So you sneered and said, do I need to do that? Qinze, this tone word was used particularly well, and it was easy to let people's imagination run wild. Su Yu's language teacher was definitely not a physical education teacher pretending to be. Why not? Qin Bao Bao asked. You can't go on like this. In the next round, you're going to say, because we've already known each other for a long time. Qin Zhe's heart was cold, and he turned his eyes to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin's little face was pale with anger, leaving a kiss mark on Qin Zhe's face. Whether it was Su Yu or Qin Bao, it was a naked provocation to herself. It was like a lion's territory was invaded, and the invader peed comfortably. 3 kiss marks formed a sentence. Hey, your boyfriend tastes a little sweet. Damn it. If it was Su Yu, preferably Su Yu, Wang Zijin must let her know why the flowers were so red. If it was Qin Bao Bao, it seems that the secret can't be hidden, but since you have provoked, then draw the sword. Chapter 368. Why are you looking at me? Don't you know who kissed you? Wang Zijin said angrily. I fell asleep. Qinze said weakly. It's also possible that someone is a thief calling for a thief. Su Yu looked at Wang Zijin meaningfully. This woman, is she aware of the relationship between me and Qinze, and then announced the ownership of the territory to me? Hey, which one of you kissed him? What's so good about kissing this pig? Qin Bao Bao tried to belittle Qinze. Don't you often kiss him yourself? So, only you can kiss your pig, right? Wang Zijin glanced at her. You kissed him, right? I said I often kiss him. Why do I have to wear lipstick? Qin Bao Bao shrugged. Su Yu nodded and thought it was reasonable. Wang Zijin said faintly, maybe someone is declaring the ownership of the pig, demonstrating. Yes, someone is demonstrating in disguise. Qin Bao Bao looked at Wang Zijin, and then at Su Yu. It may also be a signal for someone to attack. Su Yu looked at Qin Bao Bao and said strangely, even if someone kissed your brother, why are you jealous? Qin Bao Bao raised an eyebrow. I'm not jealous. Wang Zijin, hee. Damn, it's almost like a werewolf. Qinze said in his heart, werewolf, are you going to jump? If you don't jump, I'm going to use my big move. He said, let's compare the lipstick, or which one of you brought lipstick? Su Yu said angrily, this color of lipstick, all women have it. Sister and Sister Ziwei were silent. Bright red lipstick, the color belongs to the general public, and every woman will have it. Qinze slept for a night, and it was not as bright as when it was first printed. If you want to compare, you may need a pair of sharp titanium alloy dog eyes. Qinze looked at Su Yu again, and finally fell on his sister. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Sister Ziwei was so angry that her face turned pale. Su Yu, who was full of jealousy, was trying hard to suppress her unhappiness. He hesitated. Can it be Mom? Qin Bao Bao looked at him in disbelief. Wang Zijin looked at him in disbelief. Su Yu looked at him incredulously. Qinze, just pretend I didn't say anything. Time to eat. Qinma knocked on the door. Seeing that they were all together, she glanced at the lipstick mark on Qinze's face and walked away meaningfully. I'm going to wash my face. Qinze was embarrassed. In her heart, she wondered if she was a scumbag. However, the way she looked at her mother was full of gossip. Qinze washed up and came out. The sisters were eating breakfast quietly. There was millet porridge, a few dishes cooked by Qinma, 2 steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. The latter 2 were specially bought by Qinma early in the morning. Qinma's habit was very strange. Obviously, everything was available outside, but she liked to buy half of it and cook the other half herself. Until Suyu left, the case was not investigated clearly. Wang Zijin was staying at their house. Qin Ma and the old man knew the identity of Qin Zhe's girlfriend. Only the silly girl Qin Bao didn't know. It was completely normal for a girlfriend to spend the New Year at her boyfriend's house. Moreover, it was good to take the opportunity to get familiar with Qin Zhe's relatives. At noon, his father's relatives came, the eldest aunt's family, the youngest aunt's family, a total of 6 people. Qin Zhe introduced his relatives to Wang Zijin. The eldest aunt and the eldest uncle were civil servants working in state-owned enterprises. The eldest uncle was doing well and was a small section chief. Both husband and wife had a golden rice bowl and had 2 houses in Shanghai. The beautiful cousin was called Zhang Yunxi. The youngest aunt was a middle school teacher. As a teacher, she was qualified, but as a mother, she was undoubtedly a failure. At least in the eyes of the youngest uncle, his wife was a failure of a mother. The youngest aunt doted on her son very much, resulting in the rebellious character of the cousin, Jiang Cheng. The youngest uncle was a businessman and earned about 2 or 3 million a year. Zhang Yunxi smiled and shouted, "Sister Ziwei, sister." Jiang Cheng was much more mischievous. He winked and said, "Is this my cousin-in-law? What a beautiful cousin-in-law. Congratulations, cousin." Wang Zijin half joked and half seriously said, "I'll give you a red packet later." "Thank you, cousin-in-law." Jiang Cheng shouted, "Ouch, cousin, why did you cut off my head?" Qin Bao didn't give him a good face and said, "Go away, you're blocking my way." Jiang Cheng felt wronged and said, But there's no way behind me." Qin Bao raised her hand and said, angrily, "Try talking back again." Jiang Cheng was speechless. He looked at Qin Zhe pitifully. Jiang Cheng was a shameless person who judged people by their appearance. He loved to stick to Qin Bao since he was young, but he was teased and bullied by his cousin. He was like a rubber ball kicked away and then rolled back. My cousin abused me thousands of times, but I treated her like my first love. During the first year of high school, he rushed home and said that he wanted Qin Bao to pretend to be his girlfriend and go to school. He was beaten up by Qin Bao. Jiang Cheng pointed at Qin Zhe and said angrily, "Why did my cousin pretend to be my cousin's girlfriend, and not me? Boys with girlfriends will have a lot of face in school. My cousin is so hot and beautiful." He was beaten up by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao both liked to beat him up. He was stubborn and wasn't afraid. His way of thinking was different from those born in the 80s and 90s. My cousin abused me thousands of times, but I treated him like my first love. After lunch, Qin Zhe snuck to the balcony to smoke. The cold wind was howling. Jiang Cheng snuck over and smiled slyly. "Cousin, give me one." Qin Zhe handed him one. He snuck to the corner of the window and lit the cigarette. He took a deep puff and coughed violently. "Don't smoke if you don't know how to." Qin Zhe teased him. "Damn, I always thought that smoking was cool, but it's too suffocating." Jiang Cheng wiped his tears. "I have to learn this skill. It's very effective to show off in front of girls. In fact, 90% of women hate the smell of smoke." "Cousin hates it too." "Yeah, then I won't smoke." Jiang Cheng stamped out the cigarette and threw it out of the window. "I heard from your mom that you ran away from home again and hid at your aunt's house." Jiang Cheng grinned. "That's because my dad always beats me. Aren't you just asking for it?" Jiang Cheng felt wronged. "Brother, you can't be like this. What era are we in now? It's not popular to teach people that beating is affection and scolding is love. I'm not you." Qin Zhe skinned him. "Why don't you try exposing my scars again?" Jiang Cheng sighed. "Recently, my dad often said something to my mom. Big brother beat A's since he was young. Look, he's so promising now. It's because you spoiled him too much when he was young that your son became useless. Chinze was speechless. My poor cousin. My uncle was led astray by my dad. Chinze thought for a moment and said, what you're pursuing now, in 5 or 10 years, you'll look back and realize how childish and laughable you are. Of course, you might not understand if I tell you this. When we were young, our parents always taught us to study hard, or we'll regret it in the future. They never took it seriously. When we grew up and started working, we would know what regret was. But it's too late. It's hard for others to teach you things you haven't experienced. So, I can't be bothered to educate you. Do you want to be as promising as I am? If you want, try to read more books and play less games. It'll be good for you in the future. When I was in school, there were always trash spreading poisonous chicken soup. You can be a boss without studying, and you can make a lot of money without studying. Then you can drink, smoke, fight, and skip classes. I don't know if you still say such things now. Jiangcheng, yes, I hear it often. In the future, if someone says that, you can give them a slap and mislead them. The era of lousy people is over. In the future, society will only pay more attention to accumulation and foundation. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll just be a delivery man when you grow up, Chinze said. Cousin, delivery men are rich. On Singles' Day, they earn tens of thousands a month, Jiangcheng said. Chinze, he really couldn't understand this society. Delivery men earn tens of thousands a month, and delivery men earn tens of thousands a month. Forget about the two above. After all, it was hard-earned money. Even the subway beggars earn $1 million a year. I'm just asking if you're frustrated. You have to think about it differently. Chinze said, look, I have 2 companies under my name now. I have tons of money. Lamborghinis, Porsches, Maybachs, and Ferraris. It's up to me whether I want to buy them or not, but whether I can buy them or not. Think about it. Isn't it good to drive a luxury sports car and chase after girls? There are secretaries waiting for you in the company. Isn't it good to have a girlfriend, an entertainment company, a whole bunch of models with great figures, and many female celebrities? All of them are waiting for you. Don't you think it's great? Do you crave money? Do you crave for hot sex? As long as you're willing to work hard and study, you'll have secretaries and sports cars. So, young man, set me as your goal and work hard. Jiangcheng swallowed. Cousin, you better turn around and take a look. Chinze, I'm not looking. Scram. Chinze said, righteously, I was just joking with you. It's the new year, so let's liven things up a little. Although I have 2 companies, I've always kept myself clean. I don't even look at those flirtatious sluts outside. Young man, you have to have a strong character like me. You understand? How strong is your character? Sister laughed charmingly. Probably as strong as a banana. Wang Zijin laughed gently. Sister, gentler, gentler. My ears are going to fall off. Ouch, Sister Ziwei, don't hit my chest with your little fist. It hurts. Jiangcheng silently watched as his cousin was dragged into the living room. He thought to himself, I better walk my own path and let my cousin cry. Liars, they're all liars. I'll never trust my cousin again. Chapter 369. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Chinze drove his parents and sister to his grandmother's house. Wang Zijin was left at home because she did not want to go. Waiting for relatives at home and visiting relatives with the Qin family were 2 different things. The former could be a girlfriend, but the latter must be a wife. His grandmother and uncle lived together. It was quite far from Chinze's house. It was not in the city center, nor was it near the CBD. It was in a more remote location. It was about 40 to 50 minutes away, and there would be traffic jams if it was not serious. There were many people visiting relatives today, and the traffic was very crowded. They left at 8 a.m. and arrived at their destination at 9:30 a.m. Uncle's house. Uncle's house was in a very old neighborhood. The surrounding houses were very old and were very old. Along the way, some places were even being demolished. Half of the old houses were demolished. The construction workers were on holiday for the Lunar New Year, leaving behind dilapidated walls. The car drove into the neighborhood and parked. Qinze and Qin Bao carried many bags and followed behind their parents. I heard that Guang is back, Grandpa Qin said. He just came back a few days ago. This kid finally knows to come home for the Lunar New Year. Qin Ma said helplessly, Mom talks about him all day long. He has no conscience. It's good that he's back. He should be more careful. Grandpa Qin said. Will you persuade him later? Qin Ma said. Forget it. It's not like you don't know my relationship with him. Grandpa Qin snorted. Why do you have such a big grudge? Nonsense. If he didn't snitch on me back then, how would your father know about us? The old man sneered and said, Your father has never even seen me before. He doesn't know anything about my character, so he vetoed me. If your brother didn't speak ill of me, would it be like this? Okay. It's been so many years. You still remember that your character is not good, Qin Ma muttered. Mom, ever since Dad became a professor, he's been coming to Grandpa's house every few days to show off. It's obvious what kind of person he is. Qinze laughed. Are you itching for a beating? Grandpa Qin turned his head and glared at him. 6th floor, room 607. After knocking on the door a few times, the security door was pushed open. A 13 or 14-year-old boy poked his head out. When he saw Qin Ma, he was overjoyed. Aunt, you're here. Qin Ma patted his head, and the family entered the house. The entire house was about 80 square meters and housed a family of 5. Qinze and his sister's grandmother, uncle, aunt, and Suyu and Su Qing. The TV was on in the living room, and the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen. An old lady in her 70s was sitting on the sofa. She wasn't too old, and her body was healthy. She wore a pair of reading glasses and was watching the TV with great interest. When she heard the sound, she looked over. Mom, Jianzhang and I are here. Qin Ma smiled. Sis, the handsome man beside the old lady grinned. Any adjective could be used to describe him. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, jade-like complexion, and spirited. In any case, it wouldn't be excessive. This man was Qinze's uncle, Su Guang, and Qin Ma's younger brother. He was 9 years younger than Qin Ma, a 37-year-old uncle. If he wore a trench coat and leather boots and had a fight on the streets, he would definitely be able to charm thousands of young women. However, he got married quite early and had a family at the age of 20. You're here. The old lady nodded. She was a cold old lady, but when she saw Qinze, her wrinkled and aged face bloomed into a smile. Her tone also became amiable. Ace, come to Grandma. Qinze walked over and held the old lady's hand. Grandma, let Grandma take a good look at you. You've grown taller and more handsome. The old lady's face bloomed into a smile, but immediately turned serious. You heartless little thing. Don't you know how many times you've come to see Grandma today? It's just the new year, and you're not coming? I'm busy with work. Qinze smiled. That's right, Mom. Ace is now a big boss with 2 companies under his name. He's busy. The uncle laughed and threw a cigarette to Qinze. Ace, when are you going to introduce me to a good job? Why are you giving me a cigarette? The old lady was furious and hit Su Guang a few times. If you like to fool around outside, go ahead. Don't pass those bad habits on to Ace. Ace has been obedient since he was young. Don't you dare teach him bad things? Qin Zhe silently placed the cigarette on the coffee table. He thought to himself, I want to smoke too. Since Qin Zhe was too ordinary since he was young, he was used to pretending to be an obedient child in the eyes of the elders. He would greet everyone he met and sweet talk. He would do whatever the elders said and nod his head. He never disobeyed the elders. Obedient, and sensible were the labels on him. They were the same as mediocre and ordinary. His grandparents loved their grandson very much. The relatives on his father's side liked his sister more. The relatives on his mother's side doted on Qin Zhe more. This had something to do with the preference for boys over girls. His cousin, Su Qing, was also a superborn, just like Qin Zhe. I knew since I was young that A's would definitely be enlightened in the future. Look, is it true? The old lady held Qin Zhe's hand and smiled kindly. In our family, A's is the most capable. Grandma saw you singing on TV. You sang really well. Yaya said that one song of yours can sell for a lot of money. You even know how to invest in stocks. Who's better, you or your dad? The old man gave him a sidelong glance. Qin Zhe thought about it. If he acted cool and slapped his own face in front of the retarded supporting characters and his own father, he would really be slapped in the face. Just as he was about to humbly say that his dad was better, he heard the old lady snort. I think you're better. Your dad doesn't have the ability to start a company. He'll only be like this for the rest of his life. He'll be a teacher for the first 10 years and a professor for the next 10 years. A's is different. When your dad was at your age, he was nothing, but you're already a boss. If your grandfather knows about this, he'll definitely be happy. Don't you think so? Qin Zhe sweated profusely. How am I supposed to continue this topic? My old man's mouth is already twitching. The old lady had hidden needles in her words. She was hinting that the old man used to show off in front of their grandfather for no reason. The old man pretended not to hear it. The old lady's gaze turned and landed on Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, it's finally my turn to shine. I've had enough of sitting on the cold bench. Grandma, Happy New Year. Qin Bao Bao revealed a cute and gentle smile. However, the old lady's attitude towards her granddaughter was obviously different from that towards her grandson. She replied with a nonchalant, Mom, Bao Bao is a big star now. Many people are fighting for her autograph. Uncle laughed. The old lady snorted. What big star? She's just an actress. Wasn't her previous job pretty good? She worked in so many powerful units. She didn't lack any reputation. Why did she have to become a star? In her generation, the harshest sentence was, whores are heartless. Actors are unrighteous. Uncle laughed dryly and didn't dare to talk back. The old man and Qin Ma didn't say anything. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. All right, the grandson was a treasure, but the granddaughter was nothing. The granddaughter's singing was good. The granddaughter was a disgraceful actress. Forget it. Anyway, she was used to it. Grandpa and Grandma treated her just SOSO. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Qin Bao Bao made a face at her grandmother's precious grandson. Ace, your uncle won't be leaving this year. Do you want to help him find a decent job? The old lady looked at her precious grandson hopefully. Mom, who said I won't be leaving? I still have a business outside. I can start my own business. It's just that my business has just started, and I invested all my money into it. That's why I can't bring the money back. Uncle scratched his head. He felt that it was embarrassing to ask his nephew to help him find a job. All right. How can I not know what kind of person my own son is? The old lady said with disdain. You're almost 40 years old. You don't care about your family at all. Xiao Ru is the only one working hard. You don't care about your son and daughter? Look at Yeye and Qing. Do they call you Dad? Su Qing pretended not to hear. He looked at his TV and turned a blind eye to his father. Of course, no problem. I'll help Uncle with the job. Qinze thought to himself. The most handsome gatekeeper in history had appeared. The gatekeeper, Grandpa Su. With Uncle's standard, he could only be a gatekeeper. Qinma shook her head helplessly. Mom, you go in and help Xiaoru cook. Mom, let me do it. You sit down and rest. Qinze said. Grandma, I'll help you cook. Why are you cooking? Let your mother do it. It's only right for a mother to cook for her son. Just accompany me. The old lady said. Grandma, I'm good at cooking. I've specially cooked for you today. You can try my cooking. Qinze said. The old lady was pleased. Okay, then I'll wait here. Qinze could always coax his grandmother with a few words. He was well-behaved, obedient, and filial. He was the perfect child in the eyes of the elders. Grandpa Su also felt that this was impeccable. He was smug and felt that it was all because of his education. As for beating his son, it was not because he was disobedient. It was because he wanted him to be successful. Qinze walked into the kitchen. His aunt was cutting vegetables, and his cousin was washing the vegetables. The 17-year-old girl's figure was as graceful as a newly sprouted willow branch. She was wearing a wine-red sweater with her sleeves rolled up. Her arms were white and tender. She was washing vegetables in the middle of winter, and the house was reluctant to turn on the air conditioner. She was a little cold, and her hands were red from the cold. Aunt, I'll cook lunch, Qinze said. Suru turned around abruptly. Her face was filled with surprise, nervousness, and excitement. She looked like a little girl. Chapter 370. There are too many typos in the previous chapter. If I change this chapter, it will disappear. Considering that all of you like to read this chapter, I will not change it. I will take note of it next time. Note, chapter 336 did not disappear. It was me who wrote the wrong chapter name. Sob, sob, sob. Compared to her daughter, Feng Yu's aunt smiled and joked. You can cook? Can you do it? Don't burn it. It's not easy to order takeout during Chinese New Year. Qinze laughed. Let me do it. I will cook something nice for Grandma. Feng Yu's aunt hesitated for a while and nodded. Okay. Yu, help me look after the kitchen. Suyu pecked his head. Feng Yu's aunt passed the apron to Dong Xuebing and left the kitchen. Suyu blinked her bright eyes and looked at Dong Xuebing. Her gaze was the same as when she was young. She liked him, but now there were other emotions like worship. Qinze looked around the kitchen and noticed that there were a lot of ingredients. All of them were good dishes. With Feng Yu's aunt's frugal lifestyle, Dong Xuebing knew that this was definitely bought by his prodigal uncle. His uncle's flaws and strengths were obvious. As a husband and father, he was undoubtedly a failure, but he still had his good points. For example, when he was at his lowest, he lowered his head and borrowed money from his relatives to send his children to school. He also refused to let his grandma stay at Qinze's house. Back then, Qinma wanted to bring her grandma home. On one hand, it was out of filial piety, and on the other hand, it was to help her brother share the burden. Dong Xuebing still remembered that year when he was at his lowest. His uncle insisted that he did not care which mother-in-law would stay at her son-in-law's house. If not, why would she give birth to a son? Qinze looked at his uncle as if he was an idiot. Many years later, when he thought about it, he was impressed. Dong Xuebing and Suyu looked at each other in the kitchen. In the end, Suyu whispered, "Cousin, let me cook. Help me wash the vegetables." Chinze shook his head. No need. I know how to cook. Suyu tilted her head. You never enter the kitchen when you were young. Chinze smiled and said, That was many years ago. I'm different now. Suyu lowered her head. Yes, 10 years. It was almost 10 years. Don't just stand there. Help me wash the vegetables. I'll show you what I can do. Chinze patted her head. It was a habit from when they were young. Suyu wrinkled her nose and surprisingly didn't resist. Chinze took a glance at the girl who had just finished washing and cutting the vegetables. Her knife skills were very nimble. She must have cooked a lot. For a girl of her age and living in a big city, it was very good that she knew how to cook. You didn't buy any new clothes for the new year? Chinze asked. Yes. Suyu pursed her lips and pretended not to care. I'm an adult, not a child. It's not fashionable to buy new clothes for the new year. You don't have money, right? Chinze exposed. Suyu was speechless. She suddenly felt wronged. Cousin was so bad. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't have money. She had money to buy clothes. It wasn't the 1980s anymore. However, her family was in debt. She had an unreliable father. She and her younger brother had to go to school, and it was quite hard to rely on her mother to support them. She chose not to buy new clothes. He cooked a few dishes one after another. The aroma was very fragrant. Suyu swallowed her saliva. When Chinze wasn't paying attention, she secretly took a bite. She squinted her long eyelashes, and her face was full of happiness. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Suyu was speechless. Chinze suddenly remembered something. The female high school student, does she still bully you? Suyu shook her head. No, Yuan always plays with me. She treats me like a sister. No one dares to bully me in school now. Chinze said, Oh. Suyu glanced at him. Cousin, Yuan probably likes you. Chinze's expression didn't change. Get rid of the probably. Suyu grinned and said, She's always trying to find out about you. She even asked me to ask you out. I just don't know why she doesn't dare to ask you out. Chinze sighed. She still hasn't given up. He was proud to have JK, who always wanted to do something with him. However, it was more of a burden, an emotional burden. Your dad isn't going out this year? Chinze asked. Who knows? Suyu pursed her lips. I know he's hiding at home to avoid debt. I overheard him talking on the phone outside the other day. He said that he would return the money after the new year. I don't know how much he owes outside. As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears. She choked and said, He's always like this. He used to tell Mom that the poorest he could be was begging for food. If he didn't die, he would always make a name for himself. Chinze was stunned. He thought, Uncle must have watched too much chicken soup on the internet. This sentence is full of déjà vu. He also said that he would let the family live a prosperous life when he earned money. He said that he had accumulated a lot of experience and was only one step away from success. Chinze couldn't help but say, That's just an illusion. The first of the three things in life is that I will always make a name for myself. Suyu was speechless. She choked on her words. Suyu said, Then at least he's back home. As long as he can find a stable job, sooner or later, the hard times will end and the good times will come. When I graduate from university and find a job, I can share Mom's burden. With Mom and him working together with me, our lives will get better and better. Chinze waved his hand. That's not going to happen. I knew what your dad was like when I was 10 years old. You're already 17, and you still don't know? A leopard can change its spots, but a leopard can't. Suyu stared at him blankly. The mist in her eyes became thicker and thicker. She tried to hold it in, but she couldn't. She burst into tears. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She was sad. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Chinze was confused. Because I can't live anymore. Suyu cried. Despair. Hope is right in front of you. Don't despair. Chinze patted her head and wondered, it's been more than 10 years, and you're only feeling despair now? Why are you so slow to react? Well, I'm not washing the vegetables for you anymore. I'm going to look for Big Ant. Suyu slapped his hand away and walked to the living room while crying. As soon as she reached the door, she was blocked by Qin Bao. Qin Bao asked blankly, Why are you crying? The sisters' dressing was very different. Qin Bao Bao was as delicate as a white swan, while Suyu was Cinderella. There was a saying that went like this: Cinderella was chosen by the prince because she was beautiful. Therefore, those girls who fantasized that they were Cinderella should look in the mirror first. Maybe you're actually an ugly duckling. Oh, not even an ugly duckling. At least you have the genes of a swan. Life was full of despair. Cousin bullied me. Suyu cried. Chinze was confused. He didn't know why, but he was blamed. What are you doing? You bullied you. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Qin Bao Bao patted her cousin's head. I didn't bully her. She must have remembered something sad. Chinze said, Why did you come in? I'm a little hungry, so I came in to find something to eat. Qin Bao Bao saw the delicious food on the table and threw her teary cousin aside. She took out her chopsticks and took a few bites. She said happily, Delicious! Don't eat too much. Leave some for everyone. Chinze had his back to the door and didn't know that Suyu hadn't left. He said while cooking, You just said that uncle came home and wouldn't leave in the future. She also said that when she graduates and finds a job, uncle will also find a job. Then the family will have 3 incomes and their lives will get better and better. Qin Bao Bao. Pfft, she laughed and said, That's a good idea, little girl. It's been more than 10 years. Who doesn't know what uncle is like? His mother and grandmother have lost all hope in him. Sigh, a 17-year-old in the prime of youth loves to fantasize. I'm so envious. Sister, you don't have to be envious. Yu is 17. You're 18, Chinze flattered. Then shouldn't I call you brother? Qin Bao Bao said angrily. No, I'm 17. 5, Chinze said shamelessly. The siblings were chatting when they suddenly heard a sobbing sound. They turned to look and saw Suyu wiping her tears and rushing out of the door. She didn't leave. I didn't notice. It's all over. Qin Bao Bao. By the way, should we help Uncle? Qin Bao Bao asked. Of course we should help, but we can't help unconditionally, Chinze said. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. Why don't you send someone to disguise him and throw him into the Huangpu River? You can fish him out when he's about to suffocate. He'll be honest next time. Chinze thought for a moment and said softly, Sister, that's our uncle. Isn't that too much? Also, where did you learn to throw him into the Huangpu River? Qin Bao Bao. I learned it from Sister Man. Her catchphrase is really strange. She always likes to throw people into the Huangpu River. Chinze thought to himself, You're no better. It's really strange. You always like to call me a maggot, a black-hearted maggot. Black-hearted maggot, hurry up and cook. Why are you in a daze? I can smell something burning. You don't understand. It's only delicious when the fat is fried. In the living room, Suyu stood in front of her family with red eyes. Her father looked at her and said nothing. Her grandmother looked at her and said nothing. Her brother was watching TV with great interest. Her mother asked, What's wrong? Suyu said sadly, Cousin bullied me. Her mother said, Oh. Her uncle said, It's common. Her grandmother laughed. Why are you still the same as when you were young? You always say that your cousin bullied you. Chin Ma, an old master. Ha! Suyu, then I was born to be bullied by my cousin? Suyu felt wronged. Yes, if it was 100 years ago, it would be good to marry you to your cousin. Her father smiled cheekily. But she and Bao Bao would fight every day. Bah, you only know how to talk nonsense. Chinma said angrily. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Chin Bao Bao came out of the kitchen. When she heard this, she glared at her uncle. She had never been nice to her uncle. There was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was very loud. Suyu opened the door. There were 4 or 5 men standing outside with cigarettes in their mouths. Chapter 371. Suyu stood at the door and did not move aside. She looked at the unfamiliar men and asked timidly, "Who are you looking for?" The leader took out his cigarette and threw it on the ground. "Su Guam lives here." Suyu was used to girls who came to collect debts. In the past few years, it was the most annoying at the end of the year. There would always be groups of debtors coming to collect debts. Suyu, who had been through all kinds of debt collection methods, was a little scared, but she did not panic. She said calmly, "You've got the wrong person." Then, she was about to close the door. "Yes, this is the address on your ID card." The leader pushed the door open and said in a foreign accent, Suyu was a little girl, so she was definitely not as strong as an adult man. Moreover, she looked like a burly man. The group of people rushed into the house. The leader smiled. "Su Guang, it's time to pay back the money." In the house, everyone's heart sank. The uncle, who was sitting with his legs crossed, suddenly froze. He quickly got up and smiled like a grandson. He bowed slightly. "Brother Lu, why are you here? If I don't come, how can you pay back the money?" The leader sat down casually. "Didn't we agree to celebrate the new year together?" The uncle looked embarrassed. "Can you be merciful and let me celebrate the new year?" "What money? Who do you owe money to again? Didn't you pay back the loan sharks?" Grandma's expression was indescribable. She grabbed her son's hand. "You owe money again." The uncle looked bitter. "Mom, I lost money in the stock market this year. How much do you owe?" "Not much." "I'm asking you how much you owe." Grandma yelled, her eyes red. 3 million. The leader stretched out 3 fingers and said, slowly, "The interest has accumulated. It's now 5 million. 3 million, even though she knew what kind of person her son was. And even though he had paid back more debts than that, 3 million was enough to crush a family that went from rich to poor. "You bastard, I should have strangled you to death. Why don't you die outside? Don't come back and implicate our children." Grandma hit the uncle hard. "Mom, this is not a gamble. This is called an investment. An investment." The uncle defended himself. The old man's mouth moved, and it took him a long time to hold back his laughter. "You will invest." "Excuse me, the finance professor, for laughing." "Brother Lu, how long has it been? There's no need for you to come all the way here. I'll definitely pay you back after the new year. We've already agreed on it," Uncle said in a low voice. "I know what kind of person you are. If this drags on, you really won't be able to pay it back. As lenders, we have to leave some leeway for others." Brother Lu laughed and said, "This house is not bad, but the location is not good. After all, it is in Shanghai. It can be sold for 4 to 5 million. His uncle's expression changed. "Bah," Grandma said, "don't even think about it. We won't sell the house." "Then return the money." Brother Lu muttered, "Damn old woman, who are you trying to be unreasonable with? Watch your mouth." Chinma frowned. His aunt said angrily, "We don't have money, and we won't sell the house." Brother Lu scoffed. "The one who borrows money is the boss. This trick won't work here." His aunt's aura weakened. You still want to beat people up? Nonsense. We won't do anything illegal. Your house is not bad. We will stay here. It's tiring to run around outside during the new year. We can even eat good food. Brother Lou clicked his tongue and said, You don't say? It's really good. Brothers, go to the kitchen and serve the dishes. The specialty of lenders, mystery, chewing gum technique. If they don't return the money, they will stay here. Brother Lou said, Brother, let me teach you a trick. It's best to borrow money during the new year. We will stay here with you. When our relatives and friends come to visit, we will borrow money from them. It's okay if we don't have money. Let's think of a solution together, right? As he spoke, Brother Lou pulled up his sleeves and revealed a hideous tattoo. Everyone's face turned pale. Grandma said, Let me tell you, loan sharks are not protected by the law. Be careful, we will call the police. Brother Lou was not afraid at all. Come. Pass the phone to her. Let her call the police. One of the underlings threw the phone on the table. Call the police. Whoever is afraid is a coward. The group of people laughed. Brother Lou rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, Loan sharks are not protected by the law. Are legal terms and conditions protected? What if the police come? Is the law not allowed to collect debts? Besides, we didn't beat anyone up, right? The underlings, we are professionals. Just call them. We gave you the phone. Ha ha ha. Mom, I really didn't want to gamble this time. I wanted to make a lot of money to show my filial piety to you. Who knew? Uncle frowned. He planned to run away after the new year. He had promised the loan sharks that he would come back after the new year. Who knew that they would not play by the rules? The old master glanced at his brother-in-law. He remembered that he had said the same thing back then. When the creditors came, he swore to his family and relatives that he would never gamble and work obediently, again and again. Now, even his relatives were avoiding him. He was at his wit's end and had no choice but to beg him for help. He almost knelt down and sold a house to help him pay off his debt. His father-in-law used to be a manager in a state-owned enterprise. He was rich and powerful. In the 1990s, the problems accumulated by state-owned enterprises broke down one after another. The employees were laid off. His father-in-law originally had a place to go. The state arranged for him to be a small leader in a government office. However, he resigned and started a business. When he retired, his family had 4 houses in Shanghai and more than $2 million in savings. TSK. At that time, they were much richer than the Qin family. Later, he handed the business to his son. 3 years later, the small company went bankrupt. Su Guang was ambitious but incompetent. He was unwilling to give up and always wanted to make a comeback. Then his investment failed. He went to gamble and lost everything. After more than 10 years, he still could not make a comeback. He sold the house, lost all his savings, and was still in debt. Life was full of despair. In the kitchen, Qin Bao Bao stood by the door and eavesdropped. He's going to sell the house. His sister walked back and whispered, It's time for us to perform. That loan lender is trash, Qinze muttered. I can't believe he didn't do anything. Give him a good beating. Beat him to death. Uncle, this guy, if he doesn't taste the despair of the abyss, he won't learn his lesson. His sister glanced at him. That's why you keep pretending. Just now, you said that your uncle can't be too cruel. Also, what if we hurt Mom, Dad, and Grandma? You don't know Dad. If we fight, Dad will be the first to protect Mom and Grandma. Then he will watch the show happily. The loan sharks are not lunatics. They won't beat people up. Qin Bao Bao did not speak for a long time. They're evil maggots. The family stopped talking. The atmosphere was tense. Brother Lou stared at his younger brother. What are you waiting for? Go and get the food. Aren't you hungry? The younger brother understood. Unless it was a last resort, it was not good to beat people up. However, disgusting things should not be said with words. It should be done with actions. Don't think that we loan sharks are paper tigers. The younger brother thought of a very powerful sentence. Don't say that I didn't warn you. The younger brother looked around and walked to the kitchen. Chapter 372. The younger brother walked to the kitchen. The closer he got to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma was. It was not easy for them to run all the way to collect debts. However, every time they collected debts, they would get a high commission. The more debts they collected, the more commission they would get. In fact, the company had planned to put Su Guang's money aside for a while and wait for the interest to increase. However, they later found out that Su Guang was a professional debt collector. He was a professional at running away. They might not see him even if they stayed at his house for a year. This was very naughty. They could not keep an eye on the orphan and widow. If the one being harassed was not the creditor, the police would still take care of it. If it was more than 10 years ago, they would have caught the woman at home and sold her. Look at the little girl outside. She was so pretty. The younger brother thought. Su Guang did not even bother to do a paternity test. She was obviously his biological daughter. The younger brother walked into the kitchen and was shocked. He saw a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. As an experienced driver, he subconsciously looked up. She was wearing a pair of pencil pants. Her legs were straight and long, slender, and even. She was wearing a white knitted top. Her chest was heavy. She was tall, about the same as him. It was rare to see a woman with such a domineering figure. Further up, there was a face that could cause the downfall of a country. The curve of her cheeks was very beautiful. She had an oval face that was sharp and pretty. Her curly hair was draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were bright like stars. Although she was very beautiful, she seemed a little familiar. F***, it's Qin Bao Bao. The younger brother shouted. He grabbed his phone and took 3 consecutive photos of Qin Bao Bao. Boss, Qin Bao Bao is here. Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard. She cursed in her heart. F***, you're a quick-witted idiot. Hurried footsteps sounded. A group of people rushed over. It's really Qin Bao Bao. She's so beautiful. I didn't know she was so beautiful without makeup. I thought she was wearing makeup. Her figure is so good. She's indeed a goddess. But why would a relative of a goddess owe so much money? I want an autograph. I want to take a photo with her. Useless. You can even ask her to accompany you for a meal. Otherwise, we'll expose this matter. The underlings discussed animatedly as they took out their phones to take pictures. Get out. Qin Bao covered his face as he closed the door. Brother Lu held the door open and was pleasantly surprised. Su Guang is your relative? No wonder you've been hiding in the kitchen. Qin Bao Bao, let's talk outside. Yo, the stock god is here too. Brother Lu looked at Qin Zhe again. Bring the dishes out. Let's talk while we eat. Qin Zhe said indifferently, let's talk outside. He led everyone to the living room. The loan sharks really knew how to pick the right time. At this moment, it seemed a little difficult to stay out of it. Although his uncle was a prodigal, he was really good to Qin Zhe when he was young. Before he squandered all the money in the family, he would often bring snacks and toys to his house. The thing that Qin Zhe looked forward to the most every weekend was his uncle's visit. His handsome uncle had the air of a big boss. The moment he came to visit, he gave him a hug and brought gifts and snacks. At that time, Qin Zhe was not rich and did not buy many snacks and toys. Otherwise, his sister would not have encouraged the little pervert to steal change to buy popsicles and lick them. Why don't you return your uncle's money? Brother Lu, who had learned about Qin Bao Bao's niece from Su Guang, sat on the sofa casually. The sofa was not big. The elders in the family were sitting, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were standing, and Brother Lu alone took up half of the sofa. "I don't have money." Grandma was stubborn. She turned her head and insisted, "How can you not have money? You're a big star. You can get millions or even tens of millions just by filming a movie. I heard that you can get even more if you drink with a big boss." Brother Lu laughed. Grandma suddenly looked at Qin Bao with a sharp gaze. "Grandma, my sister won't drink with people. She's in my company. I run an entertainment company." Qinze explained. Grandma squeezed out a smile and said, "Ace is so capable. I'll believe everything you say. Don't lie to me. If your sister drinks with men, I'll pretend that I don't have a granddaughter." Qinze was the first male of the Qin and Su families in this generation. Grandma and Grandpa cherished him very much. Brother Lu sneered. "Our rule here is that the dead person's debts are cleared. You can go to the rooftop." The elders' expressions changed. Aunt said, "Then, Bao, why don't you help your uncle?" Aunt's eyes flashed with shame and hope. Suyu bit her lips and looked at Qinze. Her eyes were the same as her mother's. "What help?" Grandma interrupted again. "Isn't selling one house enough? Another 3 million? Is your sister's money picked up from the sky just to clean up your man's mess? Don't even think about it. I'd rather sell the house and let the whole family go hungry." Her tone gradually became flustered and exasperated. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Why am I not dead yet? Let me die early so that I can meet your father. Out of sight, out of mind." Qinma's eyes reddened. She turned and glared at her husband. "Grandpa, what did I do wrong? Why are you glaring at me? I haven't said anything from the beginning. If you don't believe me, you can read the previous chapter. I definitely didn't say anything. Why are you glaring at me? I'm so confused." Of course, he didn't know. However, Qinma knew the reason why her mother didn't let her fork out the money. A few years ago, when she knew that her daughter and son-in-law were unhappy about the sale of the house, her grandma talked to Qinma about it. She was afraid that her daughter's family would be ruined because of this. It was said that a son-in-law was half a son. However, he wasn't a biological son after all. Even if he was a biological brother, he wouldn't throw money away like this. A house was worth a few million. No matter how generous one was, they would still have objections. At that time, Qinze and Qin Bao were both young. If they were to divorce because of this, the child would be the one suffering. Now, he was already in his 40s. After so many years, there was another 3 million who said that people in their 40s and 50s wouldn't divorce. Aunt's already weak aura instantly disappeared. She silently wiped her tears. Suyu lowered her head sadly. Su Qing glared at her father. "I think you should pay it back. 3 million isn't a lot to you." Brother Lu looked at Qin Bao and then at Qinze. He said, "We've already taken the photos. How much do you think it'll sell for on the internet?" Think about it. Qin Bao's relative owes huge loan sharks, or Qin Bao leaves her relative in death, man silent, woman crying. It's not good for your reputation either. I know you. The internet says that you're a clean stream in the entertainment industry. There are no scandals or messy things. If it's exposed that you're stingy and that you're indifferent to your own uncle's plight, your image will be ruined. Qinze resisted the urge to complain. He thought to himself, "You were the editor of the breaking news department last time?" Actors nowadays are most afraid of having their image ruined. Look, when you have a girlfriend, your image will be ruined. Actors will keep a low profile. When you remarry, your image will be ruined again. You'll keep a low profile again. If you keep a low profile for half a year or a year, how much less money will you earn? Brother Lu sneered. Brother Lu cheered himself on in his heart. He said those words in front of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe with a fake smile. He felt that he had transformed from a debt collector into a big shot in the entertainment industry. In the future, he could even brag. Qin Bao Bao is nothing. During the new year, I even looked down on her. In front of a big star, I'm actually so impressive. 666 Qin Bao Bao looked at her younger brother. This matter was quite troublesome. 3 million was not a lot to the siblings now. The key was that with her uncle's unscrupulous character, she felt that she would be done for if she had to clean up his mess again. But if she did not help, after all, he was her mother's biological brother. If she did not help him this time, her aunt would probably get a divorce, right? Her grandmother was old and needed someone to take care of her. Her cousins were still in school. Divorce would be a troublesome matter. When the assets were divided, it was not certain who would get the house, because her uncle was always in the wilderness, and her aunt was working hard to look after the crystal alone. The legal judgment would definitely favor her. Ding! System notification. There is no mission. The system appeared and said in a shocked tone, "Host, this is such a good opportunity, but you don't have the slightest desire to show off. Every time you appear, it feels like an old friend reuniting. I almost forgot about you," Qin Zhe said in his heart. "There are many people who have forgotten about me," the system said bitterly. "Why are you acting cool in front of your family? Everyone knows that I'm rich," Qin Zhe said. "Fine, I admit defeat." The system went offline. "I'll pay for this," Qin Zhe said. Since his sister threw the responsibility to him, of course he would accept it. As a man, his sister only needed to be responsible for crying. "Why don't you come out with me? I'll bring you to the bank." Brother Lu was stunned. "Can you withdraw money from the bank now? It should be the holidays now, right? If you can't withdraw money, why are you here to collect debts?" Qin Zhe said in a huff. Actually, they did not plan to get the money. If they were so straightforward, the debt collectors would lose their jobs. At first, they planned to pester them so that they could not have a peaceful new year. When they got impatient and went crazy, they would return the money. "You want to go to the bank with this small amount of money? I have a lot of money in my safe." Qin Zhe was careless and showed off again. "Then I'll go with you. They can stay." Brother Lu said, "It's the new year. Are you trying to embarrass me here? Are you afraid that I'll stand you up? You know that? Do you think I won't smash you with a coin?" Brother Lu was speechless. Qin Zhe turned his head and said, "Grandma, I'll bring them to withdraw money." Grandma was in tears. She wanted to say something, but could not. After a moment of sobbing, she said, "I really want him to die." Uncle looked embarrassed. He looked at Qin Zhe and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He felt guilty and grateful. Actually, if Su Yao had lent him the money, this would not have happened. But that grandson of his did not help him. The group left and followed Qin Zhe out of the door, took the elevator, and left the neighborhood. After Qin Zhe left the building, he turned a corner and brought them to the flower bed behind the building. Uncle's building was at the edge of the neighborhood. In front was the building, and behind was the wall and green belt. Anyway, no one would see it. As for whether the people upstairs would see it or not, Qin Zhe did not care. He took off his jacket and moved his neck like on TV. His bones cracked. Ding! Mission hint. Beat the loan shark until he starts to doubt his life. Success will reward 300 points. Failure will deduct the same amount of points. The system was in tears. Salted fish, you're finally hard for once. What, do you want to do it? Are you sure? Brother Lou glanced at him. Even if you're a celebrity, we can still do it. His lackeys surrounded him. Chapter 373. It was only right and proper to return the money owed. The money had to be returned, and the person had to be beaten. He simply couldn't stand their style. It was one thing for them to force the debt, but they shouldn't have taken photos, and they even threatened Qinbao. They were simply too arrogant. Debt collectors were not good people. It was always right to remember this sentence, especially loan sharks. Debt collectors 10 or 20 years ago liked violence. Beating people was a light punishment. They would rush into people's homes and wreak havoc. They would splash paint on people's doors, and the entire corridor would be filled with a pungent smell. On the wall, they would write things like, "Return the money owed," and so on. This was not made up on TV. It was real. Qinzhe had seen it when he was a child. A group of people rushed into his uncle's house and smashed everything they could get their hands on. They threatened to drown people in the Huangpu River if they didn't return the money. Then, they quickly left before the police arrived. At that time, his sister and cousin huddled together in fear. Qinzhe watched the whole process expressionlessly. He felt that he was a little like Bu Jingyun. In fact, he was so scared that his legs went soft, and he didn't know what expression to make. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. At that time, Qinzhe, who was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, comprehended a super cool sentence without a teacher. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Don't bully me just because I'm still young. Since then, he didn't like to go to his uncle's house. He had long wanted to beat up the debt collectors. Unfortunately, debt collectors were now advancing with the times. It was not popular to rush into people's houses to smash and rob. Qinzhe's many years of wish could not be fulfilled. At home, he had to maintain the image of an obedient grandson, a good son, a good cousin, a capable brother, and so on. Brother Lou was right about one thing. He couldn't let his image collapse. Brother Lou strode over and slapped him. He was very disdainful. Did a stinky actor really think that he was the king of the city's soldiers? One against a group of them? He didn't hit people because it was more convenient to collect the debt more quickly. It didn't mean that he really didn't know how to hit people. Halfway through the slap, he was kicked in the stomach by Qinzhe. The man, who was more than 160 pounds, flew 2 meters away and lay on the ground vomiting acid. Well, he didn't have time for lunch. The group of people and the entire atmosphere suddenly froze. But Qinzhe didn't care. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He sent one flying with a slap and one flying with a kick. He was fast and ruthless. There were almost no roundhouse kicks, high kicks, tombstone smashing hands, and all kinds of fancy dodging skills. A real fight relied on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. When Qinzhe first got beaten up at the entrance of the internet cafe, he already knew that the tricks in the martial arts novels and the tricks in the movies were all fabricated. It was only after the fight that he realized that it wasn't even a warm-up. He wasn't panting or sweating at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to react. How did they get wiped out so inexplicably? Qinzhe walked to Brother Lou and squatted down. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Brother Lou's eyes were filled with fear. What the F***CK? Is this guy really a soldier king? In addition, there was hatred. "You're finished. You're a celebrity. How dare you hit us? We're going to expose you. We're going to call the police." Qinzhe slapped him on the head. "Go ahead and call the police. Let's see if the police side with you or me. You have to believe that I have the ability. Expose you? You don't even have evidence. Go ahead and expose me." He threw the phone in front of Brother Lou and sneered. "Whoever doesn't call the police is a coward." Brother Lou didn't pick up the phone and said unwillingly, "Even so, the loan contract still has legal effect. You still have to pay the money." "I didn't say that I won't pay the money back. I'll pay the money back. I'll hit you." Chinze patted his face. "How many years have you been in this business?" "For years." "How many have you forced to commit suicide?" Brother Lou didn't say anything. Chinze peeled the skin on his head again. He hit him especially hard. He covered his head, and his body trembled for a long time. 2. Brother Lou said, 1 in 2 years. Impressive. It's their own fault. It's not my fault. Chinze said, "Take out your phone." "Huh." Brother Lou didn't react. He slapped him. "Take it out." Although he was a little confused, he had to take it out obediently. Chinze threw it on the ground and stomped it. "Take photos. Take them out. Take them all out." One by one, they were all crushed. He stepped on one and scolded, "Take photos." When he stepped on one of the phones, he added another kick. The guy who kicked him rolled his eyes. "Accompany you for dinner, right? Do you want Bao to accompany you for dinner?" "No, I don't. My sister is so beautiful. Don't you want this?" Another kick. "Big brother, spare me." Just now in the kitchen, Chinze wanted to beat him. A group of losers took photos of his sister, commented on her figure without restraint, made fun of her, and even wanted Bao to accompany them for dinner. Either they were arrogant or Chinze couldn't lift the knife. This group of losers was quite rich. They were all using the latest model of Pair Mobile. When he stepped on the last person, the guy cried, "Big brother, I didn't take any photos. Can I not step on them?" Chinze looked at him disdainfully. "Give me a reason not to step on them. We have to take a taxi." Chinze was speechless. Damn you, hailing taxi." He stomped on them. Damn it, he was almost speechless. Finally, he remembered the business. He asked the underling who almost made him speechless, "Are you doubting life?" "Huh. Why would I doubt life?" The underling was confused. "You're not pregnant, right?" He slapped him and asked again, "Are you pregnant?" "Yes, I'm pregnant." The underling cried. Chinze asked the next one, "Are you pregnant?" "Yes." "What about you?" "Yes, I'm pregnant." "I'm pregnant too." "I'm pregnant too." Ding, mission completed. Reward, 300 points. The system's emotionless voice ended, and then said, "Congratulations, host, you've successfully made a group of men pregnant." Chinze, after beating them up and venting his anger, it was time to think about returning the money. Chinze said, "Did you bring the loan contract?" "Yes." Brother Lou explained, "This time, the boss gave us a death order. If we don't get the money back, we won't go back. So I brought the contract with me and left it in the hotel." "Okay, you go back to the hotel and get the contract. The rest of you, follow me. I'll go get the money. Big brother, we don't have a car." "What? No car?" Chinze suddenly felt that this group of debt collectors was very low. They were like the system. "Damn you." The system scolded. "I forgot that this low can read my brain waves." Brother Lou explained, "We're not from Shanghai. It's too far away. We took the high-speed rail here. If we drove, we would need 2 cars. The gas and toll. The high-speed rail is more affordable." I was speechless again. "Big brother, can you give me a ride? The hotel is a bit far. My phone was smashed by you, so I can't take a taxi." "Do you have to take a taxi to go out?" "When there was no taxi, did you go out by foot?" Chinze was furious. "Damn it, this group of debt collectors came to tease me. It's the new year, so I can't take a taxi." Chinze slapped him again. Fortunately, there was no one. Otherwise, the handsome show in front of people would become a taxi, and it would explode. "Do you have nothing better to do than to send someone to a hotel?" If I did that, my status would drop to 0. Chinze turned his head and left. He drove to the company and took out all the money in the safe. It was not enough. He called Suyu and asked her for the password of the safe in the office. The two of them pooled together and made up 3 million. He put it in a cardboard box, tied it with tape, and carried it out of the company. During the new year, some office buildings have been closed, some have not. Not every company must have a holiday during the new year. Many posts are open all year round. Back to Grandma's community, it was still the original grass. Brother Lou, with a group of people, sat on the lawn, smoking and talking. "Boss, is this the end of it?" A younger brother bit a cigarette and said unwillingly, "Why don't we get the money and run away without giving him the contract? Anyway, there are so many people, he doesn't know who has the contract." "You are stupid if you don't get the contract. He will give you the money, watch you go a long way, and then say, 'Oh, the contract is not in hand,' and then catch us with flies." Brother Lou spat out a mouthful of smoke and sighed. "Shut up. It's good to get the money back. Go home early, and you can still catch up with the new year." "He's here," a younger brother whispered. Brother Lou threw away the cigarette, but put a smile on his face and greeted him. "So fast." Chinze saw him and was a little surprised. "Didn't he say that it was difficult to take a taxi?" "I bought a few packs of cigarettes at the supermarket outside and asked the boss to help me take a taxi. I told the driver to cancel the order when the taxi arrives. Damn it, this Didi taxi driver just won't go away." In addition, his words were full of the shrewdness of a commoner. Although it was very realistic, it still felt very low. Why is it that other novel protagonists are so pretentious and full of pretentiousness, but my style is not right? Chinze put down the box. Another problem came. The tape was too tight and could not be opened. "Do any of you have a knife?" Everyone shook their heads. "The loan shark, you don't have a knife?" A younger brother said, awkwardly. "We did, but it was confiscated when we went through the security check at the high-speed railway station." The style was not right again. As a loan shark, shouldn't he just casually take out a knife? So he found a rusty iron wire and cut it open. A group of people moved the box to the side of the building. It was too conspicuous in the lawn, but it could be seen clearly from downstairs. $3 million, a group of people counting for more than half an hour. Chinze stood at the side of the building and looked up at the sky. His heart was tired. Other protagonists. "What? This beautiful girl's family owes you $5 million? It's okay, I paid it back." "Then I paid the money back." As for me, I stood at the side and watched a group of debt collectors count the money until my hands cramped. I accompanied them in the cold wind for half an hour. Where did my pretentiousness go? Was it eaten by dogs? Brother Lou squatted beside the box and put the money into the box with his friends. He rubbed his swollen hands and said, "Actually, we can transfer the money to the bank. There's no rush." "Stop talking," Chinze said in a deep voice. "If the amount is correct, take out the contract." Brother Lou took out the contract from the bag he brought from the hotel and handed it to him. Chinze did not look at it. His heart skipped a beat. The money was returned, but his uncle did not learn his lesson. With his personality, he might be more reckless this year. Could he take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? For example, let these guys beat up his uncle. Scare him into chopping off his hands. But it's not good to cheat his uncle like this, right? Actually, this decision of mine is probably made by my father, mother, sister, grandmother, and other relatives. They all want to do it, but are too embarrassed to do it. Well, this is not my decision alone. It's the decision of all my relatives and friends. But everyone is too embarrassed, so I'm the only one who can do it. Thinking of this, his heart felt much better. Chinze frowned slightly and felt that this was feasible. Come here, we have something to discuss. Qinze waved at Brother Lu. Chapter 374. Big brother, is there anything else? Brother Lu looked at him cautiously. Once we get the money, our job is done. We don't know each other well. It's not easy for us lenders. Qinze took out a cigarette and handed it over. There's something I need your help with. If you help me do it, I'll give you 3,000 each. You'll also have the high-speed train fare home. Then, what is it? Brother Lu said. Let's listen first. We won't do anything illegal. This was definitely not a debt collector. He was even more cowardly than a salted fish. Trick my uncle. Su Guang into coming down. And then, Qinze mumbled, don't hit him too hard. Just beat him up, but don't hit him too lightly. Just scare him a little. Brother Lu looked at him in disbelief. He thought, what the hell? This kid is Su Guang's nephew? Then how do we trick him down? Brother Lu asked, just say that I asked him to come down and look at the loan contract to confirm its authenticity. Qinze said. He ignored Brother Lu's weird look. Anyway, the situation had changed. It didn't matter anymore. From the nephew helping his sister solve the problem, it became the nephew working with outsiders to bully his uncle. I'll transfer the money to you through Alipay. Tell me your Alipay account number, Qinze said. Okay. Although Brother Lu was a little confused, he was quite happy that he didn't earn money. Collapse. His uncle was obviously one of his own people, but he felt very, very scary. He only knew how to scam his own people. This time, he helped him with 3 million. What about next time? Would it be 30 million or 300 million? When that time came, Qinze would definitely not help. There was no reason for him to spend money like this. However, how could he, as the grandson and son, feel good when he saw his grandmother heartbroken and Qin Ma's sad face? Therefore, he needed to let his uncle know why the flowers were so red. Brother Lu thought for a while and felt that it was feasible. He looked around and sadly found that his subordinates all had some injuries on their faces. He couldn't find anyone whose face was unscathed. This son of a bitch, he didn't hit people's faces. He was going to break the rules. You, go up and ask Su Guang to come down. Brother Lu pointed at a subordinate with lighter injuries. The little brother answered and went up the stairs. After the little brother went upstairs, he knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was the lively little girl. Su Guang, come down. Your nephew wants you to take a look at the contract. The subordinate stood at the door and shouted inside. Su Guang immediately ran out. In the elevator, Su Guang looked at his little brother and asked, what happened to your face? It's none of your business. The underling's face immediately darkened. Su Guang smiled. The two of them exited the elevator and walked to the lawn behind the building. Su Guang saw Brother Lu and his gang. At the same time, he was also surrounded. Take a look at the contract. Is there any problem? Brother Lu handed the contract over. Su Guang looked through it carefully and scanned his signature and thumbprint to confirm that there were no mistakes. No problem. All right. Brother Lu placed the contract on the box and chuckled. The money issue is settled. Now let's settle the accounts. What debt? I don't owe you anything. The uncle took a step back warily and looked at his nephew, who was not far away. His nephew put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sky at a 15-degree angle. He was whistling and looking cool. A's. The uncle shouted. Uncle, what's wrong? Qinze was confused. They want to beat you up. The uncle shouted. Beat him up. Brother Lu waved his hand. Immediately, one of the underlings kicked Su Guang, and the others surrounded him and punched him. Please, don't beat my uncle. Be careful or I'll call the police. Qinze's expression changed drastically. His feet didn't move at all. Don't beat him. Don't beat him. I've already returned the money. Why are you still beating me? Give me a reason first. Hit him again, and I'll call the police. Chinze witnessed the entire process of his uncle being brutally beaten up for 5 minutes. It was too cruel, but it was different from when he was young. When he was young, he was filled with fear. Now, even if I told you, you might not believe it, but it felt great. After being beaten up, the uncle was not satisfied. Why are you beating me? Brother Lou was speechless. This wasn't written in the script. He turned his head and looked at Chinze. Chinze said angrily, "Why are you looking at me? If you beat my uncle, I'll call the police. F***CK. He's so stupid. I really want to feed him an acting book. Who asked you to borrow money from loan sharks? Who asked you to owe so much money? You're the scum of society and your family." Brother Lou thought of a reason, but you're the loan sharks. The uncle was not satisfied. Shouldn't people like me like you? Brother Lou said angrily, "You talk too much." Beat him up. Another round of beating. Seeing that it was about time, Chinze slowly took out his phone. "I'm calling the police." Brother Lou received the signal and immediately stopped. He waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go." The underlings carried the box. When they passed by Su Guang, they threw the contract at him. The group of debt collectors left in a hurry, waving their hands and not taking away a single piece of cloud. In a supermarket not far from the neighborhood, Brother Lou handed the boss a cigarette. "Boss, is there a place nearby that sells mobile phones?" "Go down this road. There's a Leasy mobile phone store. I don't know if it's open or not," the boss said. "Thanks." The few of them carried the money through the market. The underlings were confused. "Boss, this is the most confused day in my debt collection career." Brother Lou was silent for a long time. "I feel like I met a lunatic. What should we do now?" "Buy a mobile phone first, then go back to the hotel and call the company to send someone to pick us up. With so much money, it's not easy to take the high-speed rail." In the neighborhood, Chinze helped the uncle up and sat by the lawn. The contract was thrown aside. "Do you have a cigarette?" Su Guang rubbed his chest and gritted his teeth in pain. His handsome face was intact, but his body had been ravaged for 10 minutes. It hurt like hell. Chinze handed the cigarette over with a lighter. Su Guang lit the cigarette, then picked up the contract and lit it. He watched the flames rise from his body, and finally, a pile of ashes was left. "Uncle, there won't be a next time," Chinze said in a low voice. "Next time, even if you're forced to the rooftop, I won't help you. Don't be like this. I'm your mother's only brother. I'm your grandmother's only son. Can you bear to see her send off her son?" Su Guang grinned. The veins on Chinze's forehead throbbed. He said in a low voice, "I can't bear it. But even if I can't, I'll still choose to do so. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. I'll pay for Su Qing and Su Yu's education and take care of your grandmother. You can leave in peace." "Really?" Su Guang retracted his cynical expression and looked at him. "The truth." Chinze nodded and said word by word, "The truth." "Ha, you're just like your father." The uncle pursed his lips. That spicy radish didn't say anything just now. He was just watching the show. That's right. He learned the spicy radish from his uncle. When he was young, his uncle always said, "Your father is a spicy radish." Although I've been a jerk these few years, I didn't treat you badly when you were young. Do you need to find someone to beat me up? The uncle's expression was bitter. His uncle saw through him that Brother Lou's acting skills were really bad. Chinze didn't feel embarrassed at all. He snorted and said, "You're my uncle after all. It's not good for a junior to beat up an elder. I just want you to know the pain and stop making mistakes." The uncle laughed. I've been hiding for so many years. I've been beaten up many times. When have you seen me change for the better? Damn, this shameless son of a B asterisk TCH. He's still so smug. Chinze really wanted to beat him up. After finishing his cigarette, the uncle said shyly, "Have another one." "No," Chinze said in a bad mood. "You're so shy. You're running around and losing money. If you continue to gamble, if you continue to be reckless, even the gods won't be able to save you." The uncle was stunned. He gave a thumbs up. "That rhymes pretty well. I've learned something new. Chinze, Dad, I finally know why you slap him every time you see him." The uncle blew out a puff of smoke. He looked at the sky and sighed. "In 2004, when you were just in your third year of primary school, your grandfather handed his business over to me. At that time, our Sioux family wasn't that rich. After all, we didn't ride on the wave of reform and opening up. But at least we accumulated more than 2 million yuan. It wasn't a small amount. Your grandfather told me, Su Guang, it wasn't easy for our Sioux family to come out of a small town in the countryside. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate this family business either. Now that it's in your hands, you have to support it. Don't ask for 100 generations of glory. You can't be rich for more than 3 generations. It's good enough if you can be rich for 3 generations." The sky was deathly pale. Chinze looked at his uncle, and his uncle looked at the sky. His uncle's eyes were also deathly pale. Chapter 375. When I was young, my family was poor. We lived in the countryside. Back then, we didn't get paid and had to go to the cafeteria to eat. We had 2 sets of clothes a year, sewing and mending, and had a simple meal. Let me tell you something you don't know. Your grandmother actually gave birth to many children. The first was twins, but they died a few days after they were born. The second was your mother. Before me, there were 2 more, an older brother and an older sister. But they didn't survive because their lives were too hard. Otherwise, your mother and I wouldn't be so different in age. Your grandfather had a strong personality. He was afraid of being poor and suffering. Later, he pulled some strings and entered a state-owned enterprise. As for myself, I was educated and became a production model for a few years. After many twists and turns, I was assigned to Shanghai. Later, I slowly climbed up the ranks and became a small leader. The sentence that left the deepest impression on me was, if you don't work hard, you'll always be a bumpkin. If you don't work hard, you'll never get a wife. He always said that to me. It's not that he looked down on farmers. He was one himself. It's just that the farmers back then had no way out. They just had to make ends meet. Chinze thought to himself, Grandpa is so inspirational. Your grandfather also said that although that bastard Qin Jianzhang looked serious and was evil on the surface, his character was passable. As a family, conflicts are inevitable, but don't forget to support each other. He didn't expect his grandfather to affirm his grandfather's character. He remembered his grandfather saying that after he got Qinma pregnant, his grandfather called him a despicable scum. In fact, his uncle did often come to visit him and his sister with gifts. After he handed over the business to me, I ran around every day for a few years, receiving and delivering goods. Sometimes I only slept for 4 hours a day. It was tiring, but it was fulfilling. I felt that my son, who didn't have any education, was quite promising. He successfully took over my family business and guarded it well. Until 2008, I didn't know why, but I kept losing money. Not only did my efforts go down the drain, but I also lost nearly $1 million. Your grandfather also fell sick at that time. He lay in bed and said to me, "Don't be discouraged. Dad just started the business, and it wasn't always smooth sailing. Just treat it as your tuition." Actually, you've been doing well these few years. It's good that you can suffer a little. 2008 economic crisis. Qinzhe frowned. However, as an ordinary person, the economic crisis did not affect him much. Moreover, he was still young, so he did not feel much. Yes, at that time, I was young and full of vigor. Even if the market was not doing well, I could still make a name for myself and prove my ability. That's what I was thinking, and then I lost out again. How miserable! Later on, I gradually couldn't stop myself. I would enter whatever industry people said would sell well. I would invest in whatever industry was good. In the end, most of the goods went to waste, and the financial deficit made me almost desperate. In just over a year, I had squandered almost all of our savings. At that time, I was very haggard. My father was also haggard. His illness gradually worsened. He advised me to stabilize for a while and observe the situation. But I didn't listen. I was already crazy. A friend told me that he found a good project that would definitely make money. He just needed a partner. And then you were deceived by him. Qinzhe said he knew about this incident. In fact, it left a deep impression on him. Qinma cried at home for a long time. Not long after, Qinzhe saw his uncle in the hospital. He felt that his uncle had completely collapsed. He was no longer that handsome uncle. You still remember. His uncle smiled awkwardly. Yes, our last hope was gone. Not long after this incident, your grandfather passed away. Then his uncle began a carefree and unrestrained life. He began to indulge in all kinds of debauchery. Qinzhe thought to himself, perhaps the blow was too great, and he gave up on himself. Before your grandfather passed away, he grabbed my hand and said a lot of things. He didn't blame me. Instead, he smiled and said that it was fine. Just treat it as starting over. As long as you were willing to work hard, your life would get better and better. Don't be defeated by a single setback. His uncle chuckled. He was clearly smiling, but Qinzhe felt that he was crying. Even when I was such a good-for-nothing, he didn't scold me. I thought, there's no reason why I can't get up. If my business fails, I can make a comeback. If I don't have the funds, I'll gamble, I'll borrow. If I fail once or twice, I'll succeed. But there's no hope. There's really no hope at all. I lose more and more, and the debt I owe more and more. I can't accept this. A few million, such a high starting point, but I still owe more and more. It's been more than 10 years. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Qinzhe was silent. All these years I've been thinking, if it weren't for that, if it weren't for me, my dad might have lived a few more years. My mom doesn't blame me, neither does my sister, but I can't get over myself. Such a good family, such a rich family, my dad's life's work. 5 years, I squandered it all. Every Qingming festival, I don't dare to visit the grave. I'm afraid. I thought, sooner or later, I'll live a glorious life. When that time comes, I'll go and see him again. I'll go and see him in glory. This man, who was almost 40 years old, squatted on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth, crying like a fool. Qinzhe's heart skipped a beat. So that's how it is. Whether it's gambling, trading in stocks, or taking all kinds of risks in the eyes of others, they're all just trying to get back what they've lost. The death of his grandfather back then was a bigger blow to him than he had imagined. He felt that everything was because of him. He was the one who broke his father's heart, and he was the one who pushed the family from riches to poverty. His uncle was trapped in his own knot. He was too ashamed to face his father and elders in Jiangdong, so he had been wandering outside. He had a home, but he didn't want to come back because he felt that he wasn't qualified to come back and see his late father. But after so many years, he still hadn't succeeded. Instead, he became a scum in the eyes of his relatives and friends, a good-for-nothing. Chinze's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He sighed and said, "So if you want to make a comeback, you have to grow up wretchedly and not wander around everywhere." Su Guang. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the sadness brewing in his uncle's heart suddenly disappeared by more than half. In this world, there are many people who go bankrupt, and even more prodigals. Many people are unwilling to give up and want to make a comeback. But in reality, hard work isn't enough. If hard work is useful, what's the use of being a genius? Chinze poured poisonous chicken soup for him. Success can't be separated from opportunity, vision, and talent. Only a genius like me can have the last laugh. "Uncle, if you want to believe me, just wait," Chinze said. "Business opportunities aren't so easy to grasp. You've been out there for so many years, so you should understand this. I have an investment company under my name, and this year I'll start to survey the industry. If possible, I can help you fly." His uncle didn't reply. He lit a cigarette for himself, but he didn't smoke. He sat there in a daze and calmed himself down. Chinze didn't say anything and just accompanied him. After being exposed to the cold wind for a long time, his uncle sighed and said, "I feel better after spitting out all the words in my heart. If you didn't find someone to beat me up today, I wouldn't have said all these to you. No matter what, I'm still your uncle. I can't show my weak side in front of my nephew. A man has to maintain a strong image." Chinze chuckled and said, "Don't talk about me. Your image is already gone in front of your own children." His uncle kicked him and scolded jokingly, "Get lost. I deserve to be beaten. I'm still your uncle. After all, I doted on you when you were young. Don't you know how to be gentler when you hit people?" "Oh, right. How did you know that I'm in cahoots with them?" Chinze thought for a long time and felt that something was wrong. Could it be just from a glance? If his uncle had such astuteness, he wouldn't have been so weak for so many years. "Isn't that obvious? I saw you hitting them upstairs. When I turned around, they hit me, and you stood there pretending to be a coward." "I'm not stupid," his uncle said angrily. "So that's how it is, begging for a bean sack. What do you mean you saw me upstairs? Could it be that everything I did downstairs was seen by my uncle upstairs? Why are you standing by the window in the middle of winter? If you want to jump, please go to the rooftop. If my uncle saw it, then did my grandma, dad, mom, aunt, sister, and cousins all see it? F***CK. I'm really done for." Chinze sat in the cold wind, his body weathering inch by inch. Inexplicably, a song floated in his mind. "Let the autumn wind take away my thoughts, take away my tears." Chapter 376. Chinze felt that this year must be his zodiac year. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unlucky since New Year's Eve until now. Originally, he had stepped in and saved the day, appearing in front of his uncle's family as a savior, imagining the thoughts of the various characters. "Grandma, as expected of my grandson, the number one of the younger generation. Aunt, without A's, I really don't know what to do this time. Cousin is so capable. I admire you. Cousin, in the future, I will also become a man of indomitable spirit, like cousin." Just thinking about it was wonderful. Now, it was not the case at all. Although his uncle deserved a beating and everyone wanted to beat him up, thinking about it and doing it were two different things. His nephew had asked someone to beat up his uncle. Even if the old man was frantically cheering for his son in his heart, he would still scold him for being an unruly brat, imagining the thoughts of the various characters. "Grandma, I didn't expect my grandson to be such a person. All these years, I must have been blind. Aunt, A's is so scheming. I thought he was a good kid. Cousin is too much. I will never forgive him. Cousin, Cousin did well, but I can't show too much happiness. I must be angry. As for his parents, they would also see him in a different light, because in front of the elders, Chinze was an honest, calm, and obedient child. He would only vent his anger on his sister. Chin Bao Bao, don't you have hands and feet? Chin Bao Bao, scram. Chin Bao, do you believe that I will press you to the ground? And so on. Occasionally, he would even slap his sister. But his sister seemed to be enjoying it. The angrier he was, the happier she would be. This was very awkward. Chinze began to regret. If he had known, he would have found someone to teach his uncle a lesson another day. No, my way of thinking is getting weirder and weirder. If it were the old him, he would have definitely chosen to talk to his uncle instead of employing the insidious Didi beat people business. Since when did I become so black-bellied? It must be Sister Ziwei's fault. After being with her for so long, I unknowingly became a black-bellied person, always thinking of using underhanded means to do things. Yes, it was all Sister Ziwei's fault. Grandma, Chinze was stunned. His uncle nodded. Of course I saw it. I even said that Ace is really good. His fighting skills are even better than the loan sharks. Chinze was speechless. Then he would turn around and act like a grandson and send someone to beat up his uncle. He took the elevator nervously and arrived at the door of the 6th floor. Chinze was thinking about how to redeem his image. Ha, I'm just kidding. Uncle patted him on the shoulder. I saw it when I was smoking by the window. The others didn't know. Otherwise, how could there be no movement upstairs after I was beaten up for so long? Uncle had a look of satisfaction on his face as he took revenge. Wait a minute. Chinze heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he remembered something. Uncle, can I ask you something? What is it? Uncle took out the key from his pocket. You know Su Yao? Uncle froze in the middle of taking out the key. Chinze caught a glimpse of shock and panic in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Yes, I do. He's my childhood playmate. Can you tell me about him? What's there to say? I haven't seen him for decades. I almost forgot about him. But how do you know him? Uncle shrugged, inserted the key into the keyhole, and opened the door without changing his expression. Chinze kept silent. Uncle was smart and took out the key to open the door, so he couldn't continue asking. Ace is back. Is everything settled? Aunt couldn't wait to ask. Chinze nodded and said that it was settled. She was relieved and looked conflicted, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. Grandma called Chinze to her side and nagged for a long time. She scolded Uncle as she talked, but Uncle lowered his head and let his mother scold him. Chinze glanced at him. He didn't know if Uncle listened to him. He wanted to see if Uncle would stay at home after the New Year or sneak out again. Also, he felt that his cousin's starry eyes were so hot that he was a little restless. That night, they stayed at Uncle's house for dinner. Chinze cooked again. Su Yu quietly squeezed her mother away and helped him. While he was cooking, Chinze stuffed a bank card into her pocket. It's not much. Just treat it as pocket money. Change your phone. It's still early for a 17-year-old girl to come into contact with cosmetics, but you can dress up more exquisitely. You can keep this money and spend it slowly, or you can pay for your school fees. It's up to you. Suyu held the bank card and lowered her head. Her tears were falling. Her sister, who had sneaked in to eat, saw this scene and said angrily, "What's wrong? Are you bullying you again?" Suyu waved her hand. Her crying face was slightly red. She explained, "Cousin didn't bully me." "So you're touched?" Chin Bao Bao glanced at her and patted the dog's head with a smile. "Do you want to repay your cousin?" Suyu nodded vigorously. "If you want to repay me, the best way is to devote yourself to me. You don't have to think about that. I mean, it's not realistic. Then, When you have a job in the future, you'll have to return the money. Baby Chin smiled. Suyu nodded. Just give the money to cousin when the time comes. You can pay him back slowly. There's no hurry. Chin Bao said, cousin's wife money is all managed by cousin. Although Suyu didn't understand why cousin's wife money was managed by cousin, she still nodded obediently. Help cousin make a cup of black tea. Chin Bao sent Suyu out of the kitchen. She rolled her eyes coquettishly. How much did you give her? Not much, just 20,000. Are you unhappy? Chinze said. 20,000, no more, no less. Chin Bao knocked on his head. Yu is very sensitive and has strong self-esteem. Don't give her money all the time. You'll make her feel pitiful. If you give her money in the future, just tell her to pay it back when she has a job in the future. Or ask her to come to our company to take a few modeling photos as repayment. Sister, you're so thoughtful. Chinze flattered. I'll help you wash the vegetables. Chin Bao rolled up her sleeves. No. Wait for you. Why? Are you looking down on me? His sister raised her eyebrows. He didn't have any self-awareness at all. If you wash the vegetables, I have to wash them again myself. Chinze said, No, I'm just afraid that you'll be tired. His sister snorted. Then I'll go outside and watch TV. She felt that what he said just now was strange. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. After dinner, they said goodbye to their grandmother and returned home. For the next 2 days, Chinze's family ran around and paid New Year's greetings everywhere. Chinze said tentatively, I'm going back to Zhejiang province to pay New Year's greetings today. Chin Ma said, Why are you going? You never went in the past years. You're not familiar with that place. Chinze said, I'm returning home in glory. I'm so successful now. Of course, I have to go. Chin Ma said, Don't make trouble. Children should stay at home. She didn't agree no matter what. Chinze said in his heart, If you don't agree, I'll use force. But on this day, he received a call from Suyu. Hubby, I miss you so much. Same. Chinze asked about her recent situation. Suyu said, It's okay. I'm following my dad around to pay New Year's greetings. Hubby, come and stay at home tonight. Chinze said, After the New Year, I'm running around every day. How can I have time? Master, come on. Call me Hei's king. No. Suyu giggled and said, Master Eel, I need an injection. I'm hanging up. Don't. My mother is back. We've made an appointment to go to Grandma and Grandpa's house today. As the son-in-law, you should meet your mother-in-law. Chinze was speechless. Suyu laughed and said, She's my mother anyway. You're in and out of my body, and I'm in and out of your body. I have to meet her, right? And Grandpa and Grandma occasionally remember that they have me, their granddaughter, and they'll urge me to find a partner, although they're just saying it. Chinze's nose twitched. What time is it today? Come over now. I'll send you the address. Suyu's tone was joyful. After hanging up the phone, Chinze said, Mom, I have something to do today. I'm going to a friend's house to pay New Year's greetings. I won't accompany you to Zhejiang province. Ah, whose house are you going to? Chin Bao asked. My college roommate. He was hit by a little Mao Lu during the New Year. I'm going to see him. Chinze raised his phone and said, He just called me. I have to go. The actor was proficient in acting. Whether it was his eyes or his tone, they were impeccable, as if he was really going to visit his roommate who was hit. Chin Bao said, Oh, and said to Chin Ma, Mom, you cooked the rice. Zijin and I want to eat at noon. There was no shortage of food during the New Year. She could just heat it up in the hot pot. She still knew how to use hot pot. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched, and she forced a smile and said, Auntie, you can go. I'll cook the rice. So embarrassing. Chinze laughed and said, 2.5 cups of rice are enough for 2 people. Don't put too much. Wang Zijin's pretty face turned red. I don't know. You don't have to talk. Get lost, Bao Bao. Get the hell out of here. Qin Bao Bao. Get lost, Chinze. Chinze. Get lost, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 377. After Su Yu sent the address, Chinze estimated the time and found that he could stay at home for another half an hour. Chinze and his sisters were not playing for money. Qin Bao Bao sneaked into the old man's study and tore a few pieces of white paper from his diary. If this behavior was discovered, he would be beaten to death. His sister cut the paper into square pieces with scissors and wrote, "One day." Each person had 10 pieces of paper, and one day represented a day of housework. Mopping the floor, sweeping the floor, washing clothes, washing dishes, in addition to Chinze's exclusive cooking. After all, the 2 sisters couldn't cook. The time was half an hour, and they arranged the work according to the pieces of paper in their hands. Chinze's card luck was surprisingly good. Whether he was a landlord or a farmer, he had never tasted defeat. In 10 minutes, he accumulated 21 cards from 10 cards. The one with the worst luck was Qin Bao Bao. She always lost, but her sister was a flirtatious little b***, tch. At least, that was what Wang Zijin thought. When she lost too much, she would shamelessly throw flirtatious glances at her brother, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. Chinze immediately fell into his sister's beauty trap. He let her win several times and let her equalize the disadvantage. In this way, after half an hour, Wang Zijin's paper was empty. Oh, I won. Her sister lay down on the sofa and slapped the sofa with her long legs. Wang Zijin faintly looked at Chinze, got up and left. Chinze was shocked and asked, "Sister Ziwei, where are you going?" Wang Zijin smiled. "To the bathroom." Chinze saw the shining word MMP from Wang Zijin's smile. After 0.01 seconds, Chinze made an accurate judgment and followed Sister Ziwei into the bathroom. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin squinted and didn't give him a good face. "Are you angry?" "No, I'm just angry. You're so annoying. I need to go to the toilet. Get out." Without another word, Chinze pressed her against the wall. "It's just for fun. Don't mind it." "I don't mind. It's just 10 days of housework. I like to do housework. It makes me happy." "Sister Ziwei, if it weren't for the way you gritted your teeth, I would have believed you. Let go of that housework. Let me do it." Chinze hugged her slender waist. "What are you angry about? No matter who wins or loses, it's not me who does the housework in the end." "Then why don't you let Qin Bao Bao lose and let me lose?" Wang Zijin said with a straight face. "Hey, this jealousy." Chinze licked her oval-shaped face. "Because I've always thought that Sister Ziwei is magnanimous and magnanimous. She wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters. That's because you don't understand women." Wang Zijin said. She lowered her head and glanced at her chest. "Not as magnanimous as your sister. You're magnanimous, but she's magnanimous." Wang Zijin slapped his hand away and said gloomily, "I also eat papaya milk, but it's not on the same scale as your sister. Sister Ziwei is very good now. I like a woman who can be controlled with one hand. Moreover, it's not as effective as papaya milk. Let me tell you a secret," Chinze said mysteriously. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. "What secret?" "What you eat to make up for it. You need to eat balls." Wang Zijin was stunned for 3 seconds. She finally understood. She lowered her head and glanced at it. "You're disgusting." Chinze clamped his legs together. His balls were cold when she looked at him. I'm not asking you to eat my balls. It's my fault for not making it clear. Cock balls can increase breast size after eating for a long time. The effect is very good. How did you know? Wang Zijin revealed a look of realization. So, Qin Bao Bao used to eat balls every day? No, no, no. Don't think so. Otherwise, my sister will kill me. Qinze said, I saw it on the internet. Anyway, many people said that it's effective. I don't know about such a disgusting thing. Wang Zijin sneered. I'm just saying. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. Qinze lowered his head and licked her fair and beautiful oval-shaped face. My face is covered in saliva. Are you a husky? Wang Zijin wiped her face and punched his chest with her small fists. No, husky is so cheap. It's definitely not me. Then what are you? I'm Teddy, Wang Zijin. Speaking of Teddy, he almost forgot about Suyu. He should go over. He said that he would meet Suyu at the gate of the community. Ace, where did you go? Sister shouted in the living room. Qinze turned and went out of the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm in the room. Qin Bao Bao, help me get the scarf on the hanger. It's cold, Qinze said in a bad mood. You don't know how to get it yourself. You're closer. Qin Bao Bao said in a coquettish voice. You help me get it. Qinze said in a helpless voice. Got it. In the bathroom, Wang Zijin listened to the conversation between the sister and brother, and suddenly had an idea. If I learn from Qin Bao Bao and act coquettishly, will A's be more obsessed with me? Men like women who are cute, and coquettish, Zhao Taizhu once said to her. Then, should I use a new skill? Although it's very embarrassing and difficult for me to do it, men are all changed from eels. Women should also change. Wang Zijin closed her eyes, brooded for 3 seconds, and put on a cute posture. You're so annoying. No, not cute enough, not coquettish enough. In her mind, she recalled Qin Bao Bao's coquettish appearance to Qinze. Well, her eyes should be more charming, and her small eyebrows should be slightly frowned. Let's do it again. You're so annoying. She felt a little bit, but still a little bit. Yes, her small mouth should be pouted. Wang Zijin pouted and frowned. You're so annoying, Wang Zijin suddenly froze. From the mirror, she saw Qinze standing by the bathroom door. Qinze's face was very complicated, with a confusion of doubting life. When did he come back? He saw it all? Wang Zijin froze there, not daring to turn around, and her face turned red. Qinze was stunned for a few seconds, then walked away silently. Wang Zijin, _A's, listen to me. Qinze walked to the living room in a daze, his mind full of Sister Ziwei's pouting and coquettish appearance. Although Shisher's frowning appearance was very beautiful, when that kind of expression appeared on Sister Xian's dignified oval-shaped face, it felt too out of place and did not match her temperament. It stung his eyes. Sister, act coquettishly, Qinze suddenly said as he walked past the living room. Qin Bao Bao was lying on the sofa, looking at her phone. She liked lying on her stomach, but this position was actually very tiring for her. After lying down for a while, she had to get up and rub her chest. What? Quick, act coquettishly. Qin Bao Bao was confused, but still pouted and acted cute. Annoying. Qinze happily changed his shoes and left home. Sure enough, his sister's coquettish appearance was pleasing to the eye and tolerable. At 10:30, he arrived at the community where Suyu's grandparents lived. The building was very new, and the greenery was very good. Qinze estimated that it was completed no more than 5 years ago. In addition, this area cost 70,000 yuan per square meter. It seemed that they were rich. Although he didn't know what her mother did, her father was so rich that he must have received a lot of property when they divorced. At the gate of the community, a tall beauty stood there, waving her hand. Suyu recognized his car and burst into a bright smile. She was dressed very homey, light blue slim jeans, a down jacket of the same color, snow boots, and a burgundy scarf. On New Year's Eve, she had her hair styled like a goddess. Suyu trotted up to meet him, opened the door, sat in the passenger seat, rubbed her hands vigorously, and her round nose was red from the cold. Chinze apologized. "I'm late." Suyu's teeth chattered. "It's okay. I only waited for 15 minutes. It's just that my hands are a little stiff, and I didn't bring my gloves down." Chinze held her small hand. It was cold. He suddenly remembered a joke on the internet. A real man should stuff a girl's cold hand into his crotch. "You feel good. I feel good too. Because a man's balls like cold and fear heat." "Did you buy a gift?" Suyu asked. "Yes, very ordinary health care and nutrition products," Chinze said. Suyu smiled sweetly. "Enough. My mother is also here with her family, and my uncles and aunts are here, a big family." Suyu said. "So many people." Chinze was stunned. "Is it because of me? What are you thinking about?" Suyu rolled his eyes and said, "My mother is here. My mother lives abroad, and it's rare for her to come back. The key is that my mother's red envelope is big. She gives the younger generation a red envelope of 500,000 yuan every year. My uncles and aunts also want to borrow some money from my mother when she comes back." "Chinze, how do I feel? Philistin?" Suyu said, "Of course, my grandfather's family is just an ordinary family. My father was also a poor boy, so he and my mother married with equal social status. You don't understand. A barely well-off family has a rich man with assets of more than 100 million yuan. That kind of atmosphere of eating and taking. My family can't escape the rut. Your family is much better. My aunt and her husband are middle-level managers of state-owned enterprises. My aunt's family is doing business and is not short of money. The house where my grandfather and grandmother live now was bought by my mother for 8 million yuan. Then my uncle and aunts fought to write their names on the real estate certificate. Anyway, my mother won't fight with them." Chinze nodded. "I can understand. My uncle's family is like this. The money they borrowed from my family is nearly 10 million yuan. The house in the past, according to the current house price, plus the 3 million yuan a few days ago, was almost 10 million yuan. My mother doesn't feel disgusted. She doesn't care if my brothers and sisters take some money from her, hundreds of thousands or millions." Suyu said, "When she divorced, she got a lot of money. Later, she started her own business. My foreign stepfather met her when she was doing business. He is also rich, and he is a China expert." As she said, she blinked her eyes and smiled like a ghost. "But they are not as good as you. The two of them together have only 1 billion yuan in assets. They all know that I left my father's company, but I didn't say how I am doing now." Chinze said, "Why?" Suyu curled her lips. "My father cheated on me and had an illegitimate child. My grandmother and grandfather's family hate him, and the granddaughter who grew up with my father, of course, doesn't love me much. We only see each other a few times a year, and we don't have a deep relationship. My mother has a new family and a mixed-race grandson. In the past, when she wanted to borrow money and had trouble, she would come to me, but after I resigned, my uncle and aunts didn't contact me. It's true that your grandmother doesn't love you and your uncle doesn't love you." Chapter 378. A child from a single-parent family would only see his father a few times throughout the year. It was normal for his maternal grandmother to not dote on him and his uncle to not love him. Suyu herself was used to it, so when she talked about these things, she didn't show any sadness. It was her biological parents who really hurt her, a father who regarded his son as his heir, and a mother who wholeheartedly ran her new family. she was superfluous in any way. Sometimes the father may think, this daughter is really annoying, thinking about competing with his son for the position of heir every day. Sometimes the mother may think, this daughter is really annoying, thinking of the failed relationship experience when she saw her. Who knows? In a beautifully decorated house, more than 100 square meters, Su Yu's grandfather was called Ding Yukong. He was a thin old man with white hair and an old-fashioned and serious look. Her grandmother also had white hair, thin and small, with a mole between her eyebrows. Both of them were 80 years old. There were 4 people in the second generation of the Ding family, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Su Yu's mother, Ding Yun, was the second. Su Yu had 6 siblings, 2 of whom were married, and those who were not married also had a partner. The 3 generations of the Ding family, about 20 people, were gathered together. The family sat in the living room and chatted. The 2 babies were sleeping soundly in their mother's arms. As they chatted, the topic turned to Su Yu. Eldest aunt gossiped. Xiao Yun, Yu, resigned from her father's company in the middle of the year. Do you know about this? I heard that it was not very pleasant. Youngest aunt complained. I wanted her cousin to work in her company, but it failed. Now, Song Song is still working in a small company. I can't count on her. Ding Yun, 48 years old, had a gentle and beautiful face and fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, showing her charm when she was young. Su Tong's facial features were well-defined, but not stunning enough to give birth to such a delicate daughter. Sitting next to her was a foreigner with brown hair and brown eyes. He had a high nose bridge and deep eyes, very handsome. Then there was a smaller version of the foreigner. He also had brown hair, a high nose bridge, and fair skin. He was a young man in his early 20s. He was a mix of Chinese and Western descent, very handsome. Mama, my sister hasn't come back yet, the little foreigner said, speaking in poor Chinese. Ding Yun said, she went out to pick up your brother-in-law and will be back soon. After that, she turned to look at her 2 sisters-in-law and asked, what's going on? I think that little B asterisk starred snatched it away. The stock market is very hot this year, and you started an investment company that specializes in stocks. I only found out about it when I asked her for help with Song Song's job. Song Song was supposed to go over, but that little B asterisk starred came and made her a mere figurehead. After that, I heard that she quit her job. I heard that she got into an argument with her father. Ding Yun frowned. She didn't know about it. Su Yu didn't tell her, but the mother and daughter rarely contacted each other. Grandma interrupted and asked, where is you working now? I don't know. Probably not going to work. Anyway, cousin won't be short of money. Her pocket money is enough. You're such a petty child. No matter how much pocket money you have, it's still the same. Everyone was talking at once. Auntie suddenly said, Sis, Liang is getting married next year, but the down payment for the house isn't enough. Ding Yun smiled. How much do you owe? Uncle, 400,000. The policy was changed last year. The second house needs a down payment of 50%. I want to borrow some money from you. Ding Yun nodded and smiled gently. Sure. Everyone laughed. Then the topic turned to Su Yu's boyfriend. Uncle said, You finally found a boyfriend. After the new year, she'll be 28. Ding Yun smiled and said, It can be considered as solving one of my worries. Uncle said again, Sis, ask her later what's going on with her family. Don't always be angry with her father. When the time comes, you won't be able to get a share of the family property. Auntie, that's right. Let her go home and guard it well. The family property can't be less. We definitely can't let that little bastard have it. Auntie, it's the Su family's property. It's a waste not to take it. After so many years, when talking about the Sioux family, there was no longer the hatred of gnashing teeth. Now, the most talked about was the family property that Sioux got. The core content was the money that should be taken, not a single cent less. Ding Yun didn't like to talk about this topic. She turned her head and whispered to her foreigner husband in fluent English. The little foreigner stood by the window and looked out. He happened to see a car parked downstairs. Su Yu and Qin Zhe got out of the car and took his hand into the building. "Sister is back. She brought back a man," he said in broken Chinese, looking very excited. Su Yu stayed abroad for a few years and lived with her mother for a long time. It was ironic that the foreigner's stepfather and cheap brother were very good to Su Yu. A few of his cousins rushed to the window and peeked out to look down. "What car does he drive? Porsche? Lamborghini? Maybach? Which one? What does cousin's boyfriend look like?" they asked in a low voice. The little foreigner pointed to a black, ordinary car. "It's that one." Everyone looked disappointed. Several elders looked over curiously. Auntie asked, "What's wrong?" "The car is ordinary. It doesn't look more than 1,000,000 yuan. You don't know the value. It's not even 500,000 yuan. I sell cars. I can see it at a glance." "What brand is it?" "I can't see clearly, but it's not expensive." When Annie heard this, she said to Ding Yun, "Yours taste in men." She didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was obvious. "Uncle, probably because he's handsome." "Uncle, maybe he can take care of people." "Grandma, it's good to take care of people." "Auntie, what's good about it? How can you marry without money?" "Ding Yun, it's good that you like him. It doesn't matter if he has money or not." She was really an open-minded mother, or she just wanted to marry her daughter off as soon as possible. There was a knock on the door. The little foreigner opened the door in a hurry. Su Yu took Qin Zhe's hand and entered the house. The moment they saw Qin Zhe, the elder's eyes lit up. Well, a very handsome young man with good temperament. Speaking of temperament, Qin Zhe's temperament has improved recently. He was no longer a good-looking guy with no temperament, since he had money and the system, although it was a bit low. He finally had confidence in his heart. A man with confidence has temperament. In the words of my sister, my little foreigner is becoming more and more manly. Sure enough, Er's taste in men was based on their appearance. "Grandpa, Grandma." Su Yu led Qin Zhe to her family and introduced him to them, one by one. "This is my boyfriend, Qin Zhe." Several young people were dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. Then Su Yu introduced her family to Qin Zhe. First uncle, first aunt, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, and finally her biological mother and stepfather. "This is my brother. You can call him Ada," Su Yu said. Ding Yun looked at Qin Zhe with a smile. First impression, well, not bad. Grandpa said in a deep voice, "Young man, what do you do?" "Auntie, hey, I feel that he looks familiar." Mom, he is Qin Zhe," the cousin whispered. "I know he is Qin Zhe," Auntie replied angrily. Then a cousin of Su Yu said, "But I don't know who Qin Zhe is." As she said, she looked at Qin Zhe with starry eyes. Yes, as a 25-year-old star chaser, Qin Zhe, a high-quality little fresh meat, was also one of her targets. Absolutely high quality. Most of the other little fresh meats personas came from movies and TV series or forced personas. Qin Zhe's persona was real, 24K pure gold persona. Rich and talented. Nickname is not to be said. It is embarrassing to say. Qin Zhe's aunt understood and said in surprise, "Qin Zhe, this name sounds familiar. Are you a celebrity?" The elders in the room had different expressions. Grandpa and Grandma were stunned and then frowned. His uncles and ants were all shocked. Kind of understand. He is good at writing songs. Singers in the entertainment industry dream of his songs. The cousin worshipped. He is also the god of stocks, very good at trading stocks. A cousin said, he is also a big boss, has 2 companies. Chinze is super famous. A cousin's wife said, very rich, richer than auntie, richer than cousin's family. The cousin said, his cousin was Suyu. This time, the look in her eyes was different. Oh, Yuer is really lucky. Her boyfriend is so handsome. Annie piled up a smile on her face. It's time to eat. Let's eat. Chinze, treat this place as your home. Don't be an outsider. Several relatives smiled more eagerly than Ding Yun. Not long after, the food was served. The younger generation sat at one table, and the elders sat at another table. Uncle said that the big boss couldn't sit with the younger generation, so he let Chinze and Suyu sit with the elders. At the table, the elders insinuated about Chinze's work and income. When they learned that Chinze and Suyu were partners, they suddenly realized that he was a rich second generation. However, from beginning to end, no one mentioned Qinbao. In the past, Chinze's label was the most dazzling, Qinbao's younger brother. Now, he himself was a very famous celebrity. So, the elders began to inquire about Chinze's family background, trying to estimate his family background. This was very normal. The younger generation in the family must inquire about the other party's family background. Chinze briefly said that his father was a university professor, and his mother was a stay-at-home mother. The elders were dumbfounded, listening to the young man's words. He was not a rich second generation. His family background was earned by himself. Chinze is amazing. He can sell a song for a lot of money. The cousin at the next table interrupted. Auntie secretly took out her mobile phone and searched for Chinze. At first, she didn't search correctly and wrote the name wrong. After thinking about it, she searched. Chinjo is very good at writing songs. Search results. Fast shooter Chinze. Fast shooter? Auntie's mouth twitched. Chapter 379. So it was this, say. Auntie re-entered it and entered it correctly. She clicked on Chinze's personal profile. Shocked. A song that was hard to get even with 10,000 gold. God of stocks. Fast shooter. Buying 80% of the shares of Tianfang Entertainment. Everything that had happened was recorded. They were all legends that Chinze had left behind in Jianghu. In the eyes of a commoner like Annie, he was simply the boss of the bosses. It turned out that had found such a man. This was not just a rich husband, but a 24K pure gold, no, a titanium alloy husband. Moreover, he had a big celebrity sister. A big celebrity, in the eyes of ordinary people, was an existence that made money faster than printing money. They were paid tens of millions and bought mansions. Annie's mouth cracked open. Look at this, look at this. She handed the phone to her husband. Little uncle took the phone and was shocked. He thought to himself, this nephew is amazing. What are you two whispering about? You're eating and you're whispering. Grandma glanced at her youngest son and daughter-in-law. Auntie's face was full of smiles. I just searched for Chinze. He's really amazing. Grandma was suddenly interested. What do you mean? Auntie glanced at Suyu. Found such a good boyfriend. She didn't know to say earlier that she had to wait until the new year to bring him back. Mom, Chinze is very good at writing songs. He's the #1 in the domestic music industry. His sister is Qinbao, that big celebrity Qinbao. The internet said that she became famous because of the songs he wrote. Also, he's good at trading stocks. People say that he's the god of stocks. Many celebrities ask him to help them earn money. He also composes piano music and has acted in movies before. That bloody battle of Shanghai Beach was directed by him. The male lead, I say, looks familiar. Auntie repeated Qinzhe's resume on the phone, refreshing everyone's understanding of Qinzhe again. Previously, they thought that although Qinzhe was excellent, their Suyu was not bad either. She was tall and well-endowed. Ordinary rich people were not worthy of her. Now, they felt that Suyu was a bit out of her league. This was not an ordinary genius. This was a legend. Dingyan also looked at him in surprise. Qinzhe and Suyu's elders talked and laughed. He could even chat with the foreigner's stepfather. The foreigner spoke fluent Chinese and talked about his experience in China during those years. After chatting for a while, Qinzhe realized that he was more inclined towards the technical type of boss. That's right. Developed countries have long passed the era of being uncivilized. Without skills and knowledge, it would be difficult to get rich. This was unlike China, where no matter how high one's education level was, one could instantly become a boss if they found connections or business opportunities. This phenomenon was gradually decreasing with the changes of time. In another 10 or 20 years, those fellows who claimed that studying was useless would really be useless. Suyu sat beside him obediently, poured wine for him, picked up food, and smiled. It was probably the happiest thing for a woman to see her man talking and laughing with his family. From the beginning to the end, her conversation with her mother did not exceed 3 sentences. The relationship between mother and daughter was relatively cold, but she had a good relationship with her half-brother. As time passed, the woman and the child finished their meal while the man was still drinking and chatting loudly. The little foreigner took Suyu and walked to the guest room. He opened his laptop skillfully and logged into the game. He communicated in English. "Sister, I have a new hero. You see how I play it. I will teach you later. I asked my cousin to download the China version. I will use your account and buy the new hero." Suyu began to play League of Legends abroad. It was this brother who introduced her to the game. Because she was bored, she tried to play it. Since then, she started a game career that was unrestrained and loved to scold people. In the game, she could scold people as much as she wanted. Others would not ignore her. Instead, they would fight with her for 300 rounds, making Suyu feel full of sense of existence. The little foreigner brother was also very happy to have a beautiful sister to play games with him. "Your brother-in-law also plays this game. We met in the game." Suyu laughed. "It's so good in China. You can make a girlfriend by playing games." The little foreigner said enviously, "Your brother-in-law is amazing. He often takes me to the next level. Sister, what is your rank now?" "Gold." "Oh my God, I only take you to the gold rank." The little foreigner was shocked and despised. "The game is just a medium for communication. I will not be the girlfriend of whoever takes me to the next level." Suyu's mouth twitched. The meal lasted until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The uncle and uncle were drunk. The foreigner's stepfather was drunk and unconscious. Dingyan helped him into the room to rest. Qinzhe came to find Suyu and saw her playing games on her laptop. As always, the operation was rubbish. The little foreigner brother was beside her, chattering in English and guiding her. The little foreigner was full of achievement. "Qinzhe, help me play." Suyu bit her lip and looked at her man with grievance. Well, the results were terrible. The little foreigner did not object and looked at Qinzhe. Suyu's character was a new hero recently. Qinzhe had not played games for a long time. Not only him, his sister had become a major shareholder of Tianfeng. She was getting busier and had less time to play games. Suyu was focused on running Bowser and also rarely played games. They were like the game friends they had met on the internet. They gradually reduced their gaming time and then disappeared completely. They could not be contacted. Fate had ended. Fortunately, Zhe did not need to worry about this kind of thing happening. Although he did not play games at night, he could play Suyu. This was more intimate and easy to understand communication. After resurrecting, Zhe stood in the spring and carefully went through the skills. Then he emptied the equipment and bought new ones. The little foreigner stared. Zhe's move was undoubtedly suicidal. The economy was a lot worse, and now it was even worse. But 10 minutes later, it completely changed. He had a strong view of the overall situation, abnormal awareness, and sharp control. From the enemy's ATM machine to a hunter on the battlefield, those who were scolding Suyu before were now crazily cheering. 666. Awesome. Boss, was it your primary school cousin who was playing before? After watching for a few minutes, Suyu whispered, Finished drinking? Well, I'm not drunk. Your stepfather is drunk and lying dead in the next room. Zhe grinned. I'll make you a cup of tea? Okay. Suyu and the little foreigner went out. Soon, Zhe finished a game and won the first victory. But Suyu did not come back with tea. When he went out, Suyu stood in the corridor and looked at the next room. Her eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment. Her thin shoulders seemed so weak at this moment. Zhe stood beside her and looked into the room. The foreigner was drunk on the bed. His wife was taking care of him. The mixed-race son was sitting on the bed playing with his mobile phone. Sometimes he looked up and talked with his mother. The mother had a loving and gentle smile on her face. What a harmonious family of three. The warmer the atmosphere in the room, the lonelier the girl outside seemed. Zhe suddenly understood how she felt. The feeling of my home is no longer my home, and I can't integrate into their family of three, no matter which side it is. He filled in for himself. My mother is my mother, and my father is my father, but my mother is not my mother, and my father is not my father. That feeling was too heart-wrenching. He watched as his mother laughed and doted on his son in another family. He watched as his father laughed and doted on his son in another family. Obviously, they are also my parents, but where is her position as a daughter? Suyu felt her waist tightened, and then she was fiercely rubbed into his arms. She looked up in amazement and looked at Zhe. You have me. Zhe stared at her. His voice was soft and solemn. I will always be here. Suyu's eyes were moist and tears slid down, but her smile was sweet and happy. She put her arms around Zhe's neck, tiptoed slightly, and stabilized Zhe's lips. In the room, Dingyun felt something and looked sideways. She was stunned at first, and then her smile relaxed. Some people, it's not that they don't love, but they can't give too much love. Some things, it's not that they don't pay attention to, but they just want each other to be well. Chapter 380. Shujia Town, Zhejiang Province. Shujia Town was developed from a gathering place of clans. 100 or 200 years ago, those with the surname Su might have been the same ancestor. After several changes, the town expanded, but those with the surname Su still accounted for most of the population. Shujia Town was not a big town, let alone rich. It was located in a hilly area with green mountains behind it. Outside the town were continuous fields. Because it was a bit far from the national highway, it didn't catch the development bus. The neighboring towns used to be poorer than Shujia Town. In the past 10 years, factories had been built and countless people came to the town. There were supermarkets, shops, internet cafes, KTV, and everything else. The locals could live a rich life even if they rented out their houses. A dozen kilometers away was a different life. Fate. Half of the people in Shujia Town were still farmers, but many people had left the town. Some made a fortune in other places and didn't come back. Some returned home and built big villas in the town. Sulan's family had been doing well back then. They had moved to Shanghai and their household register had followed them. They had settled down in Shanghai. Except for the older generation, the young people nowadays didn't remember Qin Ma's family. Every spring festival, Qin Ma would come back to visit some of her uncles. In recent years, she had been less and less. She couldn't keep the old people. When he returned to Shujia town this year, the atmosphere was completely different. Not only were the older generation amiable, some of the younger generation that he had never met before had also gathered together. Some of them had rushed over from the town, while others had rushed over from the nearby villages. This year, there was a legend in Shujia town. Those who were related to Su Lan said, "You know Qin Bao Bao, right?" "Yes." "You know Qin Zhe, right?" "Yes. He's from my great-aunt's family. They're my relatives. They're the daughter and son of my second uncle's daughter. They're the daughter and son of my aunt's daughter." Whether it was Qin Bao Bao, a first-tier big shot, and the queen of traffic, or Qin Zhe, the #1 fast shooter in the music industry, and the god of stocks, there was basically no young people who did not know them. Qin Ma and Old Master Li bought gifts from the supermarket in the town and delivered them one by one. They were not in a hurry. Every time they visited a house, they would stay and chat with the elders. Then, they would give red packets to the younger generation. The gifts were not heavy, but the red packets were heavy. Although it was said to be a small gift from Qin Zhe and Qin Bao, it was actually Qin Ma and the old man's own money. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe often came back to pay New Year's greetings when they were young. After they grew up, they almost never came back. It didn't matter in previous years, but this year, there were old people sighing and complaining, saying that no matter what, they had to come back and take a look. Although they had settled in other places, this was still their roots. In fact, Shujia town was Qin Ma's roots. It had little to do with Qin Bao and Qin Zhe. However, Qin Ma smiled and said that she was busy this year and could not find time. They stayed for dinner at Qin Ma's second uncle's house. An old man in his 90s lived alone. His son had moved to the city and would only come back to visit him during the new year. This year, the old man's son went to his daughter-in-law's house for the new year, leaving him alone. Knocking on the door of the yellow mud house, the old man stood shakily at the threshold. His old face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were still clear. He said in a trembling voice, "Little Lon." It was not because of joy or emotion, but because he was old and his voice was trembling. "Granduncle, I'm back to see you." Qin Ma helped him into the house. "It's about time you came." The old man slowly walked to the table and sat down. "You're the only one who still comes to see me, because Granduncle often picked fruits for me to eat when I was young," Qin Ma said with a smile. At noon, Qin Ma cooked. Grandpa and the old man sat by the threshold and chatted. The so-called chat was Grandpa's one-sided chatter. The old man could understand Mandarin, but he could not speak it. Besides, Grandpa did not understand dialects. The meal was relatively light. It was placed on the small black table. There were 2 vegetables, 1 meat, and 1 soup. After eating, the old man asked in a muffled voice, "Why didn't your 2 children come?" "They're busy with work," Qin Ma said. "Your son's name is Ace, right?" The old man smiled. His face was full of wrinkles. "Su Guang has been very naughty since he was young. He looks handsome. Your son is more like the grandson of an old cow." Grandpa ate in silence. He did not understand. Qin Ma frowned slightly and gave a perfunctory, "Yes." In the afternoon, the 2 of them left Shujia town along the wide road. After walking for 100 meters, they turned into a rugged mountain road. There were black fields on both sides. In the distance, there was a white Xing Wang temple. It was not big. After passing through the Xing Wang temple, they walked for another 10 minutes and arrived at the cemetery of Shujia town. The cemetery was surrounded by a tea forest. The waist-high tea trees stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, there were undulating mountains. The real Shirley tea forest was a rare green in winter. The sun was warm and the air was cold. Chin Ma stood in front of a tombstone and did not speak for a long time. Grandpa lit candles, burned incense, and burned paper money. In the tomb lay a woman about the same age as Chin Ma. She was her childhood sister and best playmate. Shujia town contained Chin Ma's childhood memories. It also buried her best friend, who was like a sister. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two girls who ran barefoot in the black fields were now lying in the cemetery and middle-aged. In her memory, the bright sun, the blue sky, the mottled halo under the shadows of the trees, and the clear chirping of birds were as clear as yesterday. Chin Ma held the incense and talked to herself in front of the tomb. Her mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. She talked for a long time, as if it was not a tomb in front of her, but her best friend, Su Ru. Grandpa watched from the side. Every year, when he returned to Shujia town, visiting the cemetery was a must. He was used to it. When Chin Ma finally finished, Grandpa set off a string of firecrackers and a bucket of fireworks. Only then did the two of them leave. On the way back, Chin Ma met a man in a suit. He was holding a bunch of yellow and white flowers that did not belong to Shujia town. He stood by the roadside with a complicated expression. Chin Ma paused for a moment, then walked away calmly and passed by him expressionlessly. They were like strangers. She and Grandpa gradually walked away. The man turned and stared at their backs. Blue sky, tea forest, picturesque scenery. Su Yao stood in the painting for a long time, lost in thought. Leaving Su Yu's grandmother's house in the afternoon, she didn't want to invite her mother to sit in her house, nor did she want to go out for dinner alone in the evening. She took Chin Zai's arm, drove, and left. Today, the lonely boat in his heart finally had a harbor to anchor in. So you can calmly give up some of the indispensable feelings of others and give up the tangled and sad past. Chin Zai drank wine and leaned on the co-pilot's seat with his eyes closed. Suyu concentrated on driving. The car sped on the highway. She smiled and said, "Husband, I'm hungry." "Didn't you just finish eating?" Chin Zai wondered. "But I'm still hungry." Suyu blinked. She was already at the age of a young woman. Now she really became a young woman. Between her frown and smile, there was a coquettish charm that was not there in the past. "I see," Chin Zai nodded. "It's my thoughtlessness. I didn't bother you." "Good, and evil will be rewarded in the end." Suyu said. At the end of the day, the two played in Suyu's nest. When it was dark, Chin Zai left holding the wall. "System, you said I would become a teddy. You big liar." Chin Zai burst into tears. "You lied to me. You lied to me." His eyes were red, and his heart was broken. "I didn't lie to you. Your fighting ability has surpassed 80% of men. If you practice diligently, you can challenge the big boss Teddy in a year and a half." The system explained methodically. "After all, you've been practicing the second set of broadcast gymnastics for primary school students. The times are calling, and it's only been 2 months." Chin Zai, he found a phenomenon. When the body is hollowed out, people's reactions will become sluggish, and the brain will be tired. When looking at the mobile phone, the screen will be blurry. Tonight, the old man and Chin Ma won't come back. They usually go to Zhejiang province and stay for 2 or 3 days. The relatives in Shanghai have all left. Chin Zai didn't have any teachers or close friends to give New Year's greetings, so he drove directly back to his sister's luxurious house. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were already at home. Sister was wearing home clothes, opening champagne, eating snacks, and watching health programs. Sister Ziwei, was dragging the floor bitterly. As soon as she saw Qinze come back, Wang Zijin suddenly burst into tears, and sadness flowed like a river. These days, the nanny was on vacation, and the house hadn't been cleaned for several years. Needless to say, elder sister must have taken advantage of Qinze's absence to bully elder sister Xian. Wang Zijin was too arrogant. She admitted defeat. If it were baby Qin, she would act coquettishly and drag things out until her baby brother came back. Then, she would hand over the work to her capable brother. When washing the mop, Wang Zijin stretched her waist and said with a bitter face, "Ouch, my waist is broken." "I feel the same." Qinze deeply understood. I mean, working hard every day. I do the same." "Then work harder. Sister will massage your waist tonight," Wang Zijin said with a smile. Actually, she wanted Qinze to massage her, but she was shy, so she changed the way she said it. After doing the housework, he had to help his sisters cook. Qinze felt it was unfair. There was only effort and no return, and it was annoying. After dinner, when his sister fell asleep, he sneaked to Sister Ziwei's room. Wang Zijin lay on the bed and patted the spot beside her. "Sister's waist is broken. Quick, massage it. Aren't you going to massage it for me?" "Massage is mutual. You can help me first. I feel I've been tricked by you." After half an hour, Wang Zijin closed her eyes comfortably. "It's your turn. But I'm so comfortable. I just want to sleep." "How about I reward you by sleeping with me tonight? Can I really?" "Yes." Wang Zijin's cheeks were red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "You can massage it." She didn't know if Qinze heard her. He crawled under the blanket, hugged Wang Zijin's waist, and buried his face in her hair. Wang Zijin's heart was beating fast. She froze in Qinze's arms and didn't dare to move. She was afraid that his hands would touch the forbidden place. That feeling of anticipation and hesitation. She thought about where her bottom line was. Well, she definitely couldn't take off her clothes. She couldn't touch the forbidden place. Yes, this was her bottom line. Then, she heard a snoring sound. Snoring? Wang Zijin looked sideways and found that the little guy had fallen asleep. Wang Zijin, "Damn, this salted fish." Chapter 381. Qinze woke up naturally at 7 o'clock in the morning, half an hour later than his usual 6 o'clock. He was probably exhausted from last night. Wang Zijin was lying in his arms with her face buried in his chest. Her messy hair covered her face, and one of her legs was on his waist. She was sleeping soundly. She had turned off the air conditioner when she went to bed. Perhaps she felt cold in the middle of the night, so she subconsciously moved closer to the heater beside her. Wang Zijin's body was very soft, unlike his sister's. His sister's body was very elastic and flexible, especially her small waist. It was simply enjoyable to hug. Sister Ziwei's body was really soft and cute. Thinking of this, Qinze touched her little, but with one hand. It was warm and soft to the touch, and it was very elastic. At this time, Wang Zijin mumbled and opened her eyes. Her biological clock was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. Wang Zijin rubbed her eyes. Her sleepy expression was very cute. Thinking of this, the sun was not bad today. "Why haven't you left yet? What if I get up?" Wang Zijin sat up and pushed him with her little hand. "Sister Ziwei, don't set flags. I'm experienced in this." Qinze also sat up. Wang Zijin looked at him with a complicated expression. "A's, you're such a gentleman." Qinze said happily, "Sister Ziwei, I have absolute respect for you." However, he felt that Sister Ziwei's gaze was strange. Was it an illusion? "Gentlemen, hurry up and go back to your room." Wang Zijin curled her lips. "Let me hug you for 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes." Qin Zhe shamelessly moved closer to her. This was a rare opportunity. Wang Zijin would at most let him hug her waist and kiss her lips. Anything more than that, she would not give him. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Wang Zijin lifted the blanket and chased Qin Zhe out of bed. Then, she saw the man's crotch that was always propped up in the morning. She blushed and scolded, "Stinky hooligan." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Luckily, I'm a hooligan. If I couldn't be a hooligan in the morning, you would be the one crying." In addition, the radio calisthenics was still very useful. The recovery rate was very good. "Then I'm leaving." Qin Zhe got out of bed and put on his cotton slippers. Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, yawning and playing with her phone. She crossed her feet that were wearing cotton socks, and her small but was very curvy. After leaving Sister Ziwei's room and closing the door, she turned around and saw the door of the big bathroom open. Her sister walked out with messy hair and squinted eyes. "Why did you come out of Zijin's room?" Qin Bao glanced at him. I woke up late today. When I woke up, I came to wake her up. Let's do morning exercises together later." Qin Zhe was so scared that he peed his pants. The small tent shrank back with a chirp. "Oh, I want to go back to sleep. Wake me up at 8 for breakfast." Her sister squinted and turned back to her room. You have a toilet in your room." "Yes, I forgot. I thought I was at Mom and Dad's house. I forgot that we were back in our own house." Qin Bao scratched his head and slammed the door. Elder sister must be muddle-headed from her sleep. Obviously, he was being intimate with his girlfriend. Why did it seem like he was having an affair? He was scared, but Wang Zijin was also scared to death. The style was completely wrong. He always felt that Sister Ziwei was the little wife, and his sister was the husband. He was the old man next door. Hey, thinking about it this way, the style was actually very similar. Qin Zhe, the spring festival holiday passed quickly. Tens of millions of people flocked back to Shanghai. After the spring festival, there was a railway boom. The internet complained incessantly. Netizens complained that they didn't want to go back to work and lamented that the holiday was short. Bao's company group had more than 200 people. The company's total number was less than 10 people. Now, it expanded wildly, and the number of people skyrocketed to more than 200. Su Yu's ability to manage the company was absolutely first class. However, she admitted that she was almost at a bottleneck. If the scale continued to expand, it would be very difficult for her. Therefore, she wanted to discuss with Qin Zhe and promote a general manager from the senior managers. The two of them talked about the 108 postures during the break. "I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm so tired. I want to stay at home and mold. Every time the holiday ends, I'm very homesick. I've already carried my bag and set off silently. Brothers, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Li Linfeng, the manager of the investment department, said, "At the beginning of the new year, everyone continue to work hard and take care of each other." With that, he sent a red envelope. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Long live boss." A lot of people grabbed the red envelope and sent thank you pictures. The lurkers were blown out. Soon, the second manager jumped out, copied and pasted Li Linfeng's words, and sent red envelopes. After the 6 managers sent red envelopes, more than a dozen team leaders took over and sent red envelopes. The group was raining red envelopes. Qin Zhe didn't say a word and silently grabbed red envelopes. If he was lucky, he got dozens of yuan. If he was unlucky, he got a few yuan. Happy, he couldn't help but think of the words on the internet. In the past, he didn't even look at 1 or 2 yuan. Now, whoever sends more than 50 yuan will cry with joy and shout, "Thank you, boss." The times are regressing. After snatching for a long time, someone suddenly at him. Li Linfeng. Qinze, boss. It's your turn to send red envelopes. Boss Qin, please send red envelopes. Boss Qin, please send red envelopes. Boss Qin, we want red envelopes. In an instant, there were dozens of ads. Qinze didn't want to bother. The employees were making a fuss in the group. As the boss, it wasn't convenient for him to chat. But Li Linfeng obviously didn't want to let him go. Boss Qin, I saw that you snatched every red envelope just now. In that case, Qinze sent out a red envelope without hesitation. Oh, *CK, 20 yuan? I'll give you 50 yuan. 1 yuan. The poor employees were crying. Other managers had red envelopes of a few hundred yuan. You, on the other hand, only got 5 yuan? Big boss. Qinze, sent a red envelope. In 3 seconds, all 20 red envelopes were snatched. 10 yuan. 10 yuan. It's all 10 yuan. Li Linfeng, wiping sweat. Jiang Jingua, wiping sweat. Wang Guoqing, wiping sweat. All the employees, wiping sweat. Qinze, sent a red envelope. In 3 seconds, all the red envelopes were snatched. Boss Qin, you can't do this. Still 10 yuan. 10 yuan, 10 yuan. Ha ha ha, you bunch of weaklings. I'll give you 20 yuan. Ha ha ha, 20 yuan weaklings. I'll give you 25 yuan. Reality proved that the times were indeed regressing. People's hearts were easily satisfied. Qinze, I'm done playing. Inform everyone that next year's red envelopes will be canceled for everyone who's late and asks for leave. The employees were so excited that they clapped and posted pictures. 3,000 red envelopes were equivalent to half a month's salary for many people. The benefits were reasonable. Bao's scale was not large compared to some financial giants. It was very young, but it was definitely not weak. In fact, it was full of vitality. First of all, Qinze was a golden signboard and a stabilizing force. Second, there was no messy faction fighting in the company at the moment. Even if they didn't get along like a family, at least they were living in harmony and working together. As for the future, they could talk about it later. Qinze had the low-level system, which meant that he could be in charge of the company alone. He didn't need to attract investment or recruit talents with shares. Maybe he could build a business empire. Although his system was unreliable, it was still a system. With the low-level system, he could control the world. Ha ha ha. Ding. Task released. Host, please build a business empire within 2 years. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 100,000 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. The system sneered. What? Qinze was dumbfounded. The words business empire were used too many times, just like, I'm in charge of my own destiny. The young people kept saying, build your own business empire. Just a few seconds ago, Qinze was also one of the young people. What was a business empire? The literal meaning, business empire. In layman's terms, it was rich. It was big. Business empire, in the past, had a more layman's meaning. The top 500 companies in the world could be called a business empire. 2 years? What a joke. The low-level system would only provide him with some creativity. It wouldn't create something out of nothing, asking him to build a business empire brick by brick. How could he live? This was an impossible task. It was certain that he would be deducted 10,000 points. 10,000 points. The ending was that the system left him. He went from being the protagonist of Long Out Yen to being a passerby. Please, Qinze exclaimed in shock. Sir System, please listen to my explanation. Carefully your ass. The system scolded. I wasn't asking for it. In my heart, it was purely fantasizing. Can you tell the difference between the two? Qinze said hurriedly, The former is setting up a goal to achieve. The latter is knowing that it's impossible to achieve, or it won't be achieved in a short time, so it's fantasizing in your heart. Okay, then cancel the mission, the system said in a serious tone. So straightforward? Chinze was surprised. The system could operate like that. A mission issued could be canceled at will. This low-level system could defy the program. Besides, I'm not low-level enough to fall out with you. I'm just comparing to know my place. Unlike those lowly systems that cause trouble all the time, the system found a reason for itself, then quickly changed the topic. The mission just now didn't come from the program. It was just me saying it casually. Casually? Chinze remembered that the system's tone just now seemed to be sneering. In the past, when it issued missions, its voice was a standard electronically synthesized voice without any fluctuations. Chinze sighed in relief. But, salted fish, didn't you forget something? The system changed the topic. What is it? The mission to become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years. It's already been 4 months. Your Tianfeng Entertainment is developing slowly, making the system anxious. At this rate, you'll at most reach the title. Small fame. Not the title. Salted fish big boss. Then what should I do? Chinze frowned deeply. System. Who's the system? Who's the host? You want me to do your mission? Do I have nothing better to do than to issue missions myself and use my own brain to complete them? Maybe I should have entered your sister's brain that day instead of choosing you. Probably because there's a slut living in my heart. The system gritted its teeth. It's quite interesting to think about it. Then Qin Bao Bao will produce and sell her own products, write her own songs, sing her own songs, start her own company, and with her beauty, she'll definitely attract hatred everywhere. Today, she'll fight this person. Tomorrow, she'll fight that person all the way out of the country, all over the world. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Chinze's imagination was running wild. I think she'll be the first to fight you. Why? She'll send you to Europe for treatment. Chapter 382. Since Tianfeng Films took over, they had taken in a few famous celebrities. For example, Li Wei, a B-list celebrity in the film industry. There was also a C-list male celebrity and 2 singers between B-list and C-list celebrities. Just taking in these celebrities would cost a lot. That was why Chen Qinghong borrowed money from Qin Bao, and Qin Bao discussed it with her brother. On the one hand, she wanted to use the opportunity to educate her best friend. On the other hand, she really had no money. Now, these celebrities were on the right track and developing well. The company tried to allocate resources to them, but it felt like something was missing. Chinze lay on the sofa and fell into deep thought. During this period, he had been thinking about the development path of Bao's company. Now, it seemed like Tianfeng was the main development target. After all, he had a mission. Just then, his phone started ringing. It was a piece of entertainment news. Blockbusters are gathering in April this year. He clicked on it. The content was roughly like this. Famous director Zhang Chu's new work is coming. September New City will meet you in April. Popular Queen XX is teaming up with popular teen idol XX. Fantasy masterpiece Soul-Breaking Song will be released in April. Famous director Ku has been preparing for his new film for 6 years. Martial arts master will meet you there. It was a software advertisement promoting the movie in April. He scrolled down. There was no more. The article was not long. Half of it was beautifully made promotional posters. Just looking at the posters, it was indeed interesting. Comments. 999 plus Chinze casually browsed through the netizens' comments. I'm looking forward to it. There are so many movies based on novels. It's just IP. Basically, every movie is destroyed. Only the novelties and ethical movies are worth watching. Fantasy movies, the special effects are awkward, and the plot is awkward. Even so, even if they keep scolding, there are still a lot of people going to watch it. Let's wait for April. Damn, I've waited for more than a year. It's finally going to be released. There's still 1.5 months left. April. I feel like it's going to be good movies. Awesome. XX, this sissy. Teen idols nowadays dress up as flirtatious as women. Disgusting. This is the trend brought over from South Korea. I'm looking forward to Martial Arts Master. I feel like it will be a very hot-blooded martial arts movie. Shinze was looking forward to it. Blockbusters were indeed gathering in April. There was going to be something to watch. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Tian Fong might be missing 1 or 2 works that could become classics. Songs didn't count. Songs were more representative of a person. For such a large entertainment company like Tian Fong, it wouldn't be right if they didn't have at least a few classic movies that they had invested in. For example, Star Art Entertainment had to invest in a lot of movies every year. Some made money, some lost money, but overall, it was profitable. Not only did it make money, but it also supported the artists under the red flag. There must be a lot of movies in the system store. He could take his time to look through them. It wouldn't be difficult to find classic movies. Just think about it. The #1 fast shooter in the music industry, the current god of stocks, had transformed into a famous scriptwriter that shocked the entire country. TSK. It felt so good. Ding. New mission. Host, please rely on your own abilities to shoot a movie with a rating of 8, 5, and above. There are no restrictions on the theme. If you succeed, you will be awarded 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount of points. Shinze calmly picked up his teacup and smiled. System, stop fooling around. Once is enough for this kind of joke. I won't fall for it twice. This time, the mission was issued according to the proper procedures. This is not a drill. Host, this is not a drill. The system's serious voice sounded. Buffed. Shinze spat out the tea in his mouth. System boss, are you trying to play me to death and then change the host? Shinze said, angrily. Of course not. The system was very calm. I've never shot a movie before. You want me to shoot a movie with a rating of 8, 5, and above. Relying on my own abilities, I can't use points to exchange for it, right? Shinze scratched his head. Do you know that our country's trolls, the moon is round in foreign countries? They will also give high scores for bad movies. Domestic movies, if there's even the slightest flaw, they will curse and slander. This is not good. So, cancel the mission. I'm sorry, host, but the missions generated by the proper procedures only have completed and incomplete. There is no option to cancel. Although I am an AI system, I have my own principles. Shinze, F***CK. A bolt from the blue. Why don't you just let me shoot a movie and compete with a blockbuster movie in April where the big bosses gather? Accepted. The system's voice was cold. Ding. Mission added. The movie box office in April will be in the top 3. If successful, you will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. There were some things in the world that couldn't be reasoned with. For example, low-level systems. Host, I'm still a gentle system. If it were those despicable systems, they would have 100 ways to force the host to work hard. Right now, I just want to paint the wall with feces, and then paint you on it too. At this point, the most important thing was to consider completing the mission. A movie with a rating of 8, 5 and above was undoubtedly a huge challenge. It was not like those rubbish ratings on social media platforms. For movies, there were special rating websites. They were more authoritative and picky. Secondly, competing on the same stage in April meant that he only had slightly more than a month. Time was tight. The next day, the first day of work during the Chinese New Year holiday, Qinzhe did not go to Baozi. Instead, he drove his sister to Tianfang and called for an emergency meeting. They started work at 9 a.m. The meeting was at 9:30 a.m. in the number 1 large conference room. The higher-ups of Tianfang, as well as the person in charge of the production team, were all present. Qinzhe sat at the head of the table. On his left was Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao was twirling the pen at her fingertips, looking bored. She was the big boss of Tianfang in name, but everyone knew that the real boss was the man behind Qin Baobao, her younger brother. Today, I'll talk about my purpose for calling this meeting. Qinzhe looked around at everyone. I plan to make a movie. I want to release it before the end of April. The time is a bit tight, but I hope to ensure the quality. Does anyone have any suggestions? Below the stage, more than a dozen faces were stunned. But since the boss had spoken, the underlings could only follow the topic. The general manager, Zhang Fu, was the first to speak. CEO Qin, this is too rushed. Usually from the preparation of a movie to the official start of filming, it takes a long time to prepare the script, crew, actors, etc. Isn't Tianfang a professional? They don't lack props, professional staff, and a director, right? Qinzhe frowned. Although the crew is there, there's a lot of preparation work to be done. Choosing actors and scripts is troublesome, and the scenic spots are even more time-consuming. One of the leaders analyzed. Qinzhe slammed the table, scaring Qin Baobao, who was beside him. He said, "That's why I called for a meeting. I want to hear your thoughts, and not shirk responsibility and complain. You guys get millions of yuan a year. Do I raise you guys just to hear you say, this won't do, or this is very troublesome?" Everyone was stunned. This was the first time Qinzhe showed his boss's fangs and behavior. In the past, he was smiling and approachable. In front of his employees and leaders, he lacked love and dignity. But a boss was still a boss. Just because he didn't show his fangs, it didn't mean that he didn't have them. Qin Baobao watched the show from the side, thinking, brother is so domineering today. Moi. 3. An experienced filmmaker said, Chairman Qin, if we have to release it in April, then the movie's theme will be very limited. I suggest we film some suspense, youth literature, romance, and other low-budget movies. These kinds of movies can be shot quickly. Qinzhe nodded. Continue. He had hit the nail on the head. The filming period of a movie could be as short as 10 days to as long as a few years. The key was the theme. Suspense, mystery, literature, and other such movies would not pay attention to special effects or scenic spots. The whole movie would probably be repeated on a few occasions. The filming time would be shorter. Some mystery movies about locked room murders would be filmed in villas. The cost was very small, but the movie was exciting and the box office was very high. These kinds of movies had very high requirements for the script. As for some historical movies and adventure movies, special effects and scenic spots were very troublesome and expensive, and the filming period was also very long. In terms of the script, I suggest we adapt the novel of the same name. This way we can save a lot of time, the experienced filmmaker said again. Qinzhe thought for a while and nodded slowly. This can be done. You have a suitable novel? It was a great idea to adapt the novel of the same name. Not only would it have a very high fan base, but it would also save the time of writing the script. It was convenient, affordable, and cost-effective. Therefore, it was popular nowadays to adapt novels into movies and television dramas, and then the scriptwriters would polish and modify them. It would greatly save the filming period. However, it also caused a phenomenon. Almost everything that was filmed was destroyed. It was very rare to restore the original work to its original state. It was because the production team was too unskilled and did not put much effort into it. It was also because the scriptwriters could not get the charm of the novel and modified it beyond recognition. Chapter 383. The senior filmmaker smiled and said, "That's not difficult. There are many novels with high traffic online. Boss Chin, you can ask the marketing department to contact them. If there's a clear direction, we can choose it today." In this day and age, efficient filming was the last thing to be afraid of. In today's society, everything was about efficiency, including making money. No one in the domestic entertainment circle would do something stupid, like preparing for 8 to 10 years for the sake of art. As long as they could make money, they didn't care about what art was or what moral integrity was. The fastest he had ever shot a movie was 2 months. The fastest film he had ever seen only took a week. It was a literary film about a down-and-out man who was betrayed by his wife. He entered a pawnshop with pink lights to save a woman who had lost her footing. The male lead performed 108 poses in a small house and exhausted his vitality to save the woman. The two of them smoked cigarettes and chatted. They talked about their experiences. The man said he was pitiful because his wife took all his money and ran away with another man. The woman also said she was pitiful because she had to pay off her gambling addict husband's debts. Most of the film was shot in a small house, interspersed with the memories of the male and female protagonists. In the end, the two tragic men and women seemed to have feelings for each other, but also seemed to have no feelings for each other. Literary films love to see flowers in the fog. 1.5 months was more than enough to shoot a romance or a mystery film. Chinze clapped his hands and said, "Then I'll leave this to you. I want to read the novel before I get off work today. Is there any problem?" The filmmaker's face flashed with excitement. "No problem." "Right, what's your name again?" Chinze realized he didn't remember this person at all. It was very awkward. "Boss Chin, I've been filming and studying outside. You haven't seen me much." The filmmaker smiled. "My name is MOU. You can call me Old MO. Old MO, get this done as quickly as possible. If you need anything, just look for General Manager Zhang." Chinze looked at Zhang Fu. "Is there any problem?" Zhang Fu asked earnestly. "Boss Chin, is there any problem with the cost?" "By the way, CEO Chin," MOU said, "I suggest that we hire a popular young hunk to star in the movie to attract as much attention as possible. Although the little fresh meats have both praise and blame on the internet, no one is a fool. The reason why their pay is so high is because of the market demand." These words were quite interesting. They were referring to the trolls on the internet. They were scolding the little fresh meats, but at the same time, they were watching the movies and dramas of the little fresh meats. Chinze waved his hand. "No need. As long as we make a high-quality movie, we don't have to worry about the cost. MOU, take a look and find a little fresh meat with a good reputation. Don't look like a rat crossing the street." MOU nodded. "I promise to complete the mission." Chinze said, "All right, dismissed." After the meeting, Chinze and his sister returned to their big office. Chinze lay on the sofa and closed his eyes. "Sister, my head hurts. Help me rub it." Chinze pretended to be pitiful. Chin Bao lifted his head and gently placed it on her elastic legs. Her white fingers gently massaged his temples. "Why did you suddenly think of making a movie? Even if you want to make a movie, you don't have to be in such a hurry. You're making me feel like you're in a hurry." His sister frowned. She realized that things were not so simple. Chinze pondered for a moment and then sighed. "I had no choice." "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I just want to save enough money for you to spend for the rest of your life before I turn 30. "Good boy." Chin Bao smiled brightly. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She patted Chinze's head lightly. His smart sister could only be easily won over by Qinzhe's sugar-coated bullets. Qinzhe also closed his eyes comfortably. His sister's long legs were too elastic. A woman's thighs were indeed the most comfortable pillow in the world. He finally understood why so many heroes like to lie on a beauty's lap. What about after that? What do you plan to do? His sister asked. I don't know how to make a movie. At most, I'll supervise on the set. If I'm not satisfied, I'll continue until I'm satisfied. Qinzhe fumbled in his pocket with his left hand, took out a pack of Yushi cigarettes, and bit it in his mouth. Although he was now very rich, he was not willing to change cigarettes after he got used to it. Don't smoke. You don't take my words to heart. Qin Bao raised her eyebrows. Don't snatch it. I'll just bite it. Qinzhe felt wronged. I only smoke 3 cigarettes a day. If I'm hungry, I'll bite one. Of course, I have to take my sister's words to heart. A's, let me be the female lead. My acting soul is burning. Qin Bao's eyes were shining. She had acted in 2 movies since her debut, The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach and The Legend of the White Fox. Both movies were popular. His sister suddenly became arrogant and felt that she was outstanding. Your acting skills are still lacking, Qinzhe said. Nonsense. I'm a drama queen. Awesome. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks. Go ahead. Qinzhe ridiculed, and his head was hit hard by a hand knife. My acting skills are not good enough. Dance to make up for it. Qin Bao pushed his head away, took off her high heels, and spun on the spot. Her figure was plump and tall, and she was as graceful as a swan. Look so hot and beautiful. You have a good figure. You can play all kinds of roles. I feel that I'm a natural drama queen. Qin Bao was infinitely arrogant. Ha ha, am I wrong? How's my figure? Okay. Qinzhe glanced at her round and perky buttocks and gave her a thumbs up. Round, wonderful. Let's see how it goes. Read the script first. You can act in a literary film, but you're not allowed to act in a romance film. You can also act in a youth film. Do you want to watch a lot of kissing and bed scenes? Qinzhe said. There's nothing wrong with kissing and bed scenes. Just think of it as a dedication to art. His sister smiled playfully. I'll kill you. Qinzhe stared at her. Oh, the little red guy is jealous. Qin Bao sat on his lower abdomen and smiled. Qinzhe mercilessly straightened his waist and pushed her to the ground. It turned out that Qinzhe could push anyone away without a seamless joint. So far, the only one he couldn't push was Suyu. After all, the screw was screwed into the screw, and the two became one. Qin Bao certainly wouldn't let him go. She gritted her teeth and came back, sitting on him and strangling his neck with both hands. The sister and brother didn't fight for a long time, and the sofa became their battlefield. At first, Qin Bao stood on the advantage of the position and suppressed the little red guy. But soon she suffered a loss because of her weak physical strength. She panted and was turned over shamefully by her brother. She was lying on the sofa. Face the wind. Qinzhe sneered. As a result, there was a rapid sound of slapping in the office. Slap, 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 slap. Qin Bao, whose martial prowess was declining day by day, could not escape the fate of being pa. Everything was calm and tranquil. Qinzhe waved his hand, feeling refreshed. His sister covered her ass and huddled on the sofa. My ass is swollen because of you, sob. Qinzhe, who heard this sentence, suddenly had a brainstorm. He knew that after a girl was upgraded to a woman, her ass would become bigger because she had been hit by a car for a long time. And his sister's big ass, was she slapped by him too much? After all, to some extent, his own slaps were the same as the old man's car. No, His slaps were more uniform because he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he fought, his left hand and right hand must move in slow motion. It must be so. Mou was very efficient. This guy had spent most of last year running around outside, so he was not familiar to the big boss. He was very frustrated. Familiarity with the big boss was very important. If the big boss wanted to set up an administrator, he would definitely choose a familiar ID. Now, the opportunity had come. He wanted to improve his favorability and familiarity in front of the two Cheens. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Mou knocked on the door of the Cheen's office. The two Cheens were sitting on the sofa. One was playing on the computer, and the other was resting with his eyes closed. Mou said, "Boss Cheen, I found a suitable novel." Cheenzé opened his eyes. "What novel?" Mou said, "It's called If I Become Memories." Cheenzé was stunned. He felt that the name was very familiar. Mou said, "It was a popular novel last year. It has already ended. I happened to read it too." There were 3 reasons for choosing it. First, the author's original intention was to sell the copyright. Therefore, it is very convenient to adapt it. Moreover, it can show the original novel in the movie. Second, I just called to ask. The movie copyright of this novel is still available. It has not been sold. Third, this is a romance novel that combines literature, school, and youth elements. The plot is very rich. Cheenzé nodded. "Sounds good, but I want to read the novel first." Mou said, "It's a pity that there is no physical book. Otherwise, I can go and buy one." Cheenzé said, "Is there an electronic version? If there is, I will read it on my phone. Also, from the name, it seems to be a tragedy. There is an electronic version." Mou nodded. "Of course, it is a tragedy. The theme of this novel is, I hope that all the lovers in the world will eventually become siblings." "What did you say?" Cheenzé was dumbfounded. Actually, the novel's setting is very old-fashioned. However, the writing is good, and the plot is good. Mou said, "The male and female protagonists are long-lost siblings. They have the same father but different mothers. This is the plot that often appears on TV. Actually, he is your older brother, younger brother. Although it is a little melodramatic, it has cheated waves of tears. It has a lot of fans." Cheenzé, "Cheen bao bao."